Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 41. Bhagavad Gita, Chapter 17. Arjuna said, "What is the state, O Krishna, of those who, abandoning the ordinance of the scriptures, perform sacrifices endued with faith? It is one of goodness, or passion, or darkness." The Holy One said, "The faith of embodied creatures is of three kinds. It is, also, born of their individual natures. It is good, passionate, and dark. Hear now these. The faith of one, O Bharata, is conformable to his own nature. A being here is full of faith, and whatever is one's faith, one is even that. They that are of the quality of goodness worship the gods. They that are of the quality of passion worship the Yakshas and the Rakshasas. Other people that are of the quality of darkness worship departed spirits and hosts of Buddhas. Those people who practice severe ascetic austerities not ordained by the scriptures are given up to hypocrisy and pride, and endued with desire of attachment and violence. Those persons possessed of no discernment, torturing the groups of organs in their bodies and me also seated within those bodies, should be known to be of demoniac resolves. Food which is dear to all is of three kinds. Sacrifice, penance, and gifts are likewise of three kinds. Listen to their distinctions as follows. Those kinds of food that increase life's period, energy, strength, health, well-being, and joy, which are savory, oleaginous, nutritive, and agreeable, are liked by God. Those kinds of food which are bitter, sour, salted, overhot, pungent, dry, and burning, and which produce pain, grief, and disease, are desired by the passionate. The food which is cold, without savor, stinking and corrupt, and which is even refuse, and filthy, is dear to men of darkness. That sacrifice is good which, being prescribed by the ordinance, is performed by persons, without any longing for the fruit thereof, and the mind being determined to it under the belief that its performance is a duty. But that which is performed in expectation of fruit, and even for the sake of ostentation, know that sacrifice, O chief of the sons of Bharata, to be of the quality of passion. That sacrifice which is against the ordinance, in which no food is dealt out, which is devoid of mantras, sacred verse, in which no fees are paid to the brahmanas assisting to it, and which is void of faith, is said to be of the quality of darkness. Reverence to the gods, regenerate ones, preceptors, and men of knowledge, purity, uprightness, the practices of a brahmacharan, and abstention from injury are said to constitute the penance of the body. The speech which causeth no agitation, which is true, which is agreeable and beneficial, and the diligent study of the Vedas are said to be the penance of speech. Serenity of the mind, gentleness, taciturnity, self-restraint, and purity of the disposition, these are said to be the penance of the mind. This threefold penance, performed with perfect faith, by men without desire of fruit, and with devotion, is said to be of the quality of goodness. That penance which is performed for the sake of gaining respect, honor, and reverence, with hypocrisy, and which is unstable and transient, is said to be of the quality of passion. That penance which is performed under a deluded conviction, with torture of one's self, and for the destruction of another, is said to be of the quality of darkness. That gift which is given because it ought to be given, to one who cannot return any service for it, in a proper time, and to a proper person, is said to be of the quality of goodness. That, however, which is given reluctantly, for return of services, past or expected, or even with an eye to fruit, that gift is said to be of the quality of passion. In an unfit place and at an unfit time, the gift that is made to an unworthy object, without respect, and with contempt, is said to be of the quality of darkness. OMTAT, SAT, this is said to be the threefold designation of Brahma. By that, Brahma, The Brahmanas and the Vedas and the sacrifices were ordained of old. Therefore, uttering the syllable Om, the sacrifices, gifts, and penances prescribed by the ordinance of all utterers of Brahma begin. Uttering Tat, the various rites of sacrifice, penance, and gifts, without expectation of fruit, are performed by those that are desirous of deliverance. Sat is employed to denote existence and goodness. Likewise, O son of Pritha, the word Sat is used in any auspicious act. Constancy in sacrifices and penances and in gifts is also called Sat, and an act, too, for the sake of that is called Sat. Whatever oblation is offered to the fire, whatever is given away, whatever penance is performed, whatever is done without faith is, O son of Pritha, said to be the opposite of Sat, and that is not both here and hereafter. Footnotes 93:1 that evidently refers to sacrifice, penance, and gift in the clause before. The commentators, however, suggest that it may, besides, refer to Brahma. I am myself not sure that it does not refer to Brahma. 93:2 What the author wishes to lay down in these verses is that the words Om, Tat, and Sat have each their respective uses. When used as directed here, such use cures the defects of the respective actions to which they are applied, it being understood that all three denote Brahma. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 42. Bhagavad Gita, Chapter 18. Arjuna said, of renunciation, O thou of mighty arms, I desire to know the true nature, and also of abandonment, O Lord of the senses distinctly, O slayer of Kisari. The Holy One said, the rejection of the works with desire is known by the learned as renunciation. The abandonment of the fruit of all work, the discerning call abandonment. Some wise men say that work itself should be abandoned as evil. Others say that the works of sacrifice, gifts, and penance should not be abandoned. As to that abandonment, listen to my decision, O best of the sons of Bharata, for abandonment, O tiger among men, hath been declared to be of three kinds. The works of sacrifice, gifts, and penance should not be abandoned. They should, indeed, be done. Sacrifice, gift, and penance are the purifications of the wise. But even those works should be done, abandoning attachment and fruit. This, O son of Pritha, is my excellent and decided opinion. The renunciation of an act prescribed in the scriptures is not proper. Its abandonment is from delusion and is, therefore, declared to be of the quality of darkness. Regarding it as a source of sorrow, when work is abandoned from fear of bodily pain, one making such an abandonment which is of the quality of passion never obtaineth the fruit of abandonment. Regarding it as one that should be done, when work that is prescribed in the scriptures is done, O Arjuna, abandoning attachment and fruit also, that abandonment is deemed to be of the quality of goodness. Possessed of intelligence and with doubts dispelled, an abandoner that is endowed with the quality of goodness hath no aversion for an unpleasant action and no attachment to pleasant ones. Since actions cannot be absolutely abandoned by an embodied person, therefore, he who abandons the fruit of actions is truly said to be an abandoner. Evil, good, and mixed action hath this threefold fruit hereafter for those that do not abandon. But there is none whatever for the renouncer. Listen from me, O thou of mighty arms, to those 5 causes for the completion of all actions, declared in the Sankhya treating of the annihilation of actions. They are substratum, agent, the diverse kinds of organs, the diverse efforts severally, and with them the deities as the 5th. With body, speech, or mind, whatever work, just or the reverse, a man undertakes, these 5 are its causes. That being so, he that, owing to an unrefined understanding, beholdeth his own self as solely the agent, he, dull in mind, beholdeth not. He that hath no feeling of egoism, whose mind is not sullied, he, even killing all these people, killeth not, nor is fettered by action. Knowledge, the object of knowledge, and the knower form the threefold impulse of action. Instrument, action, and the agent form the threefold complement of action. Knowledge, action, and agent are declared in the enumeration of qualities to be threefold, according to the difference of qualities. Listen to those also duly. That by which one eternal essence is viewed in all things, undivided in the divided, know that to be knowledge having the quality of goodness. That knowledge which discerneth all things as diverse essences of different kinds in consequence of their separateness, know that that knowledge hath the quality of passion. But that which is attached to each single object as if it were the whole, which is without reason, without truth, and mean, that knowledge hath been said to be of the quality of darkness. The action which is prescribed by the Scriptures, done without attachment, performed without desires and aversion, by one who longeth not for its fruit, is said to be of the quality of goodness. But that action which is done by one seeking objects of desire, or by one filled with egoism, and which is attended with great trouble, is said to be of the quality of passion. That action which is undertaken from delusion, without regard to consequences, loss, injury to others, and one's own power also, is said to be of the quality of passion. The agent who is free from attachment, who never speaketh of himself, who is endued with constancy and energy, and is unmoved by success and defeat, is said to be of the quality of goodness. The agent who is full of affections, who wisheth for the fruit of actions, who is covetous, endued with cruelty, and impure, and who feeleth joy and sorrow, is declared to be of the quality of passion. The agent who is void of application, without discernment, obstinate, deceitful, malicious, slothful, desponding, and procrastinating, is said to be of the quality of darkness. Hear now, O Dhananjaya, the threefold division of intellect and constancy, according to their qualities, which I am about to declare exhaustively and distinctly. The intellect which knoweth action and inaction, what ought to be done and what ought not to be done, fear and fearlessness, bondage and deliverance, is, O son of Pritha, of the quality of goodness. The intellect by which one imperfectly discerneth right and wrong, that which ought to be done and that which ought not to be done, is, O son of Pritha, of the quality of passion. That intellect which, shrouded by darkness, regardeth wrong to be right, and all things as reversed, is, O son of Pritha, of the quality of darkness. That unswerving constancy by which one controls the functions of the mind, the life breaths, and the senses, through devotion, that constancy is, O son of Pritha, of the quality of goodness. But that constancy, O Arjuna, by which one holds to religion, desire, and profit, through attachment, desiring fruit, that constancy, O son of Pritha, is of the quality of passion. That through which an undiscerning person abandons not sleep, fear, sorrow, despondency, and folly, that constancy is deemed to be of the quality of darkness. Hear now from me, O bull of Bharata's race, of the three kinds of happiness. That in which one findeth pleasure from repetition, of enjoyment, which bringeth an end to pain, which is like poison first, but resembleth nectar in the end, that happiness born of the serenity produced by a knowledge of self, is said to be of the quality of goodness. That which is from the contact of the senses with their objects which resembleth nectar first, but is like poison in the end, that happiness is held to be of the quality of passion. That happiness which in the beginning and its consequences deludeth the soul, and springeth from sleep, indolence, and stupidity, that is described to be of the quality of darkness. There is not, either on earth or heaven among the gods, the entity that is free from these three qualities born of nature. The duties of Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas, and of Sudras also, O chastiser of foes, are distinguished by these three qualities born of nature: tranquility, self-restraint, ascetic austerities, purity, forgiveness, rectitude, knowledge, experience, and belief in an existence hereafter. These are the duties of Brahmanas, born of their proper nature. Bravery, energy, firmness, skill, not flying away from battle, liberality, the bearing of a ruler, these are the duties of Kshatriyas, born of their proper nature. Agriculture, tending of cattle, and trade are the natural duties of Vaishyas. Of Sudras also, the natural duty consists in servitude. Every man, engaged in his own duties, attains to perfection. Hear now how one obtains perfection by application to his duties. Him from whom are the movements of all beings, him by whom all this is pervaded, worshipping him by the performance of one's own duty, one obtaineth perfection. Better is one's own duty though performed faultily than another's duty well performed. Performing the duty prescribed by one's own nature, one incurreth no sin. One must not abandon, O son of Kunti, one's natural duty though tainted with evil, for all actions are enveloped by evil like fire by smoke. He whose mind is unattached everywhere, who hath subdued his self, and whose desire hath departed, obtaineth, through renunciation, the supreme perfection of freedom from work. Learn from me, only in brief, O son of Kunti, how one, having obtained this kind of perfection, attaineth to Brahma, which is the supreme end of knowledge. Endued with a pure mind, and restraining his self by constancy, renouncing sound and other objects of sense, and casting off affection and aversion, he who resideth in a lonely place, eateth little, and restraineth speech, body, and mind, who is ever intent on meditation and abstraction, who hath recourse to indifference, who, abandoning egoism, violence, pride, lust, wrath, and all surroundings, hath been freed from selfishness and is tranquil in mind, becometh fit for assimilation with Brahma. Becoming one with Brahma, tranquil in spirit, such a one grieveth not, desireth not, alike to all beings, he obtaineth the highest devotion to me. By that devotion he truly understandeth me. What I am, and who I am, then understanding me truly, he entereth into me forthwith. Even performing all actions at all times having refuge in me, he obtaineth, through my favor, the seat that is eternal and imperishable. Dedicating in thy heart all actions to me, being devoted to me, resorting to mental abstraction, fix thy thoughts constantly on me. Fixing thy thoughts on me, thou wilt surmount all difficulties through my grace. But if from self-conceit thou wilt not listen, thou wilt, then, utterly perish. If, having recourse to self-conceit, thou thinkest I will not fight, that resolution of thine would be vain, for nature will constrain thee. That which, from delusion, thou dost not wish to do, thou wilt do involuntarily, bound by thy own duty springing from thy own nature. The Lord, O Arjuna, dwelleth in the region of the heart of beings, turning all beings as if mounted on a machine, by his elusive power. Seek shelter with him in every way, O Bharata. Through his grace thou wilt obtain supreme tranquility, the eternal seat. Thus hath been declared to thee by me the knowledge that is more mysterious than any other matter. Reflecting on it fully, act as thou likest. Once more, listen to my supernal words, the most mysterious of all. Exceedingly dear art thou to me, therefore, I will declare what is for thy benefit. Set thy heart on me, become my devotee, sacrifice to me, bow down to me. Then shalt thou come to me. I declare to thee truly, for thou art dear to me, forsaking all religious duties, come to me as thy sole refuge. I will deliver thee from all sins. Do not grieve. This is not to be ever declared by thee to one who practiseth no austerities, to one who is not a devotee, to one who never waiteth on a preceptor, nor yet to one who calumniateth me. He who shall inculcate this supreme mystery to those that are devoted to me, offering me the highest devotion, will come to me, freed from all his doubts. Amongst men there is none who can do me a dearer service than he, nor shall any other on earth be dearer to me than he. And he who will steady this holy converse between us, by him will have been offered to me the sacrifice of knowledge. Such is my opinion. Even the man who, with faith and without cavil, will hear it, read, even he freed from rebirth, will obtain of the blessed regions of those that perform pious acts. Hath this, O son of Pritha, been heard by thee with mind undirected to any other objects? Hath thy delusion, caused by ignorance, been destroyed, O Dhananjaya? Arjuna said, My delusion hath been destroyed, and the recollection of what I am hath been gained by me, O undeteriorating one, through thy favor. I am now firm. My doubts have been dispelled. I will do thy bidding. Sanjaya continued, Thus I heard this converse between Vasudeva and the high-souled son of Pritha, that is, wonderful and causeth the hair to stand on end. Through Vyasa's favor heard I this supreme mystery, this doctrine of yoga, from Krishna himself, the Lord of Yoga, who declared it in person. O king, recollecting and, again, recollecting this wonderful and holy converse of Kesava and Arjuna, I rejoice over and over again. Recollecting again and again that wonderful form also of Hari, great is my amazement, O king, and I rejoice evermore. Thither where Krishna, the Lord of Yoga, is, thither where the great bowman, Partha, is, thither, in my opinion, are prosperity, and victory, and greatness, and eternal justice. Footnotes 93:3 Sannyasa I render renunciation. K.T. Tilung does the same. Mr. Davies renders it abstention. So Tyaga I render abandonment. Mr. Davies renders it renunciation. What the two words, however, mean is explained fully in the verses that follow. 94:1 Both Sankara and Sridhara explain the second line consisting of two propositions, the connecting verb bhavid being understood. 94:2 I have used when for whatever to make the sentence grammatical. 94:3 Davies, giving the sense correctly, does not follow the true order of the subject and the predicate. Following Lassen, he renders kusala and akusala as prosperous and unprosperous, for Madhabi K.T. Tilung has rendered talented, which has not the sanction of good usage. 94:4 that is, as Sridhara explains, one who hath renounced the fruit of actions. 94:5 Kritante Sankara takes it as an adjective of Sankhi and thinks that the reference is to the Vedanta. Sridhara also seems to be of the same opinion. 94:6 The substratum is the body. The agent is the person that thinks himself to be the actor. The organs are those of perception, etc. The efforts are the actions of the vital winds prana, etc. The deities are those that preside over the eye and the other senses. The deities have no place in Kapila's system. Hence, if it is not the Vedanta, some system materially based upon Kapilas and recognizing the interference of the deities seems to be indicated. Atra is explained by Sridhara as equivalent to among or with these. I think, however, it means, are here, i.e., are enumerated here, or, in this connection. 95:1 hath no feeling of egoism, i.e., doth not regard himself as the doer, sullied, i.e., by the taint of desire of fruit. 95:2 Mr. Davies, I think, is right in rendering samgrahas as complement. K.T. Tilung renders it as equivalent to in brief. 95:3 in the enunciation of qualities, i.e., in the Sankhya system. 95:4 full of affections, i.e., for children, etc., as Sridhara. 95:5 Prakrita, which I have rendered without discernment following Sridhara, may be, as Mr. Davies renders it, but malicious. 96:1 Mr. Davies makes unswerving an adjective of devotion. This is wrong, for avyabhakarinya, unswerving, is a feminine instrumental and must qualify dritya. 96:2 Atmabhuti Prasadajam. K.T. Tilung, following an alternative explanation offered by Sankara, renders it clear knowledge of the self. Mr. Davies renders the serenity of one's own mind. I follow Sridhara. 97:1 Asamsayas is the reading that occurs in every text, and not Asamsayam. Mr. Davies, therefore, is incorrect in rendering it doubtless and making it an adverb qualifying come to me. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 43. Sanjaya said, beholding Dhananjaya then to take up once again his arrows, and Gandiva, the mighty car warriors of the Pandava party, uttered a tremendous shout. And those heroes, viz., the Pandavas and the Samakas, and those who followed them, filled with joy, blew their sea-born conches. And drums, and pieces, and karkachas, and cow horns were beaten and blown together, and the uproar made was very loud. And then, O ruler of men, there came the gods, with Gandharvas and the Pitris, and the hosts of Siddhas and Charanas, from desire of witnessing the sight. And rishis highly blessed came there in a body with him, Indra, of 100 sacrifices at their head, for beholding that great slaughter. Then, O king, beholding the two armies, that looked like two oceans, ready for the encounter and continuously moving, the heroic king Yudhishthira, the just, putting off his coat of mail and casting aside his excellent weapon and quickly descending from his car, with joined hands, proceeded on foot, eyeing the grandsire, with restrained speech, facing the east, towards the direction where the hostile host was standing. And seeing him proceed, thus, Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, speedily alighting from his car, followed him, accompanied by his other brothers. And the Lord Vasudeva also followed him behind. And the principal kings too, of his army, filled with anxiety, followed in the same path. Arjuna said, What is this act of thine, O king, that abandoning thy brothers, thou proceedest on foot, face eastwards, to the hostile host? Bhimasena said, Where wilt thou go, O king of kings, having cast off thy coat of mail and weapons, towards the warriors of the foe cased in mail, and leaving thy brothers, O ruler of earth? Nakula said, Thou art my eldest brother, O Bharata, beholding thee proceeding in this way, fear troubleth my bosom. Tell us, whither wilt thou go? Sudeva said, When these hostile divisions, terrible and numerous, are here with whom we are to fight, whither dost thou go, O king, in the direction of our foes? Sanjaya continued, though thus addressed by his brothers, O son of Kuru's race, Yudhishthira of restrained speech said nothing but continued to proceed. Unto them, then, the high-souled Vasudeva of great wisdom smilingly said, His object is known to me. Having paid his respects to all his superiors, such as Bhishma, Drona, and Kripa, and Salya also, he will fight the foe. It is heard in histories of olden times that he who, having paid his respects according to the ordinance unto his preceptors, revered in years and his kinsmen, fighteth with those that are his superiors, is sure to obtain victory in battle. Even that is my opinion. When Krishna was saying this, among the ranks of Dhritarashtra's son, a loud uproar of alas and oh arose, but the other army remained perfectly still. Beholding Yudhishthira, the heroic warriors of Dhritarashtra's son conversed with one another, saying, "This one is an infamous wretch of his race. It is plain that this king is coming in terror towards Bhishma's side. Yudhishthira, with his brothers, hath become a seeker after Bhishma's shelter. When Dhananjaya, however, is his protector, and Pandu's son Vrkodara, and Nakula, and Sadeva also, why doth the eldest son of Pandu come hither in fear? Though celebrated in the world, this one, however, could never have been born in the Kshatriya order, since he is weak and his bosom is filled with fear at the prospect of battle." Then those warriors all praised the Kauravas, and all of them, becoming rejoiced, with cheerful hearts waved their garments. And, O monarch, all the warriors there, then, censured Yudhishthira with all his brothers, and along with Kesava too. Then the Kaurava army, having said fie to Yudhishthira, soon again, O monarch, became perfectly still. What will this king say? What will Bhishma say in reply? What will Bhima, boastful of his powers in battle, say, and what Krishna and Arjuna? What, indeed, hath Yudhishthira to say? Great was the curiosity then, O king, of both the armies in respect of Yudhishthira. The king, meanwhile, penetrating the hostile array bristling with arrows and darts, proceeded quickly towards Bhishma, surrounded by his brothers. Seizing his feet with his two hands, the royal son of Pandu then said unto Santanu's son Bhishma, who was there ready for battle, these words. Yudhishthira said, "I salute thee, O invincible one. With thee we will do battle. Grant us thy permission in that matter. Give us also thy blessing." Bhishma said, "If, O Lord of the earth, thou hadst not, and this battle come to me thus, I would have, O great king, cursed thee, O Bharata, for bringing about thy defeat. I am gratified with thee, O son. Do battle, and obtain victory, O son of Pandu. What else may be desired by thee, obtain thou in battle. Solicit also the boon, O son of Pritha, which thou desirest to have from us. If it happens so, O great king, then defeat will not be thine. A man is the slave of wealth, but wealth is no one's slave. This is very true, O king. I have been bound by the Kauravas with their wealth. It is for this, O son of Kuru's race, that like a eunuch I am uttering these words, viz., bound I am by the Kauravas with wealth. Battle accepted, what dost thou desire?" Yudhishthira said, "O thou of great wisdom, do thou, desirous of my welfare, from day to day, consult my interests. Do battle, however, for the sake of the Kauravas. Even this is always my prayer to thee." Bhishma said, "O king, O son of Kuru's race, what aid can I render thee in this? I shall, of course, fight for thy foes. Tell me what thou hast to say." Yudhishthira said, "Therefore, O sire, I ask thee, I bow to thee, O grandsire, how shall we, in battle, vanquish thee that art invincible? Tell me this that is for my benefit, if indeed thou sayest any good in it." Bhishma said, "I do not, O son of Kunti, see the person who, even if he were the chief of the celestials himself, can defeat me in battle when I fight." Yudhishthira said, "My salutations to thee, O grandsire. Therefore do I ask thee this. Tell us how thy own death may be compassed by foes in battle." Bhishma said, "I do not see the person, O sire, who can vanquish me in battle. The time also of my death is not yet come to me once again. Sanjaya continued, "Then, O son of Kuru's race, Yudhishthira, once more saluting him, accepted Bhishma's words with a bend of his head. And that mighty armed one then proceeded towards the car of the preceptor, Drona, through the midst of all the soldiers who were eyeing him, accompanied by his brothers. Then saluting Drona and walking round him, the king spoke to that invincible warrior words that were for his own benefit. Yudhishthira said, I ask thee, O invincible one, how I may fight without incurring sin, and how, with thy permission, O regenerate one, I may vanquish all my foes. Drona said, If, having resolved to fight, thou hadst not come to me, thus, I would have cursed thee. O king, for thy complete overthrow. I am, however, gratified, O Yudhishthira, and honored by thee, O sinless one. I permit thee, fight and obtain victory. I will also fulfill thy wish. Say what thou hast to say. Under these circumstances, battle accepted, what dost thou wish? A man is the slave of wealth, but wealth is not one's slave. This is quite true, O king. Bound I have been with, their wealth by the Kauravas. It is for this that like a eunuch I shall fight for the sake of the Kauravas. It is for this that like a eunuch I am uttering these words. Battle accepted, what dost thou wish? I shall fight for the sake of the Kauravas, but will pray for thy victory. Yudhishthira said, Pray for my victory, O regenerate one, and counsel what is for my good. Fight, however, for the Kauravas. This is the boon solicited by me. Drona said, Victory, O king, is certain for thee that hast Hari for thy counselor. I, also, grant thee that thou wilt vanquish thy foes in battle. Thither where righteousness is, thither is Krishna, and thither where Krishna is, thither is victory. Go, fight, O son of Kunti. Ask me, what shall I say unto thee? Yudhishthira said, I ask thee, O foremost of regenerate ones, listen to what I have to say. How shall we in battle vanquish thee that art invincible? Drona said, As long as I will fight, so long victory can never be thine. Therefore, O king, seek with thy brothers, for my speedy slaughter. Yudhishthira said, Alas, for this, O thou of mighty arms, tell us the means of thy death. O preceptor, prostrating myself I ask thee this. My salutations to thee. Drona said, The foe, O sire, I see not who may slay me while standing in battle. I am engaged in fight, with wrath excited, and scattering my arrowy showers continually. Except when addressed for death, O king, having abandoned my arms and withdrawn, in yoga meditation, from surrounding sights, none will be able to slay me. This that I tell thee is true. I also tell thee truly that I will cast off my arms in battle, having heard something very disagreeable from someone of credible speech. Sanjaya continued, Hearing these words, O king, of the wise son of Bharadvaja, and honoring the preceptor, Yudhishthira then proceeded towards the son of Saradwat. And saluting Kripa and walking round him, O king, Yudhishthira, accomplished in speech, said these words unto that warrior of great valor. Yudhishthira said, Obtaining thy permission, O preceptor, I will fight without incurring sin, and permitted by thee, O sinless one, I will vanquish all my foes. Kripa said, If having resolved on fight, thou hadst not come to me, thus, I would have cursed thee, O king, for thy complete overthrow. A man is the slave of wealth, but wealth is no one's slave. This is very true, O king, and bound I have been with wealth by the Kauravas. I must, O king, fight for their sake. This is my opinion. I therefore speak like a eunuch in asking thee, battle accepted, what dost thou desire? Yudhishthira said, Alas, I ask thee, therefore, O preceptor, listen to my words, saying this, the king, greatly agitated and deprived of his sense, stood silent. Sanjaya continued. Understanding, however, what he intended to say, Gautama, Kripa, replied to him, saying, I am incapable of being slain, O king. Fight, and obtain victory. I am gratified with thy coming. Rising every day, from bed, I will pray for thy victory, O monarch. I say this to thee truly, hearing, O king, these words of Gautama, and paying him due honors, the king proceeded thither where the ruler of the Madra was. Saluting Salya and walking round him, the king said unto that invincible warrior those words that were for his own benefit. Yudhishthira said, obtaining thy permission, O invincible one, I will fight without incurring sin, and permitted by thee, O king, I will vanquish my valorous foes. Salya said, if, having resolved on fight, thou hadst not come to me, thus, I would have, O king, cursed thee for thy overthrow in battle. I am gratified with thee, and honored by thee. Let it be as thou wishest. I grant thee permission, fight and obtain victory. Speak, O hero, for what hast thou any need? What shalt I give thee? Under these circumstances, O king, battle accepted, what dost thou desire? A man is the slave of wealth, but wealth is no one's slave. This is true, O king. Bound I have been with wealth by the Kauravas, O nephew. It is for this that I am speaking to thee like a eunuch. I will accomplish the desire thou mayst cherish. Battle accepted, what dost thou wish? Yudhishthira said, think, O king, daily of what is for my great good. Fight, according to thy pleasure, for the sake of the foe. This is the boon that I solicit. Salya said, under these circumstances, say, O best of kings, what aid shall I render thee? I shall, of course, fight for the sake of thy enemy, for I have been made one of their party by the Kauravas with their wealth. Yudhishthira said, even that is my boon, O Salya, which was solicited by me during the preparations for the fight. The energy of the Suta's son, Karna, should be weakened by thee in battle. Salya said, this thy wish, O Yudhishthira, shall be accomplished, O son of Kunti. Go, fight according to thy pleasure. I shall look after thy victory. Sanjaya continued, having obtained the permission of his maternal uncle, the ruler of the Madra, the son of Kunti, surrounded by his brothers, came out of that vast army. Vasudeva then went to Radha's son on the field of battle. And the elder brother of Gada, for the sake of the Pandavas, then said to Karna, it hath been heard by me, O Karna, that from hatred of Bhishma thou wilt not fight. Come to our side, O son of Radha, and stay with us, as long as Bhishma is not slain. After Bhishma is slain, O son of Radha, thou mayst then again engage in battle on Duryodhana's side, if thou hast no preference for any of the parties. Karna said, I will not do anything that is disagreeable to Dhritarashtra's son, O Kesava. Devoted to Duryodhana's good, know that I have cast off my life for him. Hearing these words of Karna, Krishna ceased, O Bharata, and reunited himself with the sons of Pandu headed by Yudhishthira. Then amid all the warriors the eldest son of Pandu loudly exclaimed, he who will choose us, him we shall choose for our ally. Casting his eyes then upon them, Yuyutsu said these words, with a cheerful heart, unto Kunti's son King Yudhishthira the just, I will fight under thee in battle, for the sake of you all, with the sons of Dhritarashtra, if, O king, thou wilt accept me, sinless one. Yudhishthira said, come, come, all of us will fight with thy foolish brothers. O Yuyutsu, both Vasudeva and we all say to thee I accept thee, O thou of mighty arms, fight for my cause. On thee rests, it seems, the thread of Dhritarashtra's line as also his funeral cake. O prince, O thou of great splendor, accept us that accept thee. The wrathful Duryodhana of wicked understanding will cease to live. Sanjaya continued, Yuvutsu then, abandoning the Kurus thy sons, went over to the army of the Pandavas, with beat of drums and cymbals. Then King Yudhishthira of mighty arms, filled with joy, again put on his shining coat of mail of golden effulgence. And those bulls among men then mounted their respective cars. And they counter-arrayed their troops in battle array as before. And they caused drums and cymbals in many hundreds to be sounded. And those bulls among men also set up diverse leonine roars. And beholding those tigers among men, viz. the sons of Pandu, on their cars, the kings, on their side, with Drishtadyumna and others, once more set up shouts of joy. And beholding the nobility of the sons of Pandu who had paid due honor to those that were deserving of honor, all the kings there present applauded them highly. And the monarchs talked with one another about the friendship, the compassion, and the kindness to kinsmen displayed at the proper season by those high-souled personages. Excellent, excellent were the delightful words everywhere bruited about, coupled with eulogistic hymns about those famous men. And in consequence of this the minds and hearts of every one there were attracted towards them. And the Mlechchas and the Aryas there who witnessed or heard of that behavior of the sons of Pandu, all wept with choked voices. And those warriors then, endued with great energy, caused large drums and pushkaras by hundreds upon hundreds to be sounded, and also blew their conches all white as the milk of cows. Footnotes 98:1 Buddhi is explained by Sridhara as gradual abhivriti, i.e., growth or greatness. Niti is explained as nyaya or justice. 98:2 Variatum is according to Nilkantha, the excellent bow. Yena in verse 8 is equivalent to yatra. 100:1 What Bhishma says is this, I am bound by the Kauravas, and, therefore, I am not a free agent. Obliged I am to battle against you. Yet I am saying, what do you ask of me, as if I could really give you what you might ask? My words, therefore, are without meaning or vain, like those of a eunuch. Klivavat is explained by Nilkantha as Kauravat. Even in that case, the sense would be the same. 100:2 The Bengal reading is evidently incorrect. The Bombay text reads Raja for Vakoa. 101:1 Nilkantha thinks that Vigatakalmashas refers to Drona. The meaning he suggests is tell me with pure heart, etc., etc. I think Nilkantha is not right. 101:2 The sense of the first line is that because I am bound by the Kauravas with their wealth, therefore, I am obliged to make this reservation in the matter of granting thee thy wishes. That reservation really nullifies my promise. 102:1 Pairin is explained by Nilkantha as superior qualifying ripen. 102:2 Vratasmi is the reading of the Bengal texts, better than Vadhasmi of the Bombay edition, and Bristolmi of the Burdwan text. Salya was not bound to the Kauravas like Bhishma or Drona or Kripa by pensions, but gratified by the reception granted to him by Duryodhana in secret, he generously agreed to aid the latter even against his own sister's sons and their stepbrothers. 103:1 For Puskalan the Bombay text reads Pushkaran, which means a kind of drum. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 44. Dhritarashtra said, when the divisions of both my side and the foe were thus arrayed, who struck first, the Kurus or the Pandavas? Sanjaya said, hearing those words of his elder brother, thy son Dasasana advanced with his troops, with Bhishma at their head, and the Pandavas also advanced with cheerful hearts, desiring battle with Bhishma, having Bhimasena at their head. Then leonine shouts and clamorous uproars and the noise of krikachas, the blare of cow horns, and the sound of drums and cymbals and tabors arose in both armies. And the warriors of the foe rushed against us, and we also rushed against them with loud shouts. And the uproar, caused by this rush, was deafening. The vast hosts of the Pandavas and the Dhritarashtra's, and that awfully murderous encounter shook in consequence of that uproar of conches and cymbals, like forests shaken by the wind. And the din made by those hosts teeming with kings, elephants, and steeds, rushing against one another in that evil hour, was as loud as that of oceans agitated by the tempest. And when that din, loud and causing the hair to stand on end, arose, the mighty armed Bhimāsena began to roar like a bull. And those roars of Bhimāsena rose above the clamor of conches and drums, the grunts of elephants, and the leonine shouts of the combatants. Indeed, the shouts of Bhimāsena transcended the noise made by the thousands of chargers neighing in, both, the armies. And hearing those shouts of Bhimāsena, who was roaring like the clouds, shouts that resembled the report of Sakra's thunder, thy warriors were filled with fear. And at those roars of the hero, the steeds and elephants all ejected urine and excreta like other animals at the roar of the lion. And roaring like a deep mass of clouds, and assuming an awful form, that hero frightened thy sons and fell upon them, thereupon the brothers, viz., thy sons Duryodhana, and Dharmaka and Dusaha, and that mighty car warrior Dusasana, and Durmarshana, O king, and Vivangsati, and Chitrasena, and the great car warrior Vikarna, and also Parumithra, and Jaya, and Bhoja, and the valorous son of Somadatta, shaking their splendid bows like masses of clouds, exhibiting the lightning's flashes, and taking out of their quivers long arrows resembling snakes that have just cast off their sloughs, surrounded that mighty bowman rushing towards them, covering him with flights of arrows like the clouds shrouding the sun. And the 5 sons of Draupadi, and the mighty car warrior Subhadra, and Nakula, and Sadeva, and Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race, rushed against those Dhritarashtra's, tearing them with whetted shafts like summits of mountains with the impetuous bolts of heaven. And in that first encounter, characterized by the awful twang of bowstrings and their flapping against the leathern fences of the warriors, no combatant, either on thy side or that of the foe, turned back. And, O bull of Bharata's race, I beheld the lightness of hand of the disciples of Drona, in particular, who, shooting innumerable arrows, O king, always succeeded in hitting the mark. And the twang of sounding bowstrings ceased not for a moment, and the blazing arrows shot through the air like meteors falling from the firmament. And all the other kings, O Bharata, stood like silent spectators witnessing that interesting and awful encounter of kinsmen. And then those mighty car warriors, with wrath excited and remembering the injuries sustained at one another's hands, strove in battle, O king, challenging one another. And the 2 armies of the Kurus and the Pandavas, teeming with elephants, steeds, and cars, looked exceedingly beautiful on the field of battle like painted figures on a canvas. And then the other kings all took up their bows. And the sun himself was shrouded by the dust raised by the combatants. And they fell upon one another, at the heads of their respective troops, at the command of thy son. And the loud uproar made by the elephants and the chargers of those kings rushing to the combat, mingled with the leonine shouts of the combatants and the din made by the blare of conches and the sounds of drums. And the uproar of that ocean having arrows for its crocodiles, bows for its snakes, swords for its tortoises, and the forward leaps of the warriors for its tempest, resembled the din made by the actual ocean when agitated. And kings in thousands, commanded by Yudhishthira, with their respective troops fell upon the ranks of thy son. And the encounter between the combatants of the 2 hosts was fierce in the extreme. And no difference could be perceived between the combatants of our side or that of the foe, while battling, or retreating in broken array, or rallying again to the fight. In that terrific and awful battle, thy father, Bhishma, shone, transcending that countless host. Footnotes 104:1 for Rajan in the Bengal texts, and the first line of the 5th verse, the Bombay text reads Hyacinth, which I adopt. 104:2 Mahasamacrave is explained by Nilkantha as Mahasamprahar. 104:3 literally, showing himself in an awful form. 105:1 Subhadra's son Abhimanyu. 105:2 These fences were made of iguana skins and cased the hands of the bowman up to a few inches of the elbow joint. 105:3 Nimitta is explained by Nilkantha as the mark of object aimed at. Drona was the preceptor in arms of almost all the Bharata princes. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 45. Sanjaya said, on the forenoon of that awful day, O king, the terrible battle that mangled the bodies of so many kings commenced. And the loud shouts, resembling leonine roars of the Kurus and the Srinjayas, both desirous of victory and battle, made both the welkin and the earth resound therewith. And a tumultuous uproar was heard mingled with the flaps of leathern fences and the blare of conches. And many were the leonine roars that rose there of men shouting against one another. And, O bull of Bharata's race, the sound of bowstrings stretched by, hands cased in fences, the heavy tread of infantry, the furious neigh of chargers, the falling of sticks and iron hooks on the beads of elephants, the clash of weapons, the jingle of bells of elephants rushing against one another, and the clatter of cars resembling the roar of clouds, mingled together, produced a loud uproar making one's hair stand on end. And all the Kuru warriors, reckless of their very lives and with cruel intentions, rushed, with standards upraised, against the Pandavas. And Santanu's son himself, taking up a terrible bow that resembled the rod of death, rushed, O king, on the field of battle, against the Nanjaya. And Arjuna also, endued with great energy, taking up the bow Gandiva celebrated over all the world, rushed, on the field of battle, against Ganga's son. And both those tigers among the Kurus became desirous of slaying each other. The mighty son of Ganga, however, piercing in battle the son of Pritha, could not make him waver. And so, O king, the son of Pandu also could not make Bhishma waver in battle. And the mighty bowman Satyaki rushed against Kritavarman. And the battle between these two was fierce in the extreme and made the hair of onlookers stand on end. And Satyaki afflicted Kritavarman, and Kritavarman afflicted Satyaki, with loud shouts, and each weakened the other. And pierced all over with arrows those mighty warriors shone like two blossoming kinsukas in spring adorned with flowers. And the mighty bowman Abhimanyu battled with Vrihadvala. Soon, however, in that encounter, O king, the ruler of Kosala cut off the standard and overthrew the charioteer of Subhadra's son. The son of Subhadra then, upon the overthrow of his charioteer, was filled with wrath and pierced Vrihadvala, O king, with 9 shafts, and with a couple of sharp arrows that grinder of foes also cut off Vrihadvala's standard, and with one more cut off one of the protectors of his car wheels, and with the other his charioteer. And those chastisers of foes continued to weaken each other with sharp arrows. And Bhimasena struggled in battle with thy son Duryodhana, that mighty car warrior, proud and inflated, who had injured the sons of Pandu. Both of those foremost princes among the Kurus are tigers among men and mighty car warriors. And they covered each other on the field of battle with their arrowy showers. And beholding those high-souled and accomplished warriors conversant with all modes of warfare, all creatures were filled with amazement of Bharata. And Dasasana, rushing against that mighty car warrior Nakula, pierced him with many sharp arrows capable of penetrating into the very vitals. The son of Madri, then, laughing the while, cut off, with sharp arrows, of his adversary's standard and bow, and then he struck him with 25 small-headed arrows. Thy son, however, then, who can with difficulty be vanquished, slew in that fierce encounter the steeds of Nakula and cut off his standard. And Dermaka, rushing against the mighty Sadeva, battling in that terrific encounter, pierced him with a shower of arrows. The heroic Sadeva then, in that fearful battle, overthrew Dermaka's charioteer with an arrow of great sharpness. Both of them, irrepressible in fight, approaching each other in combat, and each attacking the other and desirous of warding off the other's attack, began to strike terror into each other with terrible shafts. And King Yudhishthira himself encountered the ruler of the Madras. The chief of the Madras then, in his very sight, cut off in twain Yudhishthira's bow. Thereupon the son of Kunti, throwing aside that broken bow, took up another that was stronger and capable of imparting a greater velocity. The king then, with straight arrows, covered the ruler of the Madras, and in great wrath said, "Wait, wait." And Drishtadyumna, O Bharata, rushed against Drona. And Drona, then, in great wrath, cut off in that encounter the hard bow of the high-souled prince of Panchala that was capable of always taking the lives of foes. And at the same time he shot in that conflict a terrible arrow that was like a second rod of death. And the arrow shot penetrated the body of the prince. Taking up then another bow and 14 arrows, the son of Drupada pierced Drona in that encounter. And enraged with each other, they battled on fiercely. And the impetuous Sankha encountered Somadatta's son, who was equally impetuous in battle, and addressed him, "O king," saying, "Wait, wait." And that hero then pierced his adversary's right arm in that combat. And thereupon the son of Somadatta struck Sankha on the shoulders. And the battle that ensued between those two proud heroes, O king, soon became as terrible as a combat between the gods and the Danavas. And that mighty car warrior Drishtaketu, of immeasurable soul, with wrath excited, rushed in battle, O king, against Valhika, the very embodiment of wrath. Valhika, then, O king, setting up a leonine roar, weakened the wrathful Drishtaketu with innumerable arrows. The king of the Chedis, however, exceedingly provoked, quickly pierced Valhika in that encounter with 9 arrows. Like an infuriate elephant against an infuriate elephant, in that combat they roared against each other repeatedly, both exceedingly enraged. And they encountered each other with great wrath, and looked like the planets Angaraka and Sukra. And Gatotkacha of cruel deeds encountered the Rakshasa Alamvasha of cruel deeds like Sakra, encountering Vala in battle. And Gatotkacha, O Bharata, pierced that infuriate and powerful Rakshasa with 90 keen-edged shafts. And Alamvasha also in that combat pierced the mighty son of Bhimasena in many places with straight arrows of his. And mangled with arrows they shone in that encounter like the mighty Sakra and the powerful Vala in the combat of old between the Celestials and the Asuras. The powerful Sikandin, O king, rushed against Drona's son, Aswathaman, however deeply piercing the angry Sikandin stationed before him with a keen-edged shaft, caused him to tremble. Sikandin also, O king, smote Drona's son with a sharp-whetted shaft of excellent temper. And they continued in that encounter to strike each other with various kinds of arrows. And against the heroic Bhagadatta in battle, Virata, the commander of a large division, rushed impetuously, O king, and then commenced their combat. Virata, exceedingly provoked, poured on Bhagadatta an arrowy shower like, O Bharata, the clouds showering rain on the mountain breast. But Bhagadatta, that lord of the earth, speedily enveloped Virata in that encounter, with arrows, like the clouds enveloping the risen sun. Kripa, the son of Saradwat, rushed against Vrihatkshatra, the ruler of the Kaikyas. And Kripa, O Bharata, enveloped him with a shower of arrows. Vrihatkshatra also shrouded the infuriate son of Gautama with an arrowy downpour. And those warriors, then, having slain each other's steeds and cut off each other's bows, were both deprived of their cars. And exceedingly enraged, they then approached each other for fighting with their swords. And the combat which then took place between them was terrible in aspect and unparalleled. That chastiser of foes, King Drupada, then, in great wrath rushed against Jayadratha, the ruler of the Sindhus, cheerfully waiting for battle. The ruler of the Sindhus pierced Drupada in that combat with 3 shafts, and Drupada pierced him in return. And the battle that took place between them was terrible and fierce, and productive of satisfaction in the hearts of all the spectators, and resembling a conflict between the planets Sukra and Angaraka. And Vikarna, son to thee, with fleet steeds, rushed against the mighty Sudasoma, and the combat between them commenced. Vikarna, however, although he pierced Sudasoma with many arrows, failed to make him waver. Neither could Sudasoma make Vikarna waver. And that appeared wonderful to all. And against Suserman, that mighty car warrior and tiger among men, viz., Chekatana of great prowess, rushed in exceeding wrath for the sake of the Pandavas. And Suserman also, O great king, in that encounter checked the advance of that mighty car warrior Chekatana with plentiful shower of arrows. And Chekatana also, greatly provoked, showered on Suserman, in that terrible conflict, a shower of arrows like a mighty mass of clouds showering rain on the mountain breast. And Sakuni, endued with great prowess, rushed, O king, against Pratavindya of great prowess, like a lion against an infuriate elephant. Thereupon the son of Yudhishthira, in exceeding wrath, mangled Suvala's son in that combat, with sharp arrows, like Magavat, mangling a Danava. And Sakuni also, in that fierce conflict, pierced Pratavindya in return and mangled that warrior of great intelligence with straight arrows. And Shrutakarman rushed in battle, O great king, against that mighty car warrior Sudakshina of great prowess, the ruler of the Kambojas. Sudakshina, however, O great king, piercing that mighty car warrior, viz., the son of Sadeva, failed to make him waver, for he stood, like the Menaka mountain, against the assaults of Indra. Thereupon Shrutakarman, exceedingly provoked, weakened that mighty car warrior of the Kambojas with innumerable arrows, and mangled him in every part of his body. And Iravan, that chastiser of foes, in great wrath and exerting carefully, rushed in battle against the wrathful Shrutish. The powerful son of Arjuna, that mighty car warrior, then slaying the steeds of his adversary, set up a loud roar, and thereupon, O king, all the warriors, who saw the feat, praised him greatly. And Shrutasena also, exceedingly provoked, slew in that conflict the steeds of Falguni's son with a powerful mace, and the battle between them continued. And Vinda and Anuvinda, those 2 princes of Avanti, approached in battle that mighty car warrior the heroic Kuntaboja at the head of his troops accompanied by his son. And wonderful was the prowess we beheld of those 2 princes on that occasion, for they fought on very coolly though battling with a large body of troops. And Anuvinda hurled a mace at Kuntaboja, but Kuntaboja quickly covered him with a shower of arrows. And the son of Kuntaboja pierced Vinda with many arrows, and the latter also pierced him in return. And the combat between them looked very wonderful. And the Kakaya brothers, O sire, at the head of their troops, encountered in battle the 5 Gandhara princes with their troops. And thy son Viravahu battled with that best of car warriors Uttara, the son of Virata, and pierced him with 9 arrows. And Uttara also pierced that hero with sharp-edged arrows. And the ruler of the Chedis, O king, rushed in battle against Uluka. And he pierced Uluka with a shower of arrows, and Uluka also pierced him with sharp arrows furnished with excellent wing. And the combat that took place between them, O king, was fierce in the extreme, for unable to vanquish each other, they mangled each other terribly. And thus in that general engagement thousands of single combats took place between men on car, warriors on elephants and horsemen, and foot soldiers of their side and thine. For a short while only that engagement offered a beautiful sight. Soon, however, O king, it became furious and nothing could be discovered. In the battle that ensued, elephants rushed against elephants, car warriors against car warriors, steed against steed, and foot soldier against foot soldier. The conflict then became confused and fierce in the extreme, of heroes rushing against each other in the melee. And the celestial rishi, and siddhas and charanas that were present there beheld that terrific battle to resemble the combat of the gods and the asuras. And elephants in thousands, and cars also in thousands, and vast bodies of infantry, O sire, seemed to alter their character. And, O tiger among men, it was seen that cars and elephants and steeds and infantry fought with each other repeatedly on the same places. Footnotes 106:1 With two balas Abhimanyu cut off his adversary's standard, with one of the protectors of his car wheels, and with another, his charioteer. Thus Nilkantha. A Parshni is altogether a different person from a Sarthi. Hence Nilkantha is assuredly right. 108:1 Angaraka is the planet Mars, and Sukra i.e. Venus. 109:1 Pratavindiya was Yudhishthira's son by Draupadi. 109:2 Magavat is Indra, the chief of the celestials. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 46. Sanjaya said, O king, I will now describe to thee the combats of hundreds and thousands of foot soldiers. O Bharata, in utter forgetfulness of all consideration due to others. There the son recognized not the sire recognized not the son of his loins, the brother recognized not the brother, the sister's son recognized not the maternal uncle. The maternal uncle recognized not the sister's son, the friend not the friend. The Pandavas and the Kurus fought as if they were possessed by demons. Some tigers among men fell with cars into pieces. And the shafts of cars broke clashing against shafts, and the spikes of car yokes against spikes of car yokes. And some warriors, united together, encountered others that were united together, all desirous of taking one another's life, and some cars, obstructed by cars, were unable to move. And huge-bodied elephants with rent temples, falling upon huge elephants, angrily tore one another in many places with their tusks. Others, O king, encountering impetuous and huge ones of their species, with arched edifices and standards on their backs, and trained to the fight, struck with their tusks, shrieked in great agony. Disciplined by training and urged on by pikes and hooks, elephants not in rut rushed straight against those that were in rut. And some huge elephants, encountering compeers in rut, ran, uttering cries like those of cranes, in all directions. And many huge elephants, well trained, and with juice trickling down from rent temples and mouth, mangled with swords, lances, and arrows, and pierced in their vital parts, shrieked aloud and falling down expired. And some, uttering frightful cries, ran in all directions. The foot soldiers that protected the elephants, endued with broad chests, and capable of smiting effectually, with wrath excited, and armed with pikes and bows, and bright battle axes, and with maces and clubs, and short arrows, and lances, and with shafts, and stout bludgeons mounted with iron spikes and swords, well grasped of the brightest polish, ran hither and thither, O king, and seemed resolved to take one another's life. And the sabers of brave combatants rushing against one another steeped in human blood, seemed to shine brightly. And the whiz of swords whirled and made to descend by heroic arms, and falling upon the vital parts of the bodies of foes, became very loud. And the heart-ending wails of combatants in multitudinous hosts, crushed with maces and clubs, and cut off with well-tempered swords, and pierced with the tusks of elephants, and grained by tuskers, calling upon one another, were heard, O Bharata, to resemble the wails of those that are doomed to hell. And horsemen, on chargers of exceeding speed and furnished with outstretched tails resembling the plumes of swans, rushed against one another. And hurled by them, long-bearded darts adorned with pure gold, fleet and polished and sharp-pointed, fell like snakes. And some heroic horsemen, on coursers of speed, leaping high, cut off the heads of car warriors from their cars. And, here and there, a car warrior, getting bodies of cavalry within shooting distance, slew many with straight shafts furnished with heads. And many infuriate elephants adorned with trapping of gold, and looking like newly risen clouds, throwing down steed, crushed them with their own legs. And some elephants struck on their frontal lobes and flanks, and mangled by means of lances, shrieked aloud in great agony. And many huge elephants, in the bewildering of the melee, crushing steeds with their riders, threw them down. And some elephants, overthrowing with the points of their tusks, steeds with their riders, wandered, crushing cars with their standards. And some huge male elephants, from excess of energy and with the temporal juice gushing down in large quantities, slew steeds along with their riders by means of their trunks and legs. Fleet arrows polished and sharp-pointed and resembling snakes fell upon the heads, the temples, the flanks, and the limbs of elephants. And polished javelins of terrible mien, and looking like large meteoric flashes, hurled by heroic arms, fell hither and thither, O king, piercing through the bodies of men and horses, and cutting through coats of mail. And many taking out their polished sabers from sheaths made of the skins of leopards and tigers, slew the combatants opposed to them in battle. And many warriors, though themselves attacked and had the flanks of their bodies cut open, yet angrily fell upon their foes with swords, shields, and battle-axes. And some elephants dragging down and overthrowing cars with their steeds by means of their trunks, began to wander in all directions, guided by the cries of those behind them. And hither and thither some pierced by javelins, and some cut asunder by battle-axes, and some crushed by elephants, and others trod down by horses, and some cut by car-wheels, and some by axes, loudly called upon their kinsmen, O king. And some called upon their sons, and some upon their sires, and some upon brother and kinsmen. And some called upon their maternal uncles, and some upon their sisters' sons. And some called upon others on the field of battle. And a very large number of combatants, O Bharata, lost their weapons, or had their thighs broken. And other with arms torn off or sides pierced or cut open, were seen to wail aloud, from desire of life. And some, endued with little strength, tortured by thirst, O king, and lying on the field of battle on the bare ground, asked for water. And some, weltering in pools of blood and excessively weakened, O Bharata, greatly censured themselves and thy sons assembled together for battle. And there were brave Kshatriyas, who having injured one another, did not abandon their weapons or set up any wails, O sire, on the other hand, lying in those places where they lay, roared with joyful hearts, and biting from wrath with their teeth their own lips, looked at one another with faces rendered fierce in consequence of the contraction of their eyebrows. And others, endued with great strength and tenacity in great pain, afflicted by arrows and smarting under their wounds, remained perfectly silent. And other heroic car warriors, deprived, in the encounter, of their own cars and thrown down and wounded by huge elephants, asked to be taken up on the cars of others. And many, O king, looked beautiful in their wounds like blossoming kinsukas. And in all the divisions were heard terrific cries, countless in number. And in that awful combat destructive of heroes, the sire slew the son slew the sire, the sister's son slew the maternal uncle slew the sister's son, friend slew friend, and relatives slew kinsmen. Even thus the slaughter took place in that encounter of the Kurus with the Pandavas. And in that frightful and terrible battle in which no consideration was shown by anybody for anybody, the divisions of the Pandavas, approaching Bhishma, began to waver. And, O bull of Bharata's race, the mighty-armed Bhishma, O king, with his standard which was made of silver and graced with the device of the Palmyra with 5 stars, setting upon his great car, shone like the lunar orb under the peak of Meru. Footnotes 110:1 The word used in the original is viparatam lit. Contrary. The sense seems to be that car men fought on foot, cavalry soldiers on elephants, warriors on elephants from horseback, and c. The very character of the forces was altered. 110:2 i.e., though repulsed, these frequently rallied, and occupied the same ground as before. 110:3 The last half of the 7th with the 8th forms one sentence. It is certainly pleonastic. Ranavaranais of the Bengal texts is preferable to the Bombay reading Varavaranais. Toranas are the wooden edifices placed on the backs of elephants for the protection and comfort of the riders. These are called in India hadas. 110:4 Many of the Bengal texts read Avanitas. The correct reading, as in the Bombay text, is Abhanitas. Aprabina is literally unrent, i.e., with the temporal juice not trickling down. This juice emanates from several parts of the elephant's body when the season of rut comes. To avoid a cumbrous periphrasis, which again would be unintelligible to the European reader, I have given the sense only. 111:1 For the Bengal reading Mahaprajna, the Bombay text reads Mahaprasas. 111:2 Radhat and not Ratan is the reading that I adopt. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 47. Sanjaya said, after the great part of the forenoon of that awful day had worn out, and that terrific engagement, O king, that was, so, destructive of foremost of men, Dharmaka and Kritavarman, and Kripa, and Salya, and Vivansati, urged by thy son, approached Bhishma and began to protect him. And protected by those 5 mighty car warriors. O bull of Bharata's race, that great car warrior penetrated the Pandava host. And the Palmyra standard of Bhishma was seen to glide continually, O Bharata, through the Chaitis, the Kasis, the Kurushas, and the Panchalas. And that hero, with broad-headed shafts of great swiftness which were again perfectly straight, cut off the heads of foes, and their cars with yokes and standards. And, O bull of Bharata's race, Bhishma seemed to dance on his car as it coursed along its track. And some elephants, struck by him in their vital parts, shrieked in agony. Then Abhimanyu in great wrath, stationed on his car, unto which were yoked excellent steeds of a tawny hue, rushed towards Bhishma's car. And with his standard adorned with pure gold and resembling a Karnikara tree, he approached Bhishma and those 5 foremost of car warriors. And striking with a keen-edged shaft the standard of the Palmyra-bannered warrior, that hero engaged in battle with Bhishma and those other car warriors that protected him. Piercing Kritavarman with 1 arrow, and Salya with 5, he weakened his great-grandsire with 9 arrows. And with 1 arrow well shot from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch, he cut off his adversary's standard adorned with pure gold. And with 1 broad-headed shaft capable of penetrating every cover, which was perfectly straight, he cut off from his body the head of Dharmaka's charioteer. And with another keen-edged arrow he cut in twain the gold-decked bow of Kripa. And them also, with many sharp-pointed shafts, that mighty car warrior smote in great wrath, seeming to dance the while. And beholding his lightness of hand, the very gods were gratified. And in consequence of Abhimanyu's sureness of aim, all the car warriors headed by Bhishma regarded him to be possessed of the capacity of Dhananjaya himself. and his bow, emitting a twang like that of Gandiva, while stretched and restretched, seemed to revolve like a circle of fire. Bhishma then, that slayer of hostile heroes, rushing on him impetuously, speedily pierced the son of Arjuna in that combat with 9 arrows. And he also, with 3 broad-headed shafts, cut off the standard of that warrior of great energy. Of rigid vows, Bhishma also struck his adversaries, charioteer, and Kritavarman, and Kripa, and Salya also, O sire, piercing Arjuna's son, all failed to make him waver, for he stood firm like the Menaka mountain. And the heroic son of Arjuna, though surrounded by those mighty car warriors of the Dhritarashtra army, still showered on those 5 car warriors arrowy downpours. And baffling their mighty weapons by his arrowy showers, and pouring on Bhishma his shafts, the powerful son of Arjuna set up loud shout. And struggling in the battle thus, and afflicting Bhishma with his arrows, the strength we saw of his arms then was very great. But though endued with such prowess, Bhishma also shot his arrows at him. But he cut off in that combat the arrows shot from Bhishma's bow. And then that heroic warrior of arrows that were never lost, cut off with 9 arrows, in that combat, the standard of Bhishma. And at that feat the people there set up a loud shout. Decked with jewels and made of silver, that tall standard bearing the device of the Palmyra, cut off, O Bharata, by the shafts of Subhadra's son, fell down on the earth. And beholding, O bull of Bharata's race, that standard failing in consequence of the shafts of Subhadra's son, the proud Bhima set up a loud shout for cheering the son of Subhadra. Then in fierce combat, the mighty Bhishma caused many celestial weapons of great efficacy to appear. And the great grandsire of immeasurable soul then covered Subhadra's son with thousands of arrows. And at this, 10 great bowmen and mighty car warriors of the Pandavas quickly rushed on their cars for protecting the son of Subhadra. And those were Virata with his son, and Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race, and Bhima, the 5 Kakaya brothers, and Satyaki also, O king. And as they were falling upon him with great impetuosity, Bhishma the son of Santanu, in that conflict, pierced the prince of Panchala with 3 arrows, and Satyaki with 10. And with 1 winged arrow, whetted and sharp-edged as a razor, and shot from his bow drawn to its fullest stretch, he cut off the standard of Bhimasena. And, O best of men, the standard of Bhimasena, made of gold and bearing the device of a lion, cut off by Bhishma, fell from the car. And Bhima then, piercing Santanu's son Bhishma in that combat with 3 arrows, pierced Kripa with 1, and Kritavarman with 8. And Uttara also, the son of Virata, on a tusker with upraised trunk, rushed against the ruler of the Madras. Salya, however, succeeded in checking the unparalleled impetuosity of that prince of elephants rushing quickly towards his car. That prince of elephants, in great wrath, placing his leg upon the yoke of Salya's car, killed his 4 large steeds of excellent speed. The ruler of the Madras then, staying on that car whose steeds had been slain, hurled a dart, all made of iron, and resembling a snake, for slaying Uttara outright. The latter's coat of mail being cut through by that dart, he became totally deprived of his senses, and fell down from his elephant's neck, with the hook and the lance loosened from his grasp. And Salya then, taking up his sword and jumping down from his excellent car, and putting forth his prowess, cut off the large trunk of that prince of elephants. His coat of mail pierced all over with a shower of arrows, and his trunk cut off, that elephant uttered a loud shriek and fell down and expired. Achieving such a feat, O king, the ruler of the Madras speedily mounted on the splendid car of Kritavarman. And beholding his brother Uttara slain, and seeing Salya staying with Kritavarman, Virata's son Sweta blazed up in wrath, like fire, blazing up, with clarified butter. And that mighty warrior, stretching his large bow that resembled the bow of Sakra himself, rushed with the desire of slaying Salya, the ruler of the Madras. Surrounded on all sides with a mighty division of cars, he advanced towards Salya's car, pouring an arrowy shower. And beholding him rush to the fight with prowess equal to that of an infuriate elephant, 7 car warriors of thy side surrounded him on all sides, desirous of protecting the ruler of Madras, who seemed to be already within the jaws of death. And those 7 warriors were Vrihadvala, the ruler of the Kosalas, and Jayatsena of Magadha, and Ragmaratha, O king, who was the valorous son of Salya, and Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, and Sudakshina, the king of the Kambojas, and Jayadratha, the ruler of the Sindhus, and the kinsman of Vrihadsatra. And the stretched bows of those high-souled warriors, decorated with diverse colors, looked like the lightning's flashes in the clouds. And they all poured on Sweta's head ceaseless showers of arrows like the clouds tossed by the wind dropping rain on the mountain breast on the expiry of summer. That mighty bowman and commander of the forces, enraged at this, with 7 broad-headed arrows of great impetuosity, struck their bows, and then continued to grind them. And those bows we saw were cut off, O Bharata, and thereupon they all took up, within half the time taken up in a wink of the eye, other bows. And they then shot at Sweta 7 arrows. And once again that mighty armed warrior of immeasurable soul, with 7 fleet shafts, cut off those other bows of these bowmen. Those warriors then, whose large bows had been cut off, those mighty car warriors swelling, with rage, grasping 7 darts, set up a loud shout. And, O chief of the Bharatas, they hurled those 7 darts at Sweta's car. And those blazing darts which coursed through the air like large meteors, with the sound of thunder, were all cut off, before they could reach him, that warrior conversant with mighty weapons, by means of 7 broad-headed arrows. Then taking up an arrow capable of penetrating into every part of the body, he shot it, O chief of the Bharatas, at Ragmaratha. And that mighty arrow, surpassing the force of the thunderbolt, penetrated into the latter's body. Then, O king, forcibly struck by that arrow, Ragmaratha sat down on the terrace of his car and fell into a deadly swoon. His charioteer then, without betraying any fear, bore him away, senseless and in a swoon, in the very sight of all. Then taking up 6 other arrows, adorned with gold, the mighty armed Sweta cut off the standard tops of his 6 adversaries. And that chastiser of foes then, piercing their steeds and charioteers also, and covering those 6 warriors themselves with ceaseless shafts, proceeded towards the car of Salya. And beholding that generalissimo of the Pandava forces proceeding quickly towards Salya's car, a loud uproar of "Oh and alas" arose in thy army, O Bharata. Then thy mighty son, with Bhishma at the head, and supported by heroic warriors and many troops, proceeded towards Sweta's car, and he, thus, rescued the ruler of the Madras who had already entered the jaws of death. And then commenced a battle, terrific and making the hair stand on end, between thy troops and those of the enemy, in which cars and elephants all got mixed up in confusion. And upon Subhadra's son and Bhimasena, and that mighty car warrior Satyaki, and upon the ruler of the Kakayas, and Virata, and Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race, and upon the Chedi troops, the old Kuru grandsire poured showers of arrows. Footnotes 113:1 The Bengal reading Narvarakshate seems to be better than Mahabharata of the Bombay text. 113:2 Talakitu is lit. Palmyra Bannard. Without using such compounds, the brevity of the sentences cannot be maintained. 113:3 Karshni is Krishna's or Arjuna's son Abhimanyu. Arjuna was sometimes called Krishna. 113:4 Lagavamargasya is a misreading for Lagavamargastam, then again Chapi is incorrect, the correct reading Chapam as in the Bombay text. 115:1 The Bengal reading is Swaris Vrtaska Sanyana. The Bombay reading, which I do not adopt, is Vrtasta Sarva Sanyana. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 48. Dhritarashtra said, when that great bowman Sweta proceeded towards Salya's car, what did the Kauravas and the Pandavas do, O Sanjaya? And what also did Bhishma the son of Santanu do? Tell me who asked thee all this. Sanjaya said, O king, hundreds and thousands of bulls among Kshatriyas, all brave and mighty car warriors, placing the generalissimo Sweta in the van, and displaying their strength. O Bharata, unto thy royal son, and with Sikandin also at their head, desired to rescue Sweta. And those mighty car warriors rushed towards Bhishma's car decked with gold, desirous of slaying that foremost of warriors. And the battle that ensued then was terrible. I shall describe to thee that wonderful and terrific battle as it occurred between thy troops and those of the enemy. The son of Santanu made the terraces of many cars empty, for that best of car warriors, showering his arrows, cut off many heads. Endued with energy equal to that of the sun himself, he shrouded the very sun with his arrows. And he removed his enemies from around him in that combat like the rising sun dispelling the darkness around. And in that battle, O king, arrows were shot by him in hundreds and thousands that were powerful and possessed of great impetuosity, and that took in that conflict the lives of numberless Kshatriyas. And in that combat he felled heads, by hundreds, of heroic warriors, O king, and elephants cased in thorny mail, like summits of mountains, felled by heaven's bolt. And cars, O king, were seen to mingle with cars. A car might be seen upon another car, and a steed upon another steed. And impetuous chargers, O king, bore hither and thither heroic riders in the prime of youth, slain and hanging from their saddles, with their bows still in their grasp. With swords and quivers attached to their persons, and coats of mail loosened from their bodies, hundreds of warriors, deprived of life, lay on the ground, sleeping on beds worthy of heroes. Rushing against one another, falling down and rising up again and rushing again, having risen up, the combatants fought hand to hand. Afflicted by one another, many rolled on the field of battle. Infuriate elephants rushed hither and thither, and car warriors by hundreds were slain. And car warriors, along with their cars, were crushed on all sides. And some warriors fell upon his car, slain by another with arrows. And a mighty car warrior might be seen to fall down from high, his charioteer, also, having been slain. A thick dust arose, and thereupon unto the warriors struggling in battle, the twang of the hostile bow indicated the struggling adversary before. From the pressure also on their bodies, combatants guessed their foes. And the warriors, O king, fought on with arrows, guided by the sound of bowstrings and hostile division. The very hiss of the arrows shot by the combatants at one another could not be heard. And so loud was the sound of drums that it seemed to pierce the ears. And in that tumultuous uproar, making the hair stand on end, the name of the combatant uttered in the battle, while displaying his prowess, could not be heard. The sire could not recognize the son of his loins. One of the wheels being broken, or the yoke being torn off, or one of the steeds being slain, the brave car warrior was overthrown from his car, along with his charioteer, by means of straight arrows. And thus many heroic warriors, deprived of their cars, were seen to fly away. He who was slain had cut off, he who was not slain was struck at the very vitals, but unstruck there was none, when Bhishma attacked the foe. And in that terrific battle, Sweta caused a great slaughter of the Kurus. And he slew many noble princes by hundreds upon hundreds, and he cut off, by means of his arrows, the heads of car warriors by hundreds upon hundreds, and, their arms decked with ingathas, and there bows all around, and car warriors and car wheels and others that were on cars, and the cars themselves, and standards both small and costly, O king, and large bodies of horses, and crowds of cars, and crowds of men, O Bharata's race, were destroyed by Sweta. Ourselves, from fear of Sweta, abandoning Bhishma, that best of car warriors, left the battle retreating to the rear, and, therefore, do we, now, behold your lordship. And all the Kurus, O son of Kuru's race, beyond the range of arrows, and abandoning Bhishma the son of Santanu, in that battle, stood, as spectators though, armed for the combat. Cheerful in the hour of universal cheerlessness, that tiger among men Bhishma, alone of our army, in that terrible battle stood immovable like the mountain Meru. Taking the lives of the foe, like the sun at close of winter, he stood resplendent with the golden rays of his car, like the sun himself with his rays. And that great bowman shot clouds of arrows and struck down the Asuras. And while being slaughtered by Bhishma in that dreadful combat, those warriors breaking away from their ranks, they all fled from him, as if from a fire fed by fuel. Encountering the single warrior, Sweta, that slayer of foes, Bhishma was the only one, amongst us, who was cheerful and whole. Devoted to the welfare of Duryodhana, he began to consume the Pandava warrior. Reckless of his very life, which is difficult of being cast off, and abandoning all fear, he slaughtered, O king, the Pandava army in that fierce conflict. And beholding the generalissimo, Sweta, smiting the Dhritarashtra divisions, thy father Bhishma, called also Devavrata, impetuously rushed against him. Thereupon, Sweta covered Bhishma with an extensive network of arrows. And Bhishma also covered Sweta with a flight of arrows. And roaring like a couple of bulls, they rushed, like two infuriate elephants of gigantic size or two raging tigers, against each other. Baffling each other's weapons by means of their weapons, those bulls among men, viz., Bhishma and Sweta, fought with each other, desirous of taking each other's life. In one single day Bhishma, infuriate with anger, could consume the Pandava army with his arrows, if Sweta did not protect it. Beholding the grandsire then turned off by Sweta, the Pandavas were filled with joy, while thy son became cheerless. Duryodhana then, with wrath excited and surrounded by many kings, rushed with his troops against the Pandava host in battle. Then Sweta, abandoning the son of Ganga, slaughtered thy son's host with great impetuosity like the wind, uprooting trees with violence. And the son of Virata, senseless with wrath, having routed thy army, advanced, once more, O king, to the place where Bhishma was stationed. And those two high-souled and mighty warriors then, both blazing with their arrows, battled with each other like Vritra and Vasva of old, desirous, O king, of slaying each other. Drawing his bow to the fullest stretch, Sweta pierced Bhishma with 7 arrows. The valorous Bhishma, then, putting forth his prowess, quickly checked his foe's valor, like an infuriate elephant checking an infuriate compeer. And Sweta then, that delighter of Kshatriyas, struck Bhishma, and Bhishma the son of Santanu also pierced him in return with 10 arrows. And though pierced by him, thus, that mighty warrior stood still like a mountain. And Sweta again pierced Santanu's son with 25 straight arrows, at which all wondered. Then smiling and licking with his tongue the corners of his mouth, Sweta in that combat cut off Bhishma's bow into 10 fragments with 10 arrows. Then aiming a plumed arrow made wholly of iron, Sweta crushed the palmyra on the top of the standard of the high-souled Bhishma. And beholding the standard of Bhishma cut down, thy sons thought that Bhishma was slain, having succumbed to Sweta. And the Pandavas, also filled with delight, blew their conches all around. And beholding the palmyra standard of the high-souled Bhishma laid low, Duryodhana, from wrath, urged his own army to the battle. And they all began very carefully to protect Bhishma, who was in great distress. Unto them, also unto those that stood, idle, spectators, the king said, either Sweta will die today, or Bhishma the son of Santanu. I say this truly. Hearing the words of the king, the mighty Car warriors speedily, with 4 kinds of forces, advanced protecting the son of Ganga. And Valhika and Kritavarman, and Kripa, and Salya also, O Bharata, and the son of Jarasandha, and Vikarna, and Chitrasena, and Vivansati, with great speed, when speed was so necessary, surrounding him on all sides, poured on Sweta ceaseless showers of arrows. That mighty warrior then, of immeasurable soul, quickly checked those angry warriors by means of sharp arrows, displaying his own lightness of hand. And checking them all like a lion and a multitude of elephants, Sweta then cut off Bhishma's bow with thick shower of arrows. Then Bhishma the son of Santanu, taking up another bow in that battle, pierced Sweta, O king, with arrows furnished with feathers of Kanka bird. Then the commander of the Pandava army, with wrath excited, pierced Bhishma in that encounter, O king, with a great many shafts in the very sight of all. Beholding Bhishma, that foremost of heroes in all the world, checked in battle by Sweta, the king, Duryodhana, became greatly troubled, and great also became the distress of thy whole army. And beholding the heroic Bhishma checked and mangled by Sweta with his arrows, all thought that Bhishma, having succumbed to Sweta, was slain by him. Then thy sire Devavrata, yielding to anger, and beholding his own standard overthrown and the Dhritarashtra army checked, shot a great many arrows, O king, at Sweta. Sweta, however, that foremost of Car warriors, baffling all those arrows of Bhishma, once more cut off, with a broad-headed shaft, thy sire's bow. Throwing aside that bow, O king, Ganga's son, senseless with anger, taking up another bow larger and stronger, and aiming 7 large broad-headed arrows whetted on stone, slew with 4 arrows the 4 steeds of the generalissimo Sweta, cut off his standard with 2, and with the 7th shaft that warrior of great prowess, exceedingly provoked, cut off his charioteer's head. Thereupon, that mighty Car warrior, jumping down from his car whose steeds and charioteer had been slain, and yielding to the influence of wrath, became exceedingly troubled. The grandsire, beholding Sweta that foremost of Car warriors, deprived of Car, began to smite him on all sides with showers of arrows. And smitten in that combat with arrows shot from Bhishma's bow, Sweta, leaving his bow on his, abandoned, Car took up a dart decked with gold, and taking up that terrible and fierce dart, which resembled the fatal rod of death, and was capable of slaying death's self. Sweta then, in great wrath, addressed Bhishma the son of Santanu in that combat, saying, Wait a little, and behold me, O best of men. And having said this unto Bhishma in battle, that great bowman of exceeding prowess and immeasurable soul, hurled the dart resembling a snake, displaying his valor for the sake of the Pandavas and desiring to achieve thy evil. Then loud cries of "Oh" and "Alas" arose among thy sons, O king, upon beholding that terrible dart resembling the rod of death in splendor. And hurled from Sweta's arms, that dart, resembling a snake that had just cast off its slough, fell with great force, O king, like a large meteor from the firmament. Thy sire Devavrata then, O king, without the slightest fear, with 8 sharp and winged arrows, cut off into 9 fragments, that dart decked with pure gold, and which seemed to be covered with flames of fire, as it coursed to blaze through the air. All thy troops then, O bull of Bharata's race, set up loud shouts of joy. The son of Virata, however, beholding his dart cut off into fragments, became senseless with anger, and like one whose heart was overcome by the arrival of his hour, could not settle what to do. Deprived of his senses by anger, O king, the son of Virata, then, smiling, joyfully took up a mace for Bhishma's slaughter, with eyes red in wrath, and resembling a second Yama armed with mace, he rushed against Bhishma like a swollen torrent against the rocks. Regarding his impetuosity as incapable of cheek, Bhishma, endued with great prowess and conversant with the might of others, suddenly alighted on the ground for warding off that blow. Sweta then, O king, whirling in wrath that heavy mace, hurled it on Bhishma's car like the god Mahesvara. And in consequence of that mace intended for Bhishma's destruction, that car was reduced to ashes, with standard and charioteer, and steeds and shaft. Beholding Bhishma, that foremost of car warriors, become a combatant on foot, many car warriors, viz., Salya and others, speedily rushed to his rescue. Mounting then upon another car, and cheerlessly stretching his bow, Bhishma slowly advanced towards Sweta, seeing that foremost of car warriors. Meanwhile, Bhishma heard a loud voice uttered in the skies, that was celestial and fraught with his own good. And the voice said, O Bhishma, O thou of mighty arms, strive without losing a moment. Even this is the hour fixed by the Creator of the universe for success over this one foot. Hearing those words uttered by the celestial messenger, Bhishma, filled with joy, set his heart upon Sweta's destruction. And beholding that foremost of car warriors, Sweta become a combatant on foot, many mighty car warriors of the Pandava side rushed unitedly to his rescue. They were Satyaki and Bhimasena and Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race, and the 5 Kakaya brothers, and Drishtaketu and Abhimanyu of great energy. And beholding them rushing to the rescue, with Drona and Salya and Kripa, that hero of immeasurable soul, Bhishma checked them all like the mountain resisting the force of the wind. And when all the high-souled warriors of the Pandava side were thus held in check, Sweta, taking up a sword, cut off Bhishma's bow. Casting aside that bow, the grandsire quickly made up his mind for Sweta's destruction, having heard the words of the celestial messenger. Though baffled by Sweta, thy sire Devavrata, then that mighty car warrior, quickly taking up another bow that resembled the bow of Sakra himself in splendor, stringed it in a moment. Then thy sire, O chief of the Bharatas, beholding that mighty car warrior Sweta, though the latter was then surrounded by those tigers among men with Bhimasena at their head, thy sire, the son of Ganga, advanced steadily for the sake of the generalissimo Sweta alone. Beholding Bhishma advance, Bhimasena of great prowess pierced him with 60 shafts. But that mighty car warrior, thy sire Devavrata, checking both Bhimasena and Abhimanyu and other car warriors with terrible shafts, struck him with 3 straight arrows. And the grandsire of the Bharatas also struck Satyaki in that combat with 100 arrows, and Drishtadyumna with 20, and the Kakaya brothers with 5. And checking all those great bowmen with terrible arrows, thy sire Devavrata advanced towards Sweta alone. Then taking out an arrow resembling death's self and capable of bearing a great strain and incapable of being resisted, the powerful Bhishma placed it on his bowstring. And that shaft, furnished with wings and duly endued with the force of the Brahma weapon, was seen by the gods and Gandharvas and Pisachas and Uragas and Rakshasas. And that shaft, of splendor like that of a blazing fire, piercing through his coat of mail, passed through his body and struck into the earth with a flash like that of heaven's bolt. Like the sun when speedily retiring to his western chambers, taking along with him the rays of light, even thus that shaft passed out of Sweta's body, bearing away with itself his life. Thus slain in battle by Bhishma, we beheld that tiger among men fall down like the loosened crest of a mountain. And all the mighty car warriors of the Kshatriya race belonging to the Pandava side indulged in lamentations. Thy sons, however, and all the Kurus, were filled with delight. Then, O king, beholding Sweta overthrown, Dasasana danced in joy over the field in accompaniment with the loud music of conches and drums. And when that great bowman was slain by Bhishma, that ornament of battle, the mighty bowmen of the Pandava side, with Sikandin at their head, trembled in fear. Then when their commander was slain, Dhananjaya, O king, and he of Vrishni's race, slowly withdrew the troops for their nightly rest. And then, O Bharata, the withdrawal took place of both theirs and thine, while thine and theirs were frequently setting up loud roars. And the mighty car warriors of the Parthas entered their quarters, cheerlessly, thinking, O chastiser of foes, of that awful slaughter in single combat of their commander. Footnotes 116:19 slokas and a half, from the second half of the 43rd verse to the 52nd verse, as above, are omitted in the Bengal texts. These, however, occur subsequently in section 46 following. The fact is, the whole of the passage in this section and the 116 verses in the following section and the first 24 verses in the section 49 are regarded as an interpolation. In those sections of the Udyoga Parvam where the Rathas and the Adarathas and C are counted by Bhishma, no mention is made of any warrior of the name of Sweta. The Burdwan Pundits omit these passages altogether. I myself believe them to be an interpolation. Occurring, however, as it does in both the Bengal and the Bombay texts, I cannot omit in the English version. 117:1 The Bombay text reads Yavnanayadam, which is better. 117:2 I adopt the Bombay reading of the 22nd verse. 117:3 Svayam in some of the Bengal texts is a misprint for Kshayam. 118:1 Chakrapani is Vishnu armed with the discus. 118:24 Yuthan, which gives no meaning, I read Yodas. The Bengal reading Mukvagnimiva Daruna is better than the Bombay reading Muktam Rapumashu Darunam. 118:3 The Bombay reading Jivatam Dustyajam is better than the Bengal reading Jivam Tadatam, if it has any meaning. 119:1 In the first line of 71st verse, the word is not lagu but alagu, the initial of being only silent according to the rule of Sandhi. Though omitted in the Bengal texts, it occurs in the Bombay edition. 120:1 Goram, Ugram, Mahabharata are pleonastic. 120:2 In the first line of 87 for Mahesvara, meaning Shiva, the Bombay text reads Dainswara, meaning Kuvara, the Lord of Treasures. For also by Manipatidya in the second line the Bombay text reads Bhishma Inapanya. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 49. Dhritarashtra said, when the generalissimo Sweta, O son, was slain in battle by the enemy, what did those mighty bowmen, the Panchalas with the Pandavas, do? Hearing their commander Sweta slain, what happened between those that strove for his sake and their foes that retreated before them? O Sanjaya, hearing of our victory, thy words please my heart. Nor doth my heart feel any shame in remembering our transgression. The old chief of Kuru's race is ever cheerful and devoted to us. As regards Duryodhana, having provoked hostilities with that intelligent son of his uncle, he sought at one time the protection of the sons of Pandu in consequence of his anxiety and fear due to Yudhishthira. At that time, abandoning everything, he lived in misery. In consequence of the prowess of the sons of Pandu, and everywhere receiving checks, having placed himself amid entanglements from his enemies, Duryodhana had, for some time, recourse to honorable behavior. Formerly that wicked-minded king had placed himself under their protection. Why, therefore, O Sanjaya, hath Sweta, who was devoted to Yudhishthira, been slain? Indeed, this narrow-minded prince, with all his prospects, hath been hurled to the nether regions by a number of wretches. Bhishma liked not the war, nor even did the preceptor. Nor Kripa, nor Gandhari liked it. O Sanjaya, nor do I like it, nor Vasudeva of Vrishni's race, nor that just king the son of Pandu, nor Bhima, nor Arjuna, nor those bulls among men, the twins, liked it. Always forbidden by me, by Gandhari, by Vidura, by Rama the son of Jamadagni, and by the high-souled Vyasa also, the wicked-minded and sinful Duryodhana, with Dasasana, O Sanjaya, always following the counsels of Karna and Suvala's son, behaved maliciously towards the Pandavas. I think, O Sanjaya, that he has fallen into great distress. After the slaughter of Sweta and the victory of Bhishma, what did Partha, excited with rage, do in battle accompanied by Krishna? Indeed, it is from Arjuna that my fears arise, and those fears, O Sanjaya, cannot be dispelled. He, Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, is brave and endued with great activity. I think, with his arrows he will cut into fragments the bodies of his enemies. The son of Indra, and in battle equal unto Upindra, the younger brother of Indra, a warrior whose wrath and purposes are never futile, alas, beholding him what becomes the state of your minds? Brave, acquainted with Vedas, resembling the fire and the sun in splendor, and possessing a knowledge of the angel weapon, that warrior of immeasurable soul is ever victorious when he falleth upon the foe. His weapons always falling upon the foe with the force of the thunderbolt, and his arms wonderfully quick in drawing the bowstring. The son of Kunti is a mighty car warrior. The formidable son of Drupada also, O Sanjaya, is endued with great wisdom. What, indeed, did Drishtadyumna do when Sweta was slain in battle? I think that in consequence of the wrongs they sustained of old, and of the slaughter of their commander, the hearts of the high-souled Pandavas blazed up. Thinking of their wrath, I am never at my ease, by day or by night, on account of Duryodhana. How did the great battle take place? Tell me all about it, O Sanjaya. Sanjaya said, Hear, O king, quietly about thy transgressions. It behoveth thee not to impute the fruit to Duryodhana. As is the construction of an embankment when the waters have disappeared, so is thy understanding, or it is like the digging of a well when house is on fire. When, after the forenoon had passed away, the commander Sweta was, O Bharata, slain by Bhishma in that fierce conflict, Virata's son Samka, that grinder of hostile ranks ever delighting in battle, beholding Salya stationed with Kritavarman on his car, suddenly blazed up with wrath, like fire with clarified butter. That mighty warrior, stretching his large bow that resembled the bow of Indra himself, rushed with the desire of slaying the ruler of the Madras in battle, himself supported on all sides by a large division of cars. And Samka, causing an arrowy downpour, rushed towards the car on which Salya was. And beholding him advancing like an infuriate elephant, 7 mighty car warriors of thy side surrounded him, desirous of rescuing the ruler of the Madras already within the jaws of death. Then the mighty armed Bhishma, roaring like the very clouds, and taking up a bow full 6 cubits long, rushed towards Samka in battle. And beholding that mighty car warrior and great bowman thus rushing, the Pandava host began to tremble like a boat tossed by a violence of the tempest. Then Arjuna, quickly advancing, placed himself in front of Samka, thinking that Samka should then be protected from Bhishma. And then the combat commenced between Bhishma and Arjuna. And loud cries of "Oh" and "Alas" arose among the warriors engaged in battle. And one force seemed to merge into another force. And thus all were filled with wonder. Then Salya, mace in hand, alighting from his large car, slew, O bull of Bharata's race, the 4 steeds of Samka. Jumping down from his car thus deprived of steeds, and taking a sword, Samka ran towards Vibhatsu's car, and, mounting on it, was once more at his ease. And then there fell from Bhishma's car innumerable arrows, by which were covered the entire welkin and the earth. And that foremost of smiters, Bhishma, slaughtered with his arrows the Panchala, the Matsya, the Kakaya, and the Prapandraka host. And soon abandoning in that battle, Pandu's son, Arjuna, capable of drawing the bow with even his left hand, Bhishma rushed towards Drupada, the king of the Panchalas, surrounded by his host. And he soon covered his dear relative with innumerable arrows. Like a forest consumed by fire at the end of winter, the troops of Drupada were seen to be consumed. And Bhishma stood in that battle like a blazing fire without smoke, or like the sun himself at midday scorching everything around with his heat. The combatants of the Pandavas were not able to even look at Bhishma. And afflicted with fear, the Pandava host cast its eyes around, and not beholding any protector, looked like a herd of kine afflicted by cold. Slaughtered or retreating in despondence, being crushed the while, loud cries, O Bharata, of O and alas arose among the troops of the Pandavas. Then Bhishma the son of Santanu, with bow always drawn to a circle, shot there from blazing arrows that resembled virulent poison. And creating continuous lines of arrows in all directions, that hero of rigid vow slew Pandavakar warriors, naming each, O Bharata, beforehand. And then when the troops of the Pandavas were routed and crushed all over the field, the sun set and nothing could be seen. And then beholding Bhishma, O bull of Bharata's race, proudly standing in battle, the Parthas withdrew their forces for nightly rest. Footnotes 122:1 The transgression of which Dhritarashtra alludes is the slaughter by Bhishma from his car of Sweta, who was then a combatant on foot. Or, it may be the very slaughter of Sweta, who was dear to the Pandavas, and which act would, the king thought, provoke them more. 122:2 verses 4-7 are exceedingly difficult. I am not sure that I have understood them correctly. They are of the nature of Vyasakutas, i.e., deliberate obscurities for puzzling Ganesa, who acted as the scribe, for enabling Vyasa to gain time for compositions. In verse 4 Paitas means uncles and not fathers, so also Durgadekam in verse 6 means entanglements, like Duryodhana's hostility with the Gandharvas on the occasion of the tale of cattle. In verse 7 of the Bengal reading is Yudhishthira Bhaktiya. The Bombay reading which I adopt is Yudhishthira Bhaktas. In 8, the Purushadhamas are Sakuni and Karna. And c. 123:1 as both operations are useless, so are these thy regrets. 124:1 The sense is that Arjuna representing one force, and Bhishma another, the two forces seem to mingle into one another, like one bolt of heaven against another, as one may say. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 50. Sanjaya said, when the troops, O bull of Bharata's race, were withdrawn on the first day, and when Duryodhana was filled with delight upon, beholding, Bhishma excited with wrath in battle, King Yudhishthira the just, speedily repaired unto Janardana, accompanied by all his brothers and all the kings, on his side. Filled with great grief thinking of his defeat, and beholding Bhishma's prowess, O king, he addressed that scion of Vrishni's race, saying, Behold, O Krishna, that mighty bowman Bhishma of terrible prowess. He consumes with his arrow my troops like fire, consuming dry grass. How shall we even look at that high-souled warrior, who is licking up my troops like fire fed with clarified butter? Beholding, that tiger among men, that mighty warrior armed with the bow, my troops fly away, afflicted with arrows. Enraged Yama himself, or he armed with the thunder, or even Varananus in hand, or Kuvara armed with mace, may be vanquished in battle, but the mighty car warrior Bhishma, of great energy, is incapable of being vanquished. Such being the case, I am sinking in the fathomless ocean represented by Bhishma, without a boat, to rescue me. In consequence, O Kesava, of the weakness of my understanding, having obtained Bhishma for a foe in battle, I shall, O Govinda, retire into woods. To live there is preferable to devoting these lords of earth to death in the form of Bhishma. Conversant with mighty weapons, Bhishma, O Krishna, will annihilate my army. As insects rush into the blazing fire for their own destruction, the combatants of my army are even so. In putting forth prowess for the sake of kingdom, O thou of Vrishni's race, I am being led to destruction. My heroic brothers also are pained and afflicted with arrows for my sake, having been deprived of both sovereignty and happiness in consequence of their love for their eldest brother. We regard life very highly, for, under these circumstances, life is too precious to be sacrificed. During the remainder of my days, I will practice the severest of ascetic austerities. I will not, O Kesava, cause these friends of mine to be slain. The mighty Bhishma incessantly stays, with his celestial weapon, many thousands of my car warriors who are foremost of smiters. Tell me, O Madhava, without delay, what should be done that might do me good? As regards Arjuna, I see that he is an indifferent spectator in this battle. Endued with great might, this Bhima alone, remembering Kshatriya duties, fighteth putting forth the prowess of his arms, and to the utmost of his power. With his hero-slaying mace, this high-souled warrior, to the full measure of his powers, achieveth the most difficult feats upon foot soldiers, and steeds, and cars, and elephants. This hero, however, is incapable, O sire, of destroying in fair fight the hostile host in even a century. This thy friend, Arjuna, alone, amongst, is conversant with mighty weapons. He, however, beholding us consumed by Bhishma and the high-souled Drona, looketh indifferently on us. The celestial weapons of Bhishma and the high-souled Drona, incessantly applied, are consuming all the Kshatriyas. O Krishna, such is his prowess, that Bhishma, with wrath excited, aided by the kings, on his side, will, without doubt, annihilate us. O Lord of Yoga, look for that great bowman, that mighty car warrior, who will give Bhishma his quietus like rain-charged clouds, quenching a forest conflagration. Then, through thy grace, O Govinda, the son of Pandu, their foes being slain, will, after recovery of their kingdom, be happy with their kinsmen. Having said this, the high-souled son of Pritha, with heart afflicted by grief and mind turned within, remained silent for a long while in a reflected mood. Beholding the son of Pandu stricken with grief and deprived of his senses by sorrow, Govinda, then gladdening all the Pandavas, said, Do not grieve, O chief of the Bharatas. It behoveth thee not to grieve, when thy brothers are all heroes and renowned bowmen in the world. I also am employed in doing thee good, as also that mighty car warrior Satyaki and Virata and Drupada, both reverend in years, and Drishtadyumna of Prashada's line. And so also, O best of kings, all these monarchs with their respective troops are expectant of thy favor and devoted to thee, O king. This mighty car warrior Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race, placed in command of thy army, is always desirous of thy welfare and engaged in doing that which is agreeable to thee, as also this Sikandin, O thou of mighty arms, who is certainly the slayer of Bhishma. Hearing these words, the king, Yudhishthira, said unto that mighty car warrior Drishtadyumna, in that very assembly and in the hearing of Vasudeva, these words, O Drishtadyumna, mark these words that I say unto thee, O thou of Prashada's line. The words uttered by me should not be transgressed. Approved by Vasudeva, thou hast been the commander of our forces. As Kartikeya, in days of old, was ever the commander of the celestial host, so also art thou, O bull among men, the commander of the Pandava host. Putting forth thy prowess, O tiger among men, slay the Kauravas. I will follow thee, and Bhima, and Krishna also, O sire, and the sons of Madri united together, and the sons of Draupadi accoutred in mail, and all the other foremost of kings, O bull among men. Then gladdening the listeners, Drishtadyumna said, ordained of old by Sambhu himself, I am, O son of Pritha, the slayer of Drona. I shall now fight in battle against Bhishma, and Drona, and Kripa, and Salya, and Jayadratha, and all the proud monarchs, on the Kuru side. When that foremost of princes, that slayer of foes, the son of Prashada, said this defiantly, the Pandava warriors, endued with great energy and incapable of being defeated in battle, all set up a loud shout. And then Pritha's son Yudhishthira said unto the commander of his army, the son of Prashada, these words, an array known by the name of Krankaruma, that is destructive of all foes, and that was spoken of by Vrihaspati unto Indra in days of old when the gods and the Asuras fought, that array destructive of hostile divisions, do thou form. Unseen before, the kings behold it, along with the Kurus. Thus addressed by that god among men, like Vishnu addressed by the wielder of the thunderbolt, he, Drishtadyumna, when morning dawned, placed Dhananjaya in the van of the whole army. And Dhananjaya's standard, created at Indra's command by the celestial artificer, while moving through the skies, seemed wonderfully beautiful. Decked with banners bearing hues resembling those of Indra's bow, coursing through the air like a ranger of the skies, and looking like the fleeting edifice of vapor in the welkin, it seemed, O sire, to glide dancingly along the track of the car, to which it was attached. And the bearer of Gandiva with that standard, graced with gems, and that standard itself with the bearer of Gandiva, looked highly adorned, like the self-create with the sun, and the sun with the self-create. And King Drupada, surrounded by a large number of troops, became the head of that array. And the two kings Kuntabhoja and Saivya became its two eyes. And the ruler of the Dasarnas, and the Prayagas, with the Dasarakas, and the Anapakas, and the Karatas were placed in its neck, O bull of Bharata's race. And Yudhishthira, O king, with the Patachturas, the Hunas, the Pauravakas, and the Nishadas, became its two wings, so also the Pisachas, with the Kundavishas, and the Mandakas, the Ladakas, the Tanganas, and the Udras, O Bharata, and the Sauravas, the Tumhamas, the Vatsas, and the Nakulas. And Nakula and Sadeva placed themselves on the left wing. And on the joints of the wings were placed 10,000 cars, and on the head 100,000, and on the back 100 millions and 20,000, and on the neck 170,000. And on the joints of the wings and the extremities of the wings proceeded elephants in large bodies, looking, O king, like blazing mountains. And the rear was protected by Virata, aided by the Kakayas, and the ruler of Kasi and the king of the Chedis, with 30,000 cars. Forming, O Bharata, their mighty array thus, the Pandavas, expectant of sunrise, waited for battle, all cased in armor. And their white umbrellas, clean and costly, and brilliant as the sun, shone resplendent on their elephants and cars. Footnotes 125:1 Aplavas and Alpave are both correct. 125:2 in the first line of the 14th verse Avasashana seems to be incorrect. The Bombay text reads Avasashina, which I adopt. 126:1 the correct reading is Vishnu, and not Jishnu as in many of the Bengal texts. 127:1 Indrayata is Indra's bow or the rainbow. Akasaga, literally a ranger of the skies, is a bird. The vapory edifices and forms, constantly melting away and reappearing in new shapes, are called Gandharvanagar as lit. Towns of the Gandharvs or celestial choristers. 127:2 the Bengal reading is Savyambarava Banuna, which I have adopted. The Bombay reading is Mayuravanuna, which means like the mountain Meru with Sunday. It is difficult to make a choice between the two. 127:3 the Bombay text differs in many respects from the Bengal texts as regards the positions assigned to the several warriors and races in the Pandava host. it is impossible to settle the true readings. I have, therefore, without any attempt at correction, followed the Bengal text. 127:4 The last word of the 28th verse is Rathashucha, and not Dejeshucha, for umbrellas could not possibly be fastened to standards. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 51. Sanjaya said, beholding the mighty and terrible array called Krauncha formed by Pandu's son of immeasurable energy, thy son, approaching the preceptor, and Kripa, and Salya, O sire, and Somadatta's son, and Vikarna, and Aswathaman also, and all his brothers too, headed by Dasasana, O Bharata, and other immeasurable heroes assembled there for battle, said these timely words, gladdening them all. Armed with various kinds of weapons, ye all are conversant with the meaning of the scriptures. Ye mighty car warriors, each of you is singly capable of slaying in battle the sons of Pandu with their troops. How much more then, when ye are united together? Our host, therefore, which is protected by Bhishma, is immeasurable, while that host of theirs, which is protected by Bhima, is measurable. Let the Samsthanas, the Surasenas, the Vinikas, the Kukaras, the Rachakas, the Trigartas, the Madrakas, the Yavnas, with Satranjayas, and Dasasana, and that excellent hero Vikarna, and Nanda and Upanandaka, and Chitrasena, along with the Manapadrakas, protect Bhishma with their respective troops. Then Bhishma and Drona and thy sons, O sire, formed a mighty array for resisting that of the Parthas. And Bhishma, surrounded by a large body of troops, advanced, leading a mighty army, like the chief of the Celestials himself. And that mighty bowman, the son of Bharadvaja, endued with great energy, followed him with the Kunthalas, the Dasarnas, and the Magadhas, O king, and with the Vidarbhas, the Malakas, the Karnas, and the Pravaranas also. And the Gandharas, the Sindhusavaras, the Sivas, and the Vasatas with all their combatants also followed Bhishma, that ornament of battle, and Sakuni, with all his troops, protected the son of Bharadvaja. And then King Duryodhana, united with all his brothers, with the Aswalakas, the Vikarnas, the Vamanas, the Kosalas, the Daradas, the Vrikas, as also the Kshudrakas and the Malavas, advanced cheerfully against the Pandava host. And Burishravas, and Sala, and Salya, and Bhagadatta, O sire, and Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, protected the left flank. And Somadatta, and Susaman, and Sudakshina, the ruler of the Kambojas, and Satyas, and Shrutayas, were on the right flank. And Aswathaman, and Kripa, and Kritavarman of Satwata's race, with a very large division of the troops, were stationed at the rear of the army. And behind them were the rulers of many provinces, and Kedamat, and Vasudana, and the powerful son of the king of Kasi. Then all the troops on thy side, cheerfully waiting for battle, O Bharata, blew their conches with great pleasure, and set up leonine roars. And hearing the shouts of those combatants, filled with delight the venerable Kuru grandsire, endued with great prowess, uttering a leonine roar, blew his conch. Thereupon, conches and drums and divers kinds of pieces and cymbals were sounded at once by others, and the noise made became a loud uproar. And Madhava and Arjuna, both stationed on a great car unto which were yoked white steeds, blew their excellent conches decked with gold and jewels. And Rishikesa blew the conch called Panchajanya, and Dhananjaya, that called Devdatta. And Vrkodara of terrible deeds blew the huge conch called Pandra. And Kunti's son King Yudhishthira blew the conch called Anantavijaya, while Nakula and Sadeva, those conches called Sagosa and Manapushpaka. And the ruler of Kasi, and Saivya, and Sikandin the mighty car warrior, and Drishtadyumna, and Virata, and the mighty car warrior Satyaki, and that great bowman the king of the Panchalas, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, all blew their large conches and set up leonine roars. And that great uproar uttered there by those heroes loudly reverberated through both the earth and the welkin. Thus, O great king, the Kurus and the Pandavas, both filled with delight, advanced against each other for battling again, and scorching each other thus. Footnotes 128:1 This identical verse occurs in the first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Ved, verse 10, chapter 25 of this Parvan, Anti. There following the commentators, particularly Sridhara, I have rendered aparyaptam and paryaptam as less than sufficient and sufficient. It would seem, however, that is erroneous. 129:1 For these names, Ved note in Anti, Bhishma Parva. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 52. Dhritarashtra said, when mine and the hostile hosts were thus formed into battle array, how did the foremost of smiters begin to strike? Sanjaya said, when all the divisions were thus arrayed, the combatants waited, each cased in mail, and with their beautiful standards all upraised. And beholding the Kuru host that resembled the limitless ocean, thy son Duryodhana, O king, stationed within it, said unto all the combatants on thy side, cased in mail, as ye are, begin ye the fight. The combatants then, entertaining cruel intentions, and abandoning their very lives, all rushed against the Pandavas, with standards upraised. The battle that took place then was fierce and made the hair stand on end. And the cars and elephants all got mixed together. And shafts with beautiful feathers, and endued with great energy and sharp points, shot by car warriors, fell upon elephants and horses. And when the battle began in this way, the venerable Kuru grandsire, the mighty armed Bhishma of terrible prowess, cased in mail, taking up his bow, and approaching them, showered an arrowy downpour on the heroic son of Subhadra, and the mighty car warrior Arjuna, and the ruler of the Kakayas and Virata, and Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race, as also upon the Chedi and the Matsya warriors. And that mighty array of the Pandavas wavered at the onset of that hero. And terrific was the encounter that took place between all the combatants. And horsemen and car warriors and foremost of steeds fell fast. And the car divisions of the Pandavas began to fly away. Then that tiger among men, Arjuna, beholding that mighty car warrior Bhishma, angrily said unto him of Vrishni's race, proceed to the place where the grandsire is. O thou of Vrishni's race, it is evident that this Bhishma, with wrath excited, will annihilate for Duryodhana's benefit my host. And this Drona, and Kripa, and Salya, and Vikarna, O Janardana, united with Dhritarashtra's sons, headed by Duryodhana, and protected by this firm bowman, will slaughter the Panchalas. Even I, therefore, shall stay Bhishma for the sake of my troops, O Janardana. Unto him Vasudeva then said, be careful, O Dhananjaya, for I will soon take thee, O hero, towards the grandsire's car. Having said this, O king, Soren took that car, which was celebrated over the world, before the car of Bhishma, with numerous banners all waving, with steeds looking handsome like a flight of white cranes, with standard upraised on which was the ape roaring fiercely, upon his large car of solar effulgence, and whose rattle resembled roar of the clouds, slaughtering the Kaurava divisions and the Surasenas also, the son of Pandu, that enhancer of the joys of friends, speedily came to the encounter. Him, thus, rushing impetuously like an infuriate elephant, and, thus, frightening in a battle brave combatants and felling them with his shafts, Bhishma the son of Santanu, protected by the warriors headed by Saint Hava and by the combatants of the east and the Saviras and the Kakayas, encountered with great impetuosity. Who else save the Kuru grandsire and those car warriors, viz., Drona and Vikartana's son, Karna, are capable of advancing in battle against the bearer of the bow called Gandiva? Then, O great king, Bhishma, the grandsire of the Kauravas, struck Arjuna with 77 arrows, and Drona struck him with 25, and Kripa with 50, and Duryodhana with 64, and Salya with 9 arrows, and Drona's son, that tiger among men, with 60, and Vikarna with 3 arrows, and Sandhava with 9, and Sakuni with 5. And Ardayani, O king, pierced Pandu's son with 3 broad-headed arrows. And, though pierced on all sides by them with sharp arrows, that great bowman, that mighty armed warrior, wavered not like mountain that is pierced with arrows. Thereupon he, the diadem decked, of immeasurable soul, O bull of Bharata's race, in return pierced Bhishma with 25, and Kripa with 9 arrows, and Drona with 60, O tiger among men, and Vikarna with 3 arrows, and Ardayani with 3 arrows, and the king, Duryodhana, also with 5. And then Satyaki, and Virata, and Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race, and the sons of Draupadi, and Abhimanyu, all surrounded him, proceeding to his support. Then the prince of the Panchalas, supported by the Samakas, advanced towards the great bowman Drona, who was engaged in seeking the welfare of Ganga's son. Then Bhishma, that foremost of Kar warriors, speedily pierced the son of Pandu with 80 sharp arrows, upon which the combatants on thy side were much gratified. Hearing the shouts of those lions among Kar warriors, Dhananjaya, endued with great prowess, then cheerfully entered into the midst of those lions among Kar warriors, and sported with his bow, O king, successively, aiming those mighty Kar warriors. Then that ruler of men, King Duryodhana, said unto Bhishma, beholding his own troops, thus, afflicted in battle by the son of Pritha: This mighty son of Pandu, O sire, accompanied by Krishna, felling all our troops, cutteth down our roots, even though thou, O son of Ganga, and that foremost of Kar warriors, Drona, are alive. O monarch, it is for thee only that this Karna, laying aside his weapons, doth not fight with the sons of Pritha in battle, though he is ever a well-wisher of mine. Do, therefore, that, O son of Ganga, by which Falguni may be slain. Thus addressed, O king, thy sire Devavrata, saying, Fie to Kshatriya usage, then proceeded towards Partha's car. And all the kings, O monarch, seeing both those warriors with white steeds yoked unto their cars stationed for battle, set up loud leonine roars, and also blew their conches, O sire. And Drona's son and Duryodhana, and thy son Vikarna, surrounding Bhishma in that combat, stood, O sire, for battle. And so all the Pandavas, surrounding the Dhananjaya, stood for fierce conflict. And the battle then commenced. And the son of Ganga pierced Partha in that combat with 9 shafts. And Arjuna pierced him in return with 10 shafts penetrating into the very vitals. Then, with 1,000 arrows, well shot, Pandu's son Arjuna, famed for his skill in battle, shrouded Bhishma on all sides. That arrowy net, however, of Partha, O king, Bhishma the son of Santanu baffled with an arrowy net of his own. And both well pleased, and both delighting in battle, fought with each other without each gaining any advantage over the other, and each desirous of counteracting the other's feats. And the successive flights of arrows shot from Bhishma's bow were seen to be dispersed by the shafts of Arjuna. And so the flights of arrows shot by Arjuna, cut off by the arrows of Ganga's son, all fell down on the ground. And Arjuna pierced Bhishma with 25 arrows of sharp points. And Bhishma, too, in that combat, pierced Partha in return with 9 arrows. And those 2 mighty warriors, those chastisers of foes, piercing each other's steeds, and also the shafts and the wheels of each other's cars, began to sport. Then, O king, Bhishma, that foremost of smiters, struck Vasudeva between his 2 breasts with 3 arrows. And the slayer of Madhu, struck with those shafts shot from Bhishma's bow, shone in that battle, O king, like a flowering Kinsuka. Then Arjuna, indignant at seeing Madhava, pierced in that combat the charioteer of Ganga's son with 3 arrows. And both heroes, striving with each other against each other's car, succeeded not in taking aim at each other in the combat. And in consequence of the ability and dexterity of the charioteers of both those warriors, both displayed, O king, beautiful circles and advancings and retreatings in respect of their moving cars. And, O monarch, seeing the opportunity to strike, they frequently changed positions, O king, for obtaining what they sought. And both the heroes blew their conches, mingling that blare with their leonine roars. And those mighty car warriors twanged their bows, both in the same manner. And with the blare of their conches and the rattle of their car wheels, the very earth was suddenly rent. And it began to tremble and produce subterranean noises. And nobody, O bull of Bharata's race, could detect any latches in either of them. Both of them was possessed of great might and great courage in battle, each was other's match. And by the sight of his standard alone, the Kauravas could approach him for aid. And so the Pandavas approached Pritha's son for aid, guided by his standard only. And beholding, O king, prowess thus displayed by those 2 foremost of men, O Bharata, all creatures present in that battle were filled with wonder. And none, O Bharata, observed any difference between the 2, just as none finds any transgression in a person observant of morality. And both of them, at times, became perfectly invisible in consequence of clouds of arrows. And soon enough both of them in that battle became visible. And the gods with Gandharvas and the Charanas, and the great rishis beholding their prowess, said unto one another, These mighty car warriors, when excited with rage, are incapable of ever being vanquished in battle by all the worlds with the gods, the Asuras, and the Gandharvas. This highly wonderful battle would be wonderful in all the worlds. Indeed, a battle such as this will never take place again. Bhishma is incapable of being conquered in combat by Pritha's son of great intelligence, showering his arrows in battle, with bow and car and steeds. So also that great bowman, the son of Pandu, incapable of being vanquished in battle by the very gods, Bhishma is not competent to conquer in combat. As long as the world itself will last, so long will this battle continue equally. We heard these words, O king, fraught with the praise of Ganga's son and Arjuna in battle brooded about there. And while those 2 were engaged in displaying their prowess, other warriors of thy side and of the Pandavas, O Bharata, slew one another in battle, with sharp-edged scimitars, and polished battle-axes, and innumerable arrows, and diverse kinds of weapons. And the brave combatants of both armies cut one another down, while that terrible and murderous conflict lasted. And the encounter also, O king, that took place between Drona and the prince of the Panchalas, was awful. Footnotes 130:1 The 26th verse in the Bengal texts consists of 3 lines. In the Bombay texts, the half sloka about Ardayani does not occur. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 53. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me, O Sanjaya, how that great bowman Drona and the Panchala prince of Prashada's race encounter each other in battle, each striving his best. I regard destiny to be superior, O Sanjaya, to exertion, when Santanu's son Bhishma, even, could not escape Pandu's son in battle. Indeed, Bhishma, when enraged in battle, could destroy all mobile and immobile creatures. Why, O Sanjaya, could he not then, by his prowess, escape the son of Pandu in battle? Sanjaya said, Listen, O king, quietly to this terrific battle. The son of Pandu is incapable of being vanquished by the very gods with Vasva. Drona with diverse arrows pierced Drishtadyumna and felled the latter's charioteer from his niche in the car. And, O sire, the enraged hero also afflicted Drishtadyumna's 4 steeds with 4 excellent shafts. And the heroic Drishtadyumna too pierced Drona in the combat with 9 sharp arrows and addressed him, saying, "Wait, wait." Then, again, Bharadvaja's son of great prowess and immeasurable soul, covered with his arrows the wrathful Drishtadyumna. And he took up a dreadful arrow for the destruction of Prashada's son, whose force resembled that of Sakra's bolt, and which was like a second rod of death. And beholding that arrow aimed by Bharadvaja in battle, loud cries of "Oh!" and "Alas!" arose, O Bharata, among all the combatants. And then we beheld the wonderful prowess of Drishtadyumna, insomuch that the hero stood alone, immovable like a mountain. And he cut off that terrible and blazing arrow coming towards him like his own death, and also showered an arrowy downpour on Bharadvaja's son. And beholding that difficult feat achieved by Drishtadyumna, the Panchalas with the Pandavas, filled with delight, set up loud shouts. And that prince, endued with great prowess, desirous of slaying Drona, hurled at him a dart of great impetuosity, decked with gold and stones of lapis lazuli. Thereupon the son of Bharadvaja, smiling the while, cut off into 3 fragments that dart decked with gold that was coming towards him impetuously. Beholding his dart thus baffled, Drishtadyumna of great prowess rained arrowy downpours on Drona, O king. Then that mighty car warrior Drona, baffling that arrowy shower, cut off when the opportunity presented the bow of Drupada's son. His bow, thus, cut off in the combat, that mighty warrior of great fame hurled at Drona a heavy mace endued with the strength of the mountain. And hurled from his hands, that mace coursed through the air for Drona's destruction. And then we beheld the wonderful prowess of Bharadvaja's son. By the lightness of his car's motion, he baffled that mace decked with gold, and having baffled it, he shot at Prashada's son many shafts of sharp edge, well tempered, furnished with golden wings, and whetted on stone. And these, penetrating through Prashada's coat of mail, drank his blood in that battle. Then the high-souled Drishtadyumna, taking up another bow, and putting forth his prowess, pierced Drona in that encounter with 5 shafts. And then those 2 bulls among men, both covered with blood, looked beautiful like 2 blossoming kinsukas in spring variegated with flowers. Then, O king, excited with wrath and putting forth his prowess at the head of his division, Drona once more cut off the bow of Drupada's son. And then that hero of immeasurable soul covered that warrior whose bow was cut off, with innumerable straight arrows like the clouds showering rain on a mountain. And he also felled his foe's charioteer from his niche in the car. And his 4 steeds, too, with 4 sharp arrows, Drona felled in that combat that set up a leonine roar. And with another shaft he cut off the leathern fence that cased Drishtadyumna's hand. His bow cut off, deprived of car, his steed slain, and charioteer overthrown, the prince of Panchala alighted from his car, mace in hand, displaying great prowess. But before he could come down from his car, O Bharata, Drona with his shafts cut off that mace into fragments. This feat seemed wonderful to us. And then the mighty prince of the Panchalas of strong arms, taking a large and beautiful shield decked with 100 moons, and a large scimitar of beautiful make, rushed impetuously from desire of slaying Drona, like a hungry lion in the forest towards an infuriate elephant. Then wonderful was the prowess that we behold of Bharadvaja's son, and his lightness of hand, and the use of weapons, as also the strength of his arms, O Bharata, inasmuch as, alone, he checked Prashada's son with a shower of arrows. And although possessed of great might in battle, he was unable to proceed further. And we behold the mighty car warrior Drishtadyumna staying where he did and warding off those clouds of arrows with his shield, using his arms with great dexterity. Then the mighty armed Bhima, endued with great strength, quickly came there, desirous of aiding in battle the high-souled son of Prashada. And he pierced Drona, O king, with 7 sharp-pointed arrows, and speedily caused Purusharthas' son to be taken up on another car. Then King Duryodhana urged the ruler of the Kalingas, supported by a large division, for the protection of Bharadvaja's son. Then that terrible and mighty division of the Kalingas, O ruler of men, rushed against Bhima at the command of thy son. And Drona then, that foremost of car warriors, abandoning the prince of Panchala, encountered Virata and Drupada together. And Drishtadyumna also proceeded to support King Yudhishthira in battle. And then commenced a fierce battle, making the hair stand on end, between the Kalingas and the high-souled Bhima, a battle that was destructive of the universe, terrific, and awful. Footnotes 133:1 in the first line of the 5th verse, the true reading is Avadhata and Nadamarsanam. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 54. Dhritarashtra said, "How did the ruler of the Kalingas, that commander of a large division, urged by my son, and supported by his troops, fight in battle with the mighty Bhimasena of wonderful feats, that hero wandering over the field of battle with his mace like death himself, club in hand?" Sanjaya said, "Thus urged by thy son, O great king, the mighty king of the Kalingas, accompanied by a large army, advanced towards Bhima's car. And Bhimasena, then, O Bharata, supported by the Chedis, rushed towards that large and mighty army of the Kalingas, abounding with cars, steeds, and elephants, and armed with mighty weapons, and advancing towards him with Kedamat, the son of the king of the Nishadas. And Shruteus also, excited with wrath, accoutred in mail, followed by his troops in battle array, and, accompanied by King Kedamat, came before Bhima in battle. And the ruler of the Kalingas with many thousands of cars, and Kedamat with 10,000 elephants, and the Nishadas, surrounded Bhimasena, O king, on all sides. Then the Chedis, the Matsyas, and Kurushas, with Bhimasena at their head, with many kings impetuously rushed against the Nishadas. And then commenced the battle, fierce and terrible, between the warriors rushing at one another from desire of slaughter. And terrific was the battle that suddenly took place between Bhima and his foes, resembling the battle, O great king, between Indra and the mighty host of Dithi's sons. And loud became the uproar, O Bharata, of that mighty army struggling in battle, that resembled the sound of the roaring ocean. And the combatants, O king, cutting one another, made the whole field resemble a crematorium strewn with flesh and blood. And combatants, impelled by the desire of slaughter, could not distinguish friend from foe. And those brave warriors, incapable of being easily defeated in battle, even began to strike down their own friend. And terrific was the collision that took place between the few and many, between the Chedis, on the one side, and the Kalingas and the Nishadas, O king, on the other. Displaying their manliness to the best of their power, the mighty Chedis, abandoning Bhimasena, turned back, and when the Chedis ceased to follow him, the son of Pandu, encountering all the Kalingas, did not turn back, depending upon the might of his own arms. Indeed, the mighty Bhimasena moved not, but from the terrace of his car covered the division of the Kalingas with showers of sharp arrows. Then that mighty bowman, the king of the Kalingas, and that car warrior, his son known by the name of Sakradeva, both began to strike the son of Pandu with their shafts. And the mighty armed Bhima, shaking his beautiful bow, and depending on the might of his own arms, fought with Kalinga, and Sakradeva, shooting in that battle innumerable arrows, slew Bhimasena's steeds with them. And beholding that chastiser of foes Bhimasena deprived of his car, Sakradeva rushed at him, shooting sharp arrows. And upon Bhimasena, O great king, the mighty Sakradeva showered arrowy downpours like the clouds after summer is gone. But the mighty Bhimasena, staying on his car whose steeds had been slain, hurled at Sakradeva a mace made of the hardest iron. And slain by that mace, O king, the son of the ruler of the Kalingas, from his car, fell down on the ground, with his standard and charioteer. Then that mighty car warrior, the king of the Kalingas, beholding his own son slain, surrounded Bhima on all sides with many thousands of cars. Then the mighty armed Bhima, endued with great strength, abandoning mace, took up a scimitar, desirous of achieving a fierce feat, and that bull among men also took up, O king, crescents made of gold. And the ruler of the Kalingas also, excited with wrath, and rubbing his bowstring, and taking up a terrible arrow, deadly, as poison of the snake, shot it at Bhimasena, desirous that monarch was of slaying, the Pandava. That sharp arrow, thus shot and coursing impetuously, Bhimasena, O king, cut in twain with his huge sword. And filled with delight he set up a loud shout, terrifying the troops. And the ruler of the Kalingas, excited with rage in that combat with Bhimasena, quickly hurled at him 14 bearded darts whetted on stone. The mighty armed son of Pandu, however, with that best of scimitars, fearlessly cut into fragments in a trice, O king, those darts while coursing through the welkin and before they could reach him. And having in that battle, thus, cut off those 14 darts, Bhima, that bull among men, beholding Banamat, rushed at him. Banamat then covered Bhima with a shower of arrows, and set up a loud shout, making the welkin resound with it. Bhima, however, in that fierce battle, could not bear that leonine shout. Himself endued with a loud voice, he also shouted very loudly. And at these shouts of his, the army of the Kalingas became filled with fear. In that battle they no longer regarded Bhima, O bull among men, as a human being. Then, O great king, having uttered a loud shout, Bhima, sword in hand, impetuously jumping on Banamat's excellent elephant, aided by the latter's tusks, gained, O sire, the back of that prince of tuskers, and with his huge sword cut Banamat, dividing him in the middle. That chastiser of foes, then, having thus slain in battle the prince of the Kalingas, next made his sword, which was capable of bearing a great strain, to descend upon the neck of that elephant. His head cut off, that prince of elephants fell down with a loud roar, like a crested mountain, whose base is eaten away by the impetuous surges of the sea. And jumping down, O Bharata, from that failing elephant, the prince of Bharata's race, of undepressed soul, stood on the ground, sword in hand and accoutred in mail, as before. And felling numerous elephants on all sides, he wandered over the field, making many paths for himself. And then he seemed to be like a moving wheel of fire, slaughtering whole divisions of cavalry, of elephants, and cars, and large bodies of infantry. And that lord among men, the mighty Bhima, was seen to move over the field with the activity of the hawk, quickly cutting off in that battle, with his sharp-edged sword, their bodies and heads, as also those of the combatants on elephant. And combatant on foot, excited with rage, all alone, and like Yama at the season of universal dissolution, he struck terror into his foes, and confounded those brave warriors. Only they that were senseless rushed with loud shouts at him, wandering in that great battle with impetuosity, sword in hand. And that grinder of foes, endued with great strength, cutting off the shafts and yokes of warriors on their cars, slew those warriors also. And Bhimasena was seen, O Bharata, to display diverse kinds of motions there. He wheeled about, and whirled about on high, and made side thrusts, and jumped forward, and ran above, and leapt high. And, O Bharata, he was also seen to rush forward and rush upward. And some, mangled by the high-souled son of Pandu by means of his excellent sword, shrieked aloud, struck at their vitals, or fell down deprived of life. And many elephants, O Bharata, some with trunks and the extremities of their tusks cut off, and others having their temporal globes cut open, deprived of riders, slew their own ranks and fell down uttering loud cries. and broken lances, O king, and the head of elephant drivers, and beautiful housings of elephants, and cords resplendent with gold, and collars, and darts and mallets and quivers, diverse kinds of machines, and beautiful bows, short arrows with polished heads, with hooks and iron crows for guiding elephants, bells of diverse shape, and hilts decked with gold, were seen by us falling down or, already, fallen along with riders of steeds. And with elephants, lying down, having the fore parts and hind parts of their bodies and their trunks cut off, or entirely slain, the field seemed to be strewn with fallen cliffs. That bull among men, having thus crushed the huge elephants, next crushed the steeds also. And, O Bharata, that hero also felled the foremost of cavalry soldiers. And the battle, O sire, that took place between him and them was fierce in the extreme. And hilts and traces, and saddle girths resplendent with gold, and covers for the back of steeds, and bearded darts, and costly swords, and coats of mail, and shields, and beautiful ornaments, were seen by us strewn over the ground in that great battle. And he caused the earth to be strewn over with blood, as if it were variegated with lilies. And the mighty son of Pandu, jumping high and dragging some car warriors down with his sword, felled them along with their standards. Frequently jumping up or rushing on all sides, that hero endued with great activity, wandering along many routes, caused the combatants to be amazed. And some he slew by his legs, and dragging down others he pressed them down under the earth. And others he cut off with his sword, and others he frightened with his roars. And others he threw down on the ground by the force of his thighs, as he ran. And others, beholding him, fled away in terror. It was thus that vast force of the Kalingas, endued with great activity, surrounding the terrible Bhimasena in battle, rushed at him. Then, O bull of Bharata's race, beholding Shrutayesh at the head of Kalinga troops, Bhimasena rushed at him. And seeing him advancing, the ruler of the Kalingas, of immeasurable soul, pierced Bhimasena between his breasts with 9 arrows. Struck with those shafts shot by the ruler of the Kalingas, like an elephant pierced with the hook, Bhimasena blazed up with wrath like fire fed with fuel. Then Asoka, that best of charioteers, bringing a car decked with gold, caused Bhima to mount on it. And thereupon that slayer of foes, the son of Kunti, speedily mounted on that car. And then he rushed at the ruler of the Kalingas, saying, "Wait, wait." And then the mighty Shrutayesh, excited with wrath, shot at Bhima many sharp arrows, displaying his lightness of hand, and that mighty warrior, Bhima, forcibly struck with those 9 sharp arrows shot by Kalinga from his excellent bow, yielded to great wrath, O king, like a snake struck with a rod. Then that foremost of mighty men, Bhima, the son of Pritha, excited with rage and drawing his bow with great strength, slew the ruler of the Kalingas with 7 shafts made wholly of iron. And with 2 shafts he slew the 2 mighty protectors of the car wheels of Kalinga. And he also dispatched Satyadeva and Satya to the abode of Yama. Of immeasurable soul, Bhima also, with many sharp arrows and long shafts, caused Ketamat to repair unto Yama's abode. Then the Kshatriyas of the Kalinga country, excited with rage and supported by many thousands of combatants, encountered the wrathful Bhimasena in battle. And armed with darts and maces and scimitars and lances and swords and battle-axes, the Kalingas, O king, hundreds upon hundreds surrounded Bhimasena. Baffling that risen shower of arrows, that mighty warrior then took up his mace and jumped down from his car with great speed. And Bhima then dispatched 700 heroes to Yama's abode. And that grinder of foes dispatched, in addition, 2,000 Kalingas to the region of death. And that feat seemed highly wonderful. And it was thus that the heroic Bhima of terrible prowess repeatedly felled in battle large bands of the Kalingas. and elephants deprived by Pandu's son, in that battle, of their riders, and afflicted with arrows wandered on the field, treading down their own ranks and uttering loud roars like masses of clouds driven by the wind. Then the mighty-armed Bhima, scimitar in hand, and filled with delight, blew his conch of terrible loudness. And with that blare he caused the hearts of all the Kalinga troops to quake with fear. And, O chastiser of foes, all the Kalingas seemed at the same time to be deprived of their senses. And all the combatants and all the animals shook with terror. And in consequence of Bhimasena wandering in that battle through many paths, or rushing on all sides like a prince of elephants, or frequently jumping up, a trance seemed to be engendered there that deprived his foes of their senses. And the whole Kalinga army shook with terror of Bhimasena, like a large lake agitated by an alligator. And struck with panic in consequence of Bhima of wonderful achievements, all the Kalinga combatants fled away in all directions. When, however, they were rallied again, the commander of the Pandava army, Drishtadyumna, O Bharata, ordered his own troops, saying, "Fight." Hearing the words of their commander, many leaders of the Pandava army, headed by Sikandin, approached Bhima, supported by many Kartavisions accomplished in smiting. And Pandu's son, King Yudhishthira the Just, followed all of them with a large elephant force of the color of the clouds. And thus urging all his divisions, the son of Prashada, surrounded by many excellent warriors, took upon himself the protection of one of the wings of Bhimasena. There exists nobody on earth, save Bhima and Satyaki, who to the prince of the Panchalas is dearer than his very life. That slayer of hostile heroes, the son of Prashada, beheld the mighty-armed Bhimasena, that slayer of foes, wandering among the Kalingas. He set up many shouts, O king, and was filled with delight, O chastiser of foes. Indeed, he blew his conch in battle and uttered a leonine roar. And Bhimasena also, beholding the red standard of Drishtadyumna on his car decked with gold, and unto which were yoked steeds white as pigeons, became comforted. And Drishtadyumna of immeasurable soul, beholding Bhimasena encountered by the Kalingas, rushed to the battle for his rescue. And both those heroes, Drishtadyumna and Vrkodara, endued with great energy, beholding Satyaki at a distance, furiously encountered the Kalingas in battle. And that bull among men, the grandson of Seni, that foremost of victorious warriors, quickly advancing to the spot, took up the wing of both Bhima and Prashada's son. Bow in hand, creating a great havoc there, and making himself fierce in the extreme, he began to slay the enemy in battle. And Bhima caused a river to flow there of bloody current, mingled with the blood and flesh of the warriors born in Kalinga. And beholding Bhimasena then, the troops cried aloud, O king, saying, This is Death himself that is fighting in Bhima's shape with the Kalingas. Then Santanu's son Bhishma, hearing those cries in battle, quickly proceeded towards Bhima, himself surrounded on all sides with combatants in army. Thereupon, Satyaki and Bhimasena and Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race rushed towards that car of Bhima decked with gold. And all of them, quickly surrounding Ganga's son in battle, pierced Bhishma, each with 3 terrible shafts, without losing a moment. Thy sire Devavrata, however, in return pierced each of those mighty bowmen striving, in battle, with 3 straight shafts. And checking those mighty car warriors, with thousands of arrows he slew with his shafts the steeds of Bhima decked with golden armor. Bhima, however, endued with great energy, staying on that car whose steeds had been slain, with great impetuosity hurled a dart at Bhishma's car. Thy sire Devavrata then, in that battle, cut off that dart in twain before it could reach him, and thereupon it fell down on the earth. Then that bull among men, Bhimasena, taking up a heavy and mighty mace made of Saikya iron, speedily jumped down from his car. And Drishtadyumna, quickly taking up that foremost of car warriors on his own car, took away, in the very sight of all the combatants, that renowned warrior. And Satyaki then, from desire of doing what was agreeable to Bhima, felled with his shaft the charioteer of the reverend Kuru grandsire. Upon his charioteer being slain, that foremost of car warriors, Bhishma, was borne away from the field of battle by his steeds with the speed of the wind. And when that mighty car warrior was, thus, taken away from the field, Bhimasena then, O monarch, blazed up like a mighty fire while consuming dry grass. And slaying all the Kalingas, he stayed in the midst of the troops, and none, O bull of Bharata's race, of thy side ventured to withstand him. And worshipped by the Panchalas and the Matsyas, O bull of Bharata's race, he embraced Drishtadyumna and then approached Satyaki. And Satyaki, the tiger among the Yadus, of prowess incapable of being baffled, then gladdening Bhimasena, said unto him, in the presence of Drishtadyumna, these words: By good luck the king of the Kalingas, and Kedamat, the prince of the Kalingas, and Sakradeva also of that country, and all the Kalingas, have been slain in battle. With the might and prowess of thy arms, by thee alone, hath been crushed the very large division of the Kalingas that abounded with elephants and steeds and cars, and with noble warriors and heroic combatants. Having said this, the long-armed grandson of Seni, that chastiser of foes, quickly getting upon his car, embraced the son of Pandu. And then that mighty car warrior, coming back to his own car, began to slay thy troops, excited with rage and strengthening the hands of Bhima. Footnotes 136:1 in the first line of 29. The correct reading is Prishna and not Pritana. 138:1 Samakritam or Samuthatam, meaning risen, is scarcely a happy adjective here. 138:2 Parshni is the wing or side of a car warrior. The last word of this verse is not Saparashakaitam but Saparashervardam. 139:1 Kovdara is the species of ebony called Bauhinia variegata. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 55. Sanjaya said, when the forenoon of that day had passed away, O Bharata, and when the destruction of cars, elephants, steeds, foot soldiers, and horse soldiers proceeded on, the prince of Panchala engaged himself in battle with these three mighty car warriors, viz., Drona's son, Salya, and the high-souled Kripa. And the mighty heir of Panchala's king with many sharp shafts slew the steeds of Drona's son that were celebrated over all the world. Deprived then of his animals, Drona's son, quickly getting up on Salya's car, showered his shafts on the hair of the Panchala king. And beholding Drishtadyumna engaged in battle with Drona's son, the son of Subhadra, O Bharata, quickly came up scattering his sharp arrows. And, O bull of Bharata's race, he pierced Salya with 25, and Kripa with 9 arrows, and Aswathaman with 8. Drona's son, however, quickly pierced Arjuna's son with many winged arrows, and Salya pierced him with 12, and Kripa with 3 sharp arrows. Thy grandson Lakshmana then, beholding Subhadra's son engaged in battle, rushed at him, excited with rage. And the battle commenced between them. And the son of Duryodhana, excited with rage, pierced Subhadra's son with sharp shafts in that combat. And that feat, O king, seemed highly wonderful. The light-handed Abhimanyu then, O bull of Bharata's race, excited with rage, quickly pierced his cousin with 500 arrows. Lakshmana also, with his shafts, then cut off his cousin's bowstaff at the middle, at which, O monarch, all the people sent forth a loud shout. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, the son of Subhadra, leaving aside that broken bow, took up another that was beautiful and tougher. And thereupon those two bulls among men, thus engaged in combat and desirous of counteracting each other's feats, pierced each other with sharp shafts. King Duryodhana then, O monarch, beholding his mighty son thus afflicted by thy grandson, Abhimanyu, proceeded to that spot. And when thy son turned towards that spot, all the kings surrounded the son of Arjuna on every side with crowds of cars. And capable of being defeated in battle and equal in prowess unto Krishna himself, that hero, O king, thus surrounded by those heroes, was not agitated in the least. Then Dhananjaya, beholding Subhadra's son engaged in battle, rushed to that spot, excited with wrath, desirous of rescuing his own son. Thereupon the kings, on the Kuru side, headed by Bhishma and Drona and with cars, elephants, and steeds, rushed impetuously at Savyasakan. Then a thick earthly dust, suddenly raised by foot soldiers and steeds and cars and cavalry troopers, covering the sky appeared on the view. And those thousands of elephants and hundreds of kings, when they came within reach of Arjuna's arrows, were all unable to make any further advance. And all creatures there set up loud wails, and the points of the compass became dark. And then the transgression of the Kurus assumed a fierce and dreadful aspect as regards its consequences. Neither the welkin, nor the cardinal points of the compass, nor the earth, nor the sun, could be distinguished, O best of men, in consequence of the arrows shot by Kiritan. And many were the elephants there deprived of the standards on their backs, and many car warriors also deprived of their steeds. And some leaders of car divisions were seen wandering, having abandoned their cars. And other car warriors, deprived of their cars, were seen to wander hither and thither, weapon in hand and their arms graced with ingathas. And riders of steeds abandoning their steeds and of elephants abandoning their elephants from fear of Arjuna, O king, fled away in all directions. And kings were seen felled or falling from cars and elephants and steeds in consequence of Arjuna's shafts. And Arjuna, assuming a fierce countenance, cut off with his terrible shafts the upraised arms of warriors, mace in grasp, and arms bearing swords, O king, or darts, or quivers, or shafts, or bows, or hooks, or standards, all over the field. And spiked maces broken in fragments, and mallets, O sire, and bearded darts, and short arrows, and swords also, in that battle, and sharp-edged battle-axes, and lances, O Bharata, and shields broken into pieces, and coats of mail also, O king, and standards, and weapons of all kinds thrown away, and umbrellas furnished with golden staves, and iron hooks also, O Bharata, and goads and whips, and traces also, O sire, were seen strewn over the field of battle in heaps. There was no man in thy army, O sire, who could advance against the heroic Arjuna in battle. Whoever, O king, advanced against Pritha's son in battle, pierced by sharp shafts, was dispatched to the other world. When all these combatants of thine had fled away, Arjuna and Vasudeva blew their excellent conches. Thy sire Devavrata then, beholding the Kuru host routed, smilingly addressed the heroic son of Bharadvaja in the battle and said, This mighty and heroic son of Pandu, viz., Dhananjaya, accompanied by Krishna, is dealing with our troops as he alone is competent to deal with them. He is incapable of being vanquished in battle today by any means, judging by his form that we see now so like unto that of the destroyer himself at the end of the Yuga. This vast host again of ours is incapable of being rallied. Behold, looking at one another, our troops are flying away. Yon sun, robbing in every way the vision of the whole world, is about to reach that best of mountains called Asta. For this, O bull among men, I think that the hour is come for the withdrawal of the army. The warriors, who have all been tired and struck with panic, will never fight. Having said this unto Drona, that best of preceptors, Bhishma, that mighty car warrior, caused thy army to be withdrawn. And then when the sun set, the withdrawal of both thy army and theirs took place, O sire, and twilight set in. Footnotes 140:1 The Bombay reading Vegavadaram is better. Literally, it means capable of imparting a greater impetus. To avoid such periphrasis, I render it tougher. 141:1 The sense is that all these were entirely shrouded by Arjuna's arrows. 141:2 The true reading is Charmanam and not Varmanam, also Bhumapa and Butal. 142:1 i.e. is about to set. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 56. Sanjaya said, when the night having passed away, the dawn came, Santanu's son Bhishma, that chastiser of foes, gave the order for the Kuru army to prepare for battle. And the son of Santanu, the old Kuru grandsire, desirous of victory to thy sons, formed that mighty array known after the name of Garuda. And on the beak of that Garuda was thy sire Devavrata himself. And its two eyes were Bharadvaja's son and Kritavarman of Satwata's race. And those renowned warriors, Aswathaman and Kripa, supported by the Trigartas, the Matsyas, the Kakayas, and the Vadadanas, were in its head. And Burishravas and Sala, and Salya and Bhagadata, O sire, and the Madrakas, the Sindhusuviras, and they that were called the Panchanodas, together with Jayadratha, were placed on its neck. And on its back was King Duryodhana with all his followers. And Vinda and Anuvinda of Avanti, and the Kamvojas with the Sakas, and the Surasenas, O sire, formed its tail, O great king. And the Magadhas and the Kalingas, with all the tribes of the Dasarakas, accoutred in mail, formed the right wing of that array. And the Kurushas, the Vikunjas, the Mundas, and the Kandavrishas, with Vrithadvala, were stationed on the left wing. Then that chastiser of foes, Savyasakan, beholding the host disposed in battle array, aided by Drishtadyumna, disposed his troops in counter array. And in opposition to that array of thine, the son of Pandu formed fierce array after the form of the half-moon. And stationed on the right horn, Bhimasena shone, surrounded by kings of diverse countries abundantly armed with various weapons. Next to him were those mighty car warriors Virata and Drupada, and next to them was Nila armed with envenomed weapons. And next to Nila was the mighty car warrior Drishtaketu, surrounded by the Chedis, the Kasis, the Kurushas, and the Kauravas. And Drishtadyumna and Sikandin, with the Panchalas and the Prabhadrakas, and supported by other troops, were stationed in the middle, O Bharata, for battle. And thither also was King Yudhishthira the Just, surrounded by his elephant division. And next to him were Satyaki, O king, and the 5 sons of Draupadi. And immediately next to them was Iravan. And next to him were Bhimasena's son, Gatotkacha, and those mighty car warriors, the Kakayas. And next, on the left horn of that array, was that best of men, viz., he who had for his protector, Janardana, that protector of the whole universe. It was thus that the Pandavas formed their mighty counter-array for the destruction of thy sons and of those who had sided with them. Then commenced the battle between thy troops and those of the foe, striking one another, and in which cars and elephants mingled in the clash of combat. Large numbers of elephants and crowds of cars were seen everywhere, O king, to rush towards one another for purposes of slaughter. And the rattle of innumerable cars rushing to join the fray, or engaged separately, raised a loud uproar, mingling with the beat of drums. And the shouts of the heroic combatants belonging to thy army and theirs, O Bharata, slaying one another in that fierce encounter, reached the very heavens. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 57. Sanjaya said, after the ranks of thy army and theirs had been disposed in battle array, that mighty car warrior, Dhananjaya, felling in that conflict leaders of car divisions with his arrows, caused a great carnage, O Bharata, among the car ranks. The Dhritarashtra's, thus, slaughtered in battle by Pritha's son, like the destroyer himself at the end of the Yuga, still fought perseveringly with the Pandavas. Desirous of winning, blazing glory, and bent upon making death the only ground for a cessation of the fight, with minds undirected to anything else, they broke the Pandava ranks in many places and were also themselves broken. Then both the Pandava and the Kaurava troops broke, changed positions, and fled away. Nothing could be distinguished. An earthly dust arose, shrouding the very sun. And nobody there could distinguish either the cardinal or the subsidiary directions. And everywhere the battle raged, O king, the combatants being guided by the indications afforded by colors, by watchwords, names, and tribal distinctions. And the array of the Kauravas, O king, could not be broken, duly protected as it was by Bharadvaja's son, O sire. And so the formidable array of the Pandava also, protected by Savyasakan, and well guarded by Bhima, could not be broken. And the cars and elephants in close ranks, O king, of both the armies and other combatants, coming out of their respective arrays, engaged in conflict. And in that fierce battle cavalry soldiers felled cavalry soldiers, with polished swords of sharp edges and long lances. And car warriors, getting car warriors, within reach, in that fierce conflict, felled them with shafts decked with golden wings. And elephant riders, of thy side and theirs, felled large numbers of elephant riders in close ranks, with broad-headed shafts and arrows and lances. And large bodies of infantry, inspired with wrath towards one another, cheerfully felled combatants of their own class with short arrows and battle axes. And car warriors, O king, getting elephant riders, within reach, in that conflict, felled them along with their elephants. And elephant riders similarly felled car warriors. And, O bull of Bharata's race, the cavalry soldier with his lance felled the car warrior in that conflict, and the car warrior also felled the cavalry soldier. And both the armies the foot soldier felled the car warrior in the combat, and the car warrior felled the foot soldiers with sharp weapons. And elephant riders felled horse riders, and horse riders felled warriors on the backs of elephants. And all this appeared exceedingly wonderful. And here and their foot soldiers were felled by foremost of elephant riders, and elephant riders were seen to be felled by the former. And bands of foot soldiers, by hundreds and thousands, were seen to be felled by horse riders, and horse riders by foot soldiers. And strewn with broken standards and bows and lances and housings of elephants, and costly blankets and bearded darts, and maces, and clubs furnished with spikes, and campanas, and darts, and variegated coats of mail and kunapas, and iron hooks, and polished scimitars, and shafts furnished with golden wings, the field, O best of Bharata's race, shone as if with floral wreaths. And the earth, miry with flesh and blood, became impassable with the bodies of men and steeds and elephants slain in that dreadful battle. And drenched with human blood, the earthy dust disappeared. And the cardinal points, all around, became perfectly clear, O Bharata. And innumerable headless trunks rose up all around, indicating, O Bharata, of the destruction of the world. And in that terrible and awful battle, car warriors were seen to run away in all directions. Then Bhishma and Drona, and Jayadratha, the ruler of the Sindhus, and Parumithra, and Vikarna, and Sakuni the son of Suvala, these warriors invincible in battle and possessed of leonine prowess staying in battle, broke the ranks of the Pandavas. And so Bhimasena and the Rakshasa Gatakacha, and Satyaki, and Chekatana, and the sons of Draupadi, O Bharata, supported by all the kings, on their side, began to grind thy troops and thy sons stationed in battle, like the gods grinding the Danavas. And those bulls among Kshatriyas, striking one another in battle, became terrible to behold and covered with blood shone like kinsukas. And the foremost warriors of both armies, vanquishing their opponents, looked, O king, like the planetary luminaries in the firmament. Then thy son Duryodhana, supported by 1,000 cars, rushed to battle with the Pandavas and the Rakshasa. And so all the Pandavas, with a large body of combatants, rushed in battle against those chastisers of foes, the heroic Bhishma and Drona. And the diadem-decked Arjuna, also, excited with rage, rushed against the foremost of kings. And Arjuna's son, Abhimanyu, and Satyaki, both advanced against the forces of Suvala's son. And then commenced once more a fearful battle, making the hair to stand on end, between thine and the enemy's troops, both desirous of vanquishing each other. Footnotes 143:14 Satyatha Tina. The Bombay text reads Satyasandana. I follow the Bengal reading. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 58. Sanjaya said, Then those kings, excited with rage, beholding Falguni in battle, surrounded him on all sides with many thousands of cars. And having, O Bharata, surrounded him with multitudinous division of cars, they shrouded him from all sides with many thousands of shafts. And bright lances of sharp points, and maces, and clubs endued with spikes, and bearded darts and battle-axes, and mallets and bludgeons they hurled at Falguni's car, excited with rage. And that shower of weapons approaching, towards him, like a flight of locusts, Pritha's son checked on all sides with his gold-decked arrows. And beholding there on that occasion the superhuman lightness of hand that Vibhatsu possessed, the gods, the Danavas, the Gandharvas, the Pisachas, the Uragas, and the Rakshasas eulogized Falguni, O king, saying, Excellent, excellent. And the heroic Gandharvas, along with Suvala's son, with a large force, surrounded Satyaki and Abhimanyu. Then the brave warriors, led by Suvala's son from anger, cut into pieces the excellent car of the Vrishni hero, with weapons of diverse kinds. And in course of that fierce conflict, Satyaki, abandoning that car of his, speedily mounted on Abhimanyu's car, O chastiser of foes. And those two, mounted on the same car, then began to speedily slaughter the army of Suvala's son with straight arrows of sharp points. And Drona and Bhishma, steadily struggling in battle, began to slaughter the division of King Yudhishthira the Just, with sharp shafts furnished with the feathers of the kanka bird. Then the son of Dharma and 2 other sons of Pandu by Madri, in the very sight of the whole army, began to grind the division of Drona. And the battle that took place there was fierce and awful, making the hair stand on end, like the terrible battle that took place between the gods and the Asuras in days of yore. And Bhimasena and Gatakacha both achieved mighty feats. Then Duryodhana, approaching, checked them both. And the prowess we then beheld of Hidimva's son was exceedingly wonderful, insomuch that he fought in battle, O Bharata, transcending his very father. And Bhimasena, the son of Pandu, excited with wrath, pierced the vindictive Duryodhana in the breast, with an arrow, smiling the while. Then King Duryodhana, afflicted by the violence of that blow, sat down on the terrace of his car and swooned away. And his charioteer then, beholding him senseless, speedily bore him away, O king, from battle. And then the troops that supported Duryodhana broke and fled. And thereupon Bhima, smiting that Kuru army thus flying away in all directions, with sharp-pointed shafts, pursued it behind. And Prashada's son, Drishtadyumna, that foremost of warriors, and Pandu's son King Yudhishthira, the just, in the very sight, O Bharata, of both Drona and Ganga's son, slew their army with sharp shafts capable of slaying hostile forces. That host of thy son, thus flying away in battle, those mighty car warriors, Bhishma and Drona were incapable of checking. For though attempted to be checked by Bhishma and the high-souled Drona, that host fled away in the very sight of Drona and Bhishma. And then when those 1,000 of car warriors fled away in all directions, Subhadra's son and that bull of Seni's race, both stationed on the same car, began, O chastiser of foes, to slaughter the army of Suvala's son of battle. And Seni's grandson and that bull of Kuru's race looked resplendent like the sun and the moon when together in the firmament after the last lunation of the dark fortnight has passed away. And then Arjuna also, O king, excited with rage, showered arrows on thy army like the clouds pouring rain in torrents. And the Kaurava army, thus slaughtered in battle with the shafts of Partha, fled away, trembling in grief and fear. And beholding the army flying away, the mighty Bhishma and Drona, excited with rage and both desirous of Duryodhana's welfare, sought to check it. Then King Duryodhana himself, comforting the combatants, checked that army, then flying away in all directions. And thereupon all the mighty Kshatriya car warriors stopped, each at the spot where he saw thy son. And then others among the common soldiers, beholding them stopped of their own accord, O king, from shame and desire of displaying their courage unto one another. And the impetuosity, O king, of that army thus rallied to the fight resembled that of the surging sea at the moment of the moon's rise. And King Duryodhana, beholding that army of his rallied for the fight, quickly repaired to Santanu's son Bhishma and said these words: O grandsire, listen to what I say, O Bharata. When, O son of Kuru, thou art alive, and Drona, that foremost of persons conversant with weapons, along with his son and with all our other friends, is alive, and then that mighty bowman Kripa also is alive, I do not regard it as at all creditable that my army should thus fly away. I do not regard the Pandavas to be, by any means, a match for thee or for Drona in battle, or for Drona's son, or for Kripa. Without doubt, O grandsire, the sons of Pandu are being favored by thee, inasmuch as thou forgivest, O hero, this slaughter of my army. Thou shouldst have told me, O king, before this battle took place, that thou wouldst not fight with the Pandavas. Hearing such words from thee, as also from the preceptor, O Bharata, I would then have, with Karna, reflected upon what course I should pursue. If I do not deserve to be abandoned by you two in battle, then, O bulls among men, do ye fight according to the measure of your prowess. Hearing these words, Bhishma, laughing repeatedly, and turning up his eyes in wrath, said to thy son, Many a time, O king, have I said unto thee words worthy of thy acceptance and fraught with thy good. The Pandavas are incapable of being vanquished in battle by the very gods, with Vasva amongst them. That, however, which my aged self is capable of doing, I will do to the extent of my power, O best of kings, in this battle. Witness it now with thy kinsmen. Today, in the very sight of all, alone I shall check the sons of Pandu at the head of their troops and with all their kinsfolk. Thus addressed by Bhishma, thy son, O king, filled with delight, caused conches to be blown and drums to be beaten. And the Pandavas also, O king, hearing that loud uproar, blew their conches, and caused their drums and cymbals to be played upon. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 59. Dhritarashtra said, after that dreadful vow had been made in battle by Bhishma, enraged by the words of my son, What, O Sanjaya, did Bhishma do unto the sons of Pandu, or what did the Panchalas do unto the grandsire? Tell it all unto me, O Sanjaya. Sanjaya said, after the forenoon of that day, O Bharata, had passed away, and the sun in his westward course had passed a portion of his path, and after the high-souled Pandavas had won the victory, thy sire Devavrata, conversant with the distinction of all codes of morality, rushed carried by the fleetest steeds, towards the army of the Pandavas, protected by a large force and by all thy sons. Then, O Bharata, in consequence of thy sinful policy, commenced a dreadful battle, making the hair stand on end, between ourselves and the Pandavas. And the twang of bows, the flapping of bowstrings against the leathern fences, casing the hands of the bowmen, mingling together, made a loud uproar resembling that of splitting hills. Stay here, I stand, know this one, turn back, stand, I wait for thee, strike. These were the words heard everywhere. And the sound of falling coats of mail made of gold, of crowns and diadems, and of standards resembled the sound of falling stones on a stony ground. And heads, and arms decked with ornaments, falling by hundreds and thousands upon the ground, moved in convulsions. And some brave combatants, with heads severed from their trunks, continued to stand weapons in grasp or armed with drawn bow. And a dreadful river of blood began to flow there, of impetuous current, miry with flesh and blood, and with the bodies of dead elephants for its subaqueous rocks. Flowing from the bodies of steeds, men, and elephants, and delightful to vultures and jackals, it ran towards the ocean represented by the next world. A battle such as that, O king, which, then, took place between thy sons, O Bharata, and the Pandavas, was never seen or heard before. And in consequence of the bodies of combatants slain in that conflict, cars could not make their way. And the field of battle, in consequence of the bodies of slain elephants, seemed to be strewn over with blue crests of hills. And the field of battle, strewn with variegated coats of mail and turbans, O sire, looked beautiful like the firmament autumn. And some combatants were seen who, though severely wounded, yet rushed cheerfully and proudly upon the foe in battle. And many, fallen on the field of battle, cried aloud, saying, O father, O brother, O friend, O kinsman, O companion, O maternal uncle, do not abandon me. And others cried aloud, saying, Come. Come thou here. Why art thou frightened? Where dost thou go? I stand in battle, do not be afraid. And in that combat Bhishma, the son of Santanu, with bow incessantly drawn to a circle, shot shafts of blazing points, resembling snakes of virulent poison. And shooting continuous line of arrows in all directions, that hero of rigid vows smote the Pandavakar warriors, naming each beforehand, O Bharata. And displaying his extreme lightness of hands, and dancing, as it were, along the track of his car, he seemed, O king, to be present everywhere like a circle of fire. And in consequence of the lightness of his movements, the Pandavas in that battle, along with the Srinjayas, beheld that hero, though really alone, as multiplied 1,000-fold. And every one there regarded Bhishma as having multiplied himself by illusion. Having seen him now on the east, the next moment they saw him on the west. And so having seen him on the north, the next moment they saw him on the south. And the son of Ganga was thus seen fighting in that battle. And there was no one amongst the Pandavas capable of even looking at him. What they all saw were only the innumerable shafts shot from his bow. And heroic warriors, beholding him achieve such feats in battle, and, thus, slaughtering their ranks, uttered many lamentations. And kings in thousands came in contact with thy sire, thus coursing over the field in a superhuman way, and fell upon that fire represented by the enraged Bhishma like flights of senseless insects upon a blazing fire, for their own destruction. Not a single shaft of that light-handed warrior was futile, falling upon the bodies of men, elephants, and steeds, in consequence of the numbers opposed to him. With a single straight shaft shot in that battle, he dispatched a single elephant-like hill riven by the thunderbolt. 2 or 3 elephant riders at a time, cased in mail and standing together, thy sire pierced with one shaft of sharp point. Whoever approached Bhishma, that tiger among men, in battle, seen for a moment was, next beheld to fall down on the ground. And that vast host of King Yudhishthira the Just, thus slaughtered by Bhishma of incomparable prowess, gave way in 1,000 directions. And afflicted with that arrowy shower, the vast army began to tremble in the very presence of Vasudeva and the high-souled Partha. And although the heroic leaders of the Pandava army made great efforts, yet they could not check the flight of, even, the great car warriors of their side afflicted with the shafts of Bhishma. The prowess, in consequence of which that vast army was routed, was equal to that of the chief of the gods himself. And that army was so completely routed, O great king, that no two persons could be seen together. And cars and elephants and steeds were pierced all over, and standards and shafts of cars were strewn over the field. And the army of the sons of Pandu uttered cries of "Oh" and "Alas," and became deprived of senses. And the sire struck the son, and the son struck the sire, and friend challenged the dearest of friends to battle as if under the influence of fate. And others amongst the combatants of Pandu's son were seen, O Bharata, to run away, throwing aside their coats of mail, and with disheveled hair. And the army of the sons of Pandu, indulging in loud wails, including the very leaders of their best of car warriors, was seen to be as confounded as a very herd of kine. The delighter of the Yadavas then, beholding that army thus routed, said unto Partha, stopping that best of cars, which he guided, these words, "The hour is now come, O Partha, which was desired by thee. Strike Bhishma, O tiger among men, else thou wilt lose the senses. O hero, formerly, in the conclave of kings, thou hadst said, I will slay all the warriors of Dhritarashtra's sons, headed by Bhishma and Dronal in fact, who will fight with me in battle. O son of Kunti, O chastiser of foes, make those words of thine true. Behold, O Vibhatsu, this army of thine is being routed on all sides. Behold, the kings in Yudhishthira's host are all flying away, seeing Bhishma in battle, who looketh like the destroyer himself with wide open mouth. Afflicted with fear, they are making themselves scarce like the weaker animals at sight of the lion." Thus addressed, Dhananjaya replied unto Vasudeva, saying, "Plunging through this sea of the hostile host, urge on the steeds to where Bhishma is. I will throw down that invincible warrior, the reverend Kuru grandsire." Then Madhava urged those steeds of silvery hue to where, O king, the car of Bhishma was, that car which, like the very sun, was incapable of being gazed at. And beholding the mighty armed Partha thus rushing to an encounter with Bhishma, the mighty army of Yudhishthira rallied for battle. Then Bhishma, that foremost of warriors amongst the Kurus, repeatedly roaring like a lion, quickly covered Dhananjaya's car with an arrowy shower. In a moment that car of his, with standard and charioteer, became invisible, shrouded with that arrowy downpour. Vasudeva, however, endued with great might fearlessly, and summoning all his patience, began to guide those steeds mangled by Bhishma's shafts. Then Partha, taking up his celestial bow whose twang resembled the roar of the clouds, caused Bhishma's bow to drop down, cutting it off with his keen shafts. The Kuru warrior, thy sire, seeing his bow cut off, took up another and stringed it within the twinkling of the eye. And he stretched that bow whose twang resembled the roar of the clouds, with his 2 hands. But Arjuna, excited with wrath, cut off that bow also of his. Then the son of Santanu applauded that lightness of hand displayed by Arjuna, saying, "Excellent, O Partha, O thou of mighty arms, excellent, O son of Pandu. O Dhananjaya, such a mighty feat is, indeed, worthy of thee. I have been pleased with thee. Fight hard with me, O son." And having applauded Partha thus, and taking up another large bow, that hero shot his shafts at Partha's car. And Vasudeva then displayed his great skill in the guiding of chariot, for he baffled those shafts of his, by guiding the car in quick circles. Then, O sire, Bhishma with great strength pierced both Vasudeva and Dhananjaya with keen shafts all over their bodies. And mangled by those shafts of Bhishma, those two tigers among men looked like two roaring bulls with the scratches of horns on their bodies. And once again, excited with rage, Bhishma covered the two Krishnas on all sides with shafts in hundreds and thousands. And with those keen shafts of his, the enraged Bhishma caused him of Vrishni's race to shiver. And laughing loudly he also made Krishna to wonder. Then the mighty armed Krishna, beholding the prowess of Bhishma in battle as also the mildness with which Arjuna fought, and seeing that Bhishma was creating incessant showers of arrows in that conflict and looked like the all-consuming sun himself in the midst of the two armies, and marking besides, that hero was slaying the foremost of combatants in Yudhishthira's host and causing a havoc in that army as if the hour of dissolution had come, the adorable Kesava, that slayer of hosts, endued with immeasurable soul unable to bear what he saw, thought that Yudhishthira's army could not survive that slaughter. In a single day Bhishma can slaughter all the Daityas and the Danavas. With how much ease then can he slay in battle the sons of Pandu with all their troops and followers? The vast army of the illustrious son of Pandu is again flying away. And the Kauravas, also beholding the Samakas routed, are rushing to battle cheerfully, gladdening the grandsire. Accoutred in mail, even I will stay Bhishma today for the sake of the Pandavas. This burthen of the high-souled Pandavas even I will lighten. As regards Arjuna, though struck in battle with keen shafts, he knoweth not what he should do, from respect for Bhishma, and while Krishna was reflecting thus the grandsire, excited with wrath, once again shot his shafts at Partha's car. And in consequence of very great number of those arrows, all the points of the compass became entirely shrouded. And neither the welkin, nor the quarters, nor the earth, nor the sun himself of brilliant rays, could be seen. And the winds that blew seemed to be mixed with smoke, and all the points of the compass seemed to be agitated. And Drona, and Vikarna, and Jayadratha, and Burasrava, and Kritavarman, and Kripa, and Shritayesh, and the ruler of the Amvashtas, and Vinda, and Anyuvinda, Sudakshina, and the Westerners, and the diverse tribes of the Saviras, the Vasatas, and the Kshudrakas, and the Malavas, all these, at the command of the royal son of Santanu, quickly approached Kiritan for battle. And the grandson of Seni saw that Kiritan was surrounded by many hundreds of horse, and infantry, and cars, and mighty elephants. And beholding both Vasudeva and Arjuna thus encompassed by infantry and elephants and horses and cars on all sides, that foremost of all bearers of arms, viz., the chief of the Senis, quickly proceeded to that spot. And that foremost of bowmen, the chief of the Senis, quickly rushing at those troops, came to Arjuna's side like Vishnu coming to the aid of the slayer of Vritra. And that foremost warrior of Seni's race cheerfully said unto Yudhishthira's host all the combatants of which had been frightened by Bhishma, and whose elephants, steeds, cars, and numberless standards had been mangled and broken into pieces, and which was flying away from the field, these words, Ye Kshatriyas, where do ye go? This is not the duty of the righteous, as hath been declared by the ancients. Ye foremost of heroes, do not violate your pledges. Observe your own duties as heroes. Beholding that those foremost of kings were flying together from the field of battle, and marking the mildness with which Partha fought, and beholding also that Bhishma was exerting himself very powerfully in battle, and that the Kurus were rushing from all sides, the younger brother of Vasva, the high-souled protector of all the Dasaras, unable to bear it all, addressed the renowned grandson of Seni, and applauding him, said, O hero of Seni's race, they that are retreating are, indeed, retreating. They that are yet staying, O thou of the Satwata race, let them also go away. Behold, I will soon throw Bhishma down from his car, and Drona also in battle, with all their followers. There is none in the Kuru host, O thou of the Satwata race, who was able to escape my angry self. Therefore, taking up my fierce discus, I will slay Bhishma of high vows. And slaying in battle those two foremost of Kar warriors, viz. Bhishma along with his followers and Drona also, O grandson of Seni, I will gladden Dhananjaya, and the king, and Bhima, and the twin Ashwins. And slaying all the sons of Dhritarashtra and all those foremost of kings who have embraced their side, I will joyfully furnish King Ajatasattu with a kingdom today. Saying this, Vasudeva's son, abandoning the reins of the steeds, jumped down from the car, whirling with his right arm his discus of beautiful nave with edge sharp as a razor, effulgent as the sun and possessed of force equal to that of 1,000 bolts of heaven. And making the earth tremble under his tread, the high-souled Krishna rushed impetuously towards Bhishma. And that grinder of foes, the younger brother of the chief of the gods, excited with wrath, rushed towards Bhishma, staying in the midst of his troops, like a lion from desire of slaying upon a prince of elephants, blinded with fury and staying proudly for the attack. And the end of his yellow garments waving in the air looked like a cloud charged with lightning in the sky. And that lotus of a discus called Sudarsana, having for its stalk the beautiful arm of Soren, looked as beautiful as the primeval lotus, bright as the morning sun, which sprung from the navel of Narayana. And Krishna's wrath was the morning sun that caused that lotus to blow. And the beautiful leaves of that lotus were as sharp as the edge of a razor. And Krishna's body was the beautiful lake, and his right arm the stalk springing therefrom, upon which that lotus shone. And beholding the younger brother of Mahendra, excited with wrath and roaring loudly and armed with that discus, all creatures set out a loud wail, thinking that the destruction of the Kurus was at hand. And armed with his discus Vasudeva looked like the Samvarta fire that appears at the end of the Yuga for consuming the world. And the preceptor of the universe blazed up like a fierce comet risen for consuming all creatures. And beholding that foremost of bipeds, that divine personage, advancing armed with the discus, Santanu's son stationed on his car, bow and arrow in hand, fearlessly said, Come, come, O Lord of the gods, O thou that hast the universe for thy abode. I bow to thee, O thou that art armed with mace, sword, and saranga. O Lord of the universe, forcibly throw me down from this excellent car, O thou that art the refuge of all creatures in this battle. Slain here by thee, O Krishna, great will be my good fortune both in this world and the next. Great is the respect thou payest me, O Lord of the Vrishnis and the Andhakas. My dignity will be celebrated in the three worlds. Hearing these words of Santanu's son, Krishna rushing impetuously towards him said, Thou art the root of this great slaughter on earth. Thou wilt behold Duryodhana slain today. A wise minister who treadeth in the path of righteousness should restrain a king that is addicted to the evil of gambling. That wretch again of his race who transgresseth duty should be abandoned as one whose intelligence hath been misdirected by destiny. The royal Bhishma, hearing these words, replied unto the chief of the Yadus, saying, Destiny is all-powerful. The Yadus, for their benefit, had abandoned Kansa. I said this to the king, Dhritarashtra, but he minded it not. The listener that hath no benefit to receive becometh, for his own misery, of perverted understanding through the influence of destiny. Meanwhile, jumping down from his car, Partha, himself of massive and long arms, quickly ran on foot after that chief of Yadu's race possessed of massive and long arms, and seized him by his two hands. That first of all gods devoted in self, Krishna, was excited with rage. And therefore, though thus seized, Vishnu forcibly dragged Jishnu after him, like a tempest bearing away a single tree. The high-souled Partha, however, seizing them with great force his legs as he was proceeding at a quick pace towards Bhishma, succeeded, O king, in stopping him with difficulty at the 10th step. And when Krishna stopped, decked as he was with a beautiful garland of gold, cheerfully bowed down to him and said, "Quell this wrath of thine. Thou art the refuge of the Pandavas, O Kesava. I swear, O Kesava, by my sons and uterine brothers, that I will not withdraw from the acts to which I have pledged myself. O younger brother of Indra, at thy command I will certainly annihilate the Kurus." Hearing that promise and oath of his, Janardana became gratified. And ever engaged as he was in doing what was agreeable to Arjuna, that best of the Kurus, he once more, discus on arm, mounted on his car. And that slayer of foes once more took up those reins that he had abandoned, and taking up his conch called Panchajanya, Soren filled all the points of the compass and the welkin with its blare. And thereupon, beholding Krishna decked with necklace and ingatha and earrings, with curved eyelashes smeared with dust, and with teeth of perfect whiteness, once more take up his conch, the Kuru heroes uttered a loud cry. And the sound of cymbals and drums and kettle drums, and the rattle of car wheels and the noise of smaller drums, mingling with those leonine shouts, set forth from all the ranks of the Kurus, became a fierce uproar. And the twang of Partha's Gandiva, resembling the roll of the thunder, filled the welkin and all the quarters. And shot from the bow of Pandu's son, bright and blazing shafts proceeded in all directions. Then the Kuru king, with a large force, and with Bhishma and Purusharthas also, arrow in hand, and resembling a comet risen for consuming a constellation, rushed against him. And Purusharthas hurled at Arjuna 7 javelins furnished with wings of gold, and Duryodhana a lance of fierce impetuosity, and Salya a mace, and Santanu's son a dart. Thereupon, Arjuna, baffling with 7 shafts the 7 javelins, fleet as arrows, shot by Purusharthas, cut off with another keen-edged shaft the lance hurled from Duryodhana's arm. And the blazing dart coming towards him effulgent as lightning hurled by Santanu's son, and the mace hurled from the arm of the ruler of the Madras, that hero cut off with 2 other shafts. Then drawing with his 2 hands, and with great force his beautiful bow Gandiva of immeasurable energy, he invoked with proper mantras the highly wonderful and terrible Mahendra weapon, and caused it to appear in the welkin. And with that mighty weapon producing profuse showers of arrows endued with the effulgence of the blazing fire, that high-souled and mighty bowman, decked with diadem and garland of gold, checked the entire Kaurava host. And those shafts from Partha's bow, cutting off the arms, bows, standard tops, and cars, penetrated into the bodies of the kings and of the huge elephants and steeds of the foe. And filling the cardinal and the subsidiary directions with those sharp and terrible shafts of his, Pritha's son, decked with diadem and garland of gold, agitated the hearts of his foes by means of the twang of Gandiva. And in that awful passage at arms, the blare of conches and beat of drums and the deep rattle of cars were all silenced by the twang of Gandiva. And ascertaining that twang to be of Gandiva, King Virata and other heroes among men, and the brave Drupada, the king of the Panchalas, all proceeded to that spot with undepressed hearts. And all thy combatants stood, struck with fear, each at the spot where he heard that twang of Gandiva. And none amongst them ventured to proceed to that place whence that sound was heard. And in that awful slaughter of kings, heroic combatants were slain, and car warriors with those that guided their cars. And elephants with resplendent housings of gold and gorgeous standards on their backs, afflicted with broad-headed shafts failing upon them, suddenly fell down, deprived of life and their bodies mangled by keratin. And forcibly struck by Partha with his winged arrows of great impetuosity and broad-headed shafts of keen edge and points, the standards of innumerable kings stationed at the heads of their yantras and indrajalas were cut off. And bands of infantry and car warriors, in that battle, and steeds and elephants, fell fast on the field, their limbs paralyzed, or themselves speedily deprived of life, affected by the Nanjaya with those shafts. And, O king, many were the warriors who in that terrible conflict had their coats of mail and bodies cut through by that mighty weapon called after the name of Indra. And with those terrible and sharp shafts of his, Kiritan caused an awful river to run on the field of battle, having for its waters the blood flowing from the mangled bodies of the combatants and having for its froth their fat. And its current was broad and ran fiercely. And the bodies of elephants and steeds dispatched to the other world formed its banks. And its mire consisted of the entrails, the marrow, and the flesh of human beings, and prodigious Rakshasas formed the tall trees standing on its banks. And the crowns of human heads in profusion, covered with hair, formed its floating mess, and heaps of human bodies, forming its sandbanks, caused the current to flow in 1,000 directions. And the coats of mail strewn all over formed its hard pebbles. And its banks were infested by a large number of jackals and wolves and cranes and vultures and crowds of Rakshasas and packs of hyenas. And they that were alive beheld that terrible river of current consisting of fat, marrow, and blood, caused by the arrowy showers of Arjuna, that embodiment of man's cruelty, to look like the great Vedarani. And beholding the foremost warriors of that army of the Kurus thus slain by Falguni, the Chedis, the Panchalas, the Kurushas, the Matsyas, and all the combatants of the Pandava side, those foremost of men, elated with victory, together set up a loud shout for frightening the Kaurava warriors. And they uttered that cry indicative of victory, beholding the foremost combatants of the Kuru army, the very troops protected by mighty leaders of divisions, thus slain by Kiritan, that terror of foes, who frightened them like a lion frightening herds of smaller animals. And then the bearer of Gandiva himself and Janardana, both filled with delight, uttered loud roars. And the Kurus, with Bhishma, and Drona, and Duryodhana, and Valmika, exceedingly mangled by the weapons of Arjuna, beholding the sun withdraw his rays, and seeing also that awful and irresistible weapon called after the name of Indra spread out and causing, as it were, the end of the Yuga to appear, withdraw their forces for the nightly rest. And that foremost of men, Dhananjaya also, having achieved a great feat and won great renown by crushing his foes, and beholding the sun assume a red hue and the evening twilight to set in, and having completed his work, retired with his uterine brothers to the camp for nightly rest. Then when darkness was about to set in, there arose among the Kuru troops a great and terrible uproar. And all said, "In today's battle Arjuna hath slain 10,000 car warriors, and full 700 elephants. And all the Westerners, and the diverse tribes of the Saviras, and the Kshudrakas and the Malavas, have all been slain. The feat achieved by the Dhananjaya is a mighty one. None else is competent to achieve it. Shritayesh, the ruler of the Amvashtas, and Durmarshana, and Chitrasena, and Drona, and Kripa, and the ruler of the Sindhus, and Valmika, and Burishravas, and Salya, and Sala, O king, and other warriors by hundreds united together, along with Bhishma himself, have on battle, by the prowess of his own arms, been vanquished today by the angry son of Pritha, viz., Kiritan, that one mighty car warrior in the world." Talking thus, O Bharata, all the warriors of thy side went to their tents from the field of battle. And all the combatants of the Kuru army, frightened by Kiritan, then entered their tents illumined by thousands of torches, and beautified by innumerable lamps. Footnotes 153:1. What these were it is difficult to determine. The Bombay reading is different. For Indrajala they read in Dracula, which is as unknown as the other. 154:1. The Vedarani is the fabulous river that separate this world from the next. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 60. Sanjaya said, when the night passed away, O Bharata, the high-souled Bhishma, with wrath engendered, supported by a large force, and stationed at the head of the Bharata army, proceeded against the foe. and Drona and Duryodhana and Valhika, and also Durmarshana and Chitrasena, the mighty Jayadratha, and other royal warriors, supported by large divisions accompanied, surrounding him all sides. And surrounded by those great and mighty car warriors, endued with great prowess and energy, O king, he shone, O best of monarchs, in the midst of those foremost of royal warriors, like the chief of the celestials in the midst of the gods. And the magnificent standards on the backs of the elephants stationed in front of those ranks, of diverse colors, viz., red, yellow, black, and brown, waving in the air, looked exceedingly beautiful. And that army with the royal son of Santanu and other mighty car warriors, and with elephants and steeds, looked resplendent like a mass of clouds charged with lightning, or like the firmament, in the season of rains, with gathering clouds. And then the fierce army of the Kurus, bent on battle and protected by Santanu's son, rushed impetuously towards Arjuna like the fierce current of the ocean-going Ganga. Pervaded by diverse kinds of forces possessed of great strength, and having in its wings elephants, steeds, infantry, and cars in profusion, that array the high-souled, Arjuna, having the Prince of Apes on his banner, beheld from a distance to resemble a mighty mass of clouds. That high-souled hero, that bull among men, upon his car furnished with tall standard and unto which were yoked white steeds, at the head of his own division and surrounded by a mighty force, proceeded against the whole hostile army. And all the Kauravas with thy sons, beholding that eight-bannered warrior, with his excellent standard and handsome car shaft wrapped, and costly cover, accompanied by that bull of Yedu's race, his charioteer in battle, were filled with dismay. And thy army beheld that best of arrays, which was protected by that mighty car warrior of the world, viz., Kiritan, with weapons upraised to have at each of its corners 4,000 elephants. Like the array which was formed on the day before by that best of Kurus, viz., King Yudhishthira the Just, and like of which had never been seen or heard before by human beings, was this one of today, that the Pandavas formed. Then on the field of battle thousands of drums were loudly beaten, and there arose from all the divisions the loud blare of conches and the notes of trumpets and many leonine shouts. Then innumerable bows of loud twang, stretched by heroic warriors with shaft fixed on the bowstrings, and the blare of conches, silenced that uproar of drums and cymbals. And the entire welkin filled with that blare of conches was diffused with an earthly dust that made it wonderful to behold. And with that dust the sky looked as if a vast canopy were spread overhead. And beholding that canopy the brave warriors all rushed impetuously to battle. And car warriors, struck by car warriors, were overthrown with charioteers, steeds, cars, and standards. And elephants, struck by elephants, fell down, and foot soldiers struck by foot soldiers. And rushing horsemen, struck down by rushing horsemen with lances and swords, fell down with frightful countenances. And all this seemed exceedingly wonderful. And excellent shields decked with golden stars, and possessed of solar effulgence, broken by strokes of battle-axes, lances, and swords dropped on the field. And many car warriors mingled and bruised by the tusks and the strong trunks of elephants, fell down with their charioteers. And many bulls among car warriors struck by bulls among car warriors with their shafts, fell down on the ground. And many persons hearing the wails of horsemen and foot soldiers struck with the tusks and other limbs of elephants or crushed by the impetus of those huge creatures rushing in close ranks, fell down on the field of battle. Then when cavalry and foot soldiers were falling fast, and elephants and steeds and cars were flying away in fear, Bhishma, surrounded by many mighty car warriors, obtained sight of him who had the Prince of Apes on his standard. And the Palmyra-bannered warrior, viz., the son of Santanu, having 5 Palmyras on his standard, then rushed against the diadem-decked Arjuna, whose car, in consequence of the fleetness of the excellent steeds attached to it, was endued with wonderful energy, and which blazed like the very lightning in consequence of the energy of his mighty weapons. And so against that son of Indra, who was like unto Indra himself, rushed many other warriors headed by Drona and Kripa and Salya and Vivansati and Duryodhana, and also Somadatta's son, O king. Then the heroic Abhimanyu, the son of Arjuna, conversant with all weapons, encased in a handsome and golden coat of mail, rushing out of the ranks, quickly proceeded against all those warriors. And that son of Krishna, of feats incapable of being borne, baffling the mighty weapons of all those warriors of great strength, looked resplendent like the adorable Agni himself on the sacrificial altar of blazing flames, invoked with high mantras. Then Bhishma, of mighty energy, creating in that battle a very river whose waters were the blood of foes, and quickly avoiding Subhadra's son, encountered that mighty car warrior, viz., Partha himself. Then Arjuna, decked with diadem and garlands, with his Gandiva of wonderful mane, and twang loud as the roar of the thunder, shooting showers of arrows, baffled that shower of mighty weapons, shot by Bhishma. And that high-souled warrior, having the Prince of Apes on his banner, of feats incapable of being borne, then poured in return upon Bhishma, that best of all wielders of bows, a shower of sharp-edged arrows and polished shafts of broad heads. And so thy troops also beheld that shower of mighty weapons shot by him who had the Prince of Apes on his banner, opposed and dispersed by Bhishma like the maker of day dispelling the gloom of night. And the Kurus and the Srinjayas, and all the people there, beheld that single combat between those two foremost of men, viz., Bhishma and Dhananjaya, proceeding thus steadily and thus distinguished by the terrible twang of the bows of both. Footnotes 155:1 in the first line of the fifth. For Rajna of the Bengal texts, the Bombay text reads Gupta. I follow the Bengal reading, which is better. 155:2 in the second line of the sixth. For Sesar Sena, the Bombay reading is Sena Mahobra, which is better. I adopt it. 155:3 I adopt the Bengal reading Vyapta and not Vyala. 156:1 The word Saravarani in the text is rendered by K. P. Singha as quivers. Nilkantha explains it as coats of mail. There can be no doubt, however, that the Burdwan Pundits render it correctly as shields. 156:2 in the first line of 19th, the Bengal reading Sekanam is a mistake. The true reading is Satatanam. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 61. Sanjaya said, and Drona's son, and Bhurishrava's, and Chitrasena, O sire, and the son of Samimani also, all fought with Subhadra's son. And while fighting alone with 5 tigers among men, people beheld him possessed of exceeding energy, like a young lion fighting with 5 elephants. And no one among them equaled Krishna's son in sureness of aim, in bravery, in prowess, in lightness of hand, or in knowledge of weapons. And beholding his son, that chastiser of foes, thus struggling and displaying his prowess in battle, Partha set up a leonine roar. And seeing thy grandson, O king, thus afflicting thy host, thy warriors, O monarch, surrounded him on all sides. Then that smiter of foes, the son of Subhadra, depending upon his prowess and might, advanced with undepressed heart against the Dhritarashtra host. And while battling with the foe in that conflict, his mighty bow, endued with the effulgence of the sun, was seen by all to be incessantly stretched for striking. And piercing the son of Drona with 1 shaft, and Salya with 5, he overthrew the standard of Samimani's son with 8 shafts. And with another sharp-edged arrow he cut off the mighty dart of golden staff, resembling a snake, that was hurled at him by Somadatta's son. And the heir of Arjuna, baffling in the very sight of Salya, his hundreds of terrible shafts, slew his 4 steeds. Thereupon Bhurishrava's and Salya, and Drona's son and Samyamani, and Sala, struck with the fear at the strength of arms displayed by Krishna's son, could not stay before him. Then, O great king, the Trigartas and the Madras, with the Kakayas, numbering 25,000, urged by thy son, all of whom were foremost of men accomplished in the science of arms, and who were incapable of defeat by foes in battle, surrounded Kiritan with his son for slaying them both. Then, O king, that vanquisher of foes, the commander of the Pandava army, the prince of the Panchalas, beheld the cars of the father and the son, thus surrounded by the foe. Supported by many thousands of elephants and cars, and by 100,000 of cavalry and infantry, and stretching his bow in great wrath, he advanced against that division of the Madras and the Kakayas, O chastiser of foes, leading his troops with him. And that division of the Pandava army, protected by that renowned and firm bowman, and consisting of cars, elephants, and cavalry, looked resplendent as it advanced for the encounter. And while proceeding towards Arjuna, that perpetuator of Panchala's race struck Saradwat's son on his shoulder joint with 3 arrows. And piercing the Madrakas then with 10 sharp shafts, he speedily slew the protector of Kritavarman's rear. And that chastiser of foes then, with a shaft of broad head, slew Damana, the heir of the high-souled Paurava. Then the son of Samyamani pierced the Panchala prince incapable of defeat in the battle with 10 shafts, and his charioteer also with 10 shafts. Then that mighty bowman, thus severely pierced, licked with his tongue the corners of his mouth, and cut off his enemy's bow with a broad-headed shaft of excessive sharpness. And soon the prince of Panchala afflicted his foe with 25 arrows, and then slew his steeds, O king, and then both the protectors of his wings. Then, O bull of Bharata's race, Samyamani's son, standing on that car whose steeds were slain, looked at the son of the renowned king of the Panchalas. Then taking up a terrible scimitar of the best kind, made of steel, Samyamani's son, walking on foot, approached Drupada's son staying on his car. And the Pandavas, soldiers, and Drishtadyumna, also of Prashada's race, beheld him coming like a wave and resembling a snake fallen from the skies. And he whirled his sword and looked like the sun and advanced with the tread of an infuriate elephant. The prince of Panchala then, excited with rage, quickly taking up a mace, smashed the head of Samyamani's son, thus advancing towards him, sharp-edged scimitar in grasp and shield in hand, as soon as the latter, having crossed the shooting distance, was near enough to his adversary's car. And then, O king, while falling down deprived of life, his blazing scimitar and shield, loosened from his grasp, fell down with his body on the ground. And the high-souled son of the Panchala king, of terrible prowess, having slain his foe with his mace, won great renown. And when that prince, that mighty car warrior and great bowman, was thus slain, loud cries of "Oh and alas" arose among thy troops, O sire. Then Samyamani, excited with rage upon beholding his own son slain, impetuously rushed towards the prince of Panchala, who was incapable of defeat in battle. And all the kings of both the Kuru and the Pandava armies beheld those 2 princes and foremost of car warriors engaged in battle. Then that slayer of hostile heroes Samyamani, excited with wrath, struck Prashada's son with 3 shafts like the conductor of an elephant striking a mighty elephant with hooks. And so Salya also, that ornament of assemblies, excited with wrath, struck the heroic son of Prashada on his breast. And then commenced another battle there. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 62. Dhritarashtra said, I regard destiny to be superior to exertion, O Sanjaya, inasmuch as the army of my son is continually slaughtered by the army of the Pandavas. Thou always speakest, O Sutta, of my troops as being slaughtered, and thou always speakest of the Pandavas as both unslain and cheerful. Indeed, O Sanjaya, thou speakest of mine as deprived of manliness, felled and falling, and slaughtered, although they are battling to the best of their powers and striving hard for victory. Thou always speakest to me of the Pandavas as obtaining victory and mine as becoming weaker and weaker. O child, I am incessantly hearing of countless cause of unbearable and poignant grief on account of Duryodhana's doing. I do not see, O Sanjaya, the means by which the Pandavas may be weakened and sons of mine may obtain the victory in battle. Sanjaya said, This mighty evil hath proceeded from thee, O king. Listen now with patience to the great slaughter of men, elephants, steeds, and car warriors. Drishtadyumna, afflicted by Salya with 9 shafts, afflicted in return the ruler of Madras with many shafts made of steel. And then we beheld the prowess of Prashada's son to be highly wonderful, inasmuch as he speedily checked Salya, that ornament of assemblies. The battle between them lasted for only a short space of time. While angrily engaged in combat, none beheld even a moment's rest taken by any of them. Then, O king, Salya in that battle cut off Drishtadyumna's bow with a broad-headed shaft of sharp edge and excellent temper. And he also covered him, O Bharata, with a shower of arrows like rain-charged clouds pouring their drops on the mountain breast during the season of rains. And while Drishtadyumna was being thus afflicted, Abhimanyu, excited with wrath, rushed impetuously towards the car of the ruler of the Madras. Then the wrathful son of Krishna, of immeasurable soul, obtaining the car of the ruler of the Madras, within shooting distance, pierced Ardayani with 3 sharp shafts. Then the warriors of thy army, O king, desirous of opposing the son of Arjuna in battle, speedily surrounded the car of the ruler of Madras. And Duryodhana, and Vikarna, and Dusasana, and Vivansati, and Durmarshana, and Dusala, and Chitrasena, and Dharmaka, and Satyabrata, blessed be thou, and Parumithra, O Bharata, these, protecting the car of the ruler of the Madras, stationed themselves there. Then Bhimasena, excited with wrath, and Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race, and the 5 sons of Draupadi, and Abhimanyu, and the twin sons of Madri and Pandu, these 10 opposed those 10 warriors of the Dhritarashtra army, shooting, O king, diverse kinds of weapons. And they approached and encountered one another in battle, desirous of slaying one another, in consequence, O king, of thy wicked policy. And when those 10 car warriors, excited with wrath, engaged with the 10 others in that awful battle, the other car warriors of both thy army and of the foe all stood as spectators. And those mighty car warriors, shooting diverse kinds of weapons and roaring at one another, smote one another fiercely. With wrath engendered in their breasts, desirous of slaying one another, they uttered fierce shouts, challenging one another. And jealous of one another, O king, those kinsfolk united together, encountered one another wrathfully, shooting mighty weapons. And wonderful to say, Duryodhana, excited with rage, pierced Drishtadyumna in that battle with 4 sharp shafts. And Durmarshana pierced him with 20, and Chitrasena with 5, and Dharmaka with 9, and Dusaha with 7, and Vivansati with 5, and Dusasana with 3 shafts. Then, O great king, that scorcher of foes, viz., Prashada's son, pierced each of them in return with 5 and 20 shafts, displaying his lightness of hand. And Abhimanyu, O Bharata, pierced Satyavrat and Parumithra each with 10 shafts. Then the son of Madri, those delighters of their mother, covered their uncle with showers of sharp arrows. And all this seemed wonderful. Then, O monarch, Salya covered his nephews, those 2 foremost of car warriors desirous of counteracting their uncle's feats, with arrows, but the sons of Madri wavered not. Then the mighty Bhimasena, the son of Pandu, beholding Duryodhana and desirous of ending the strife, took up his mace. And beholding the mighty armed Bhimasena with upraised mace and looking like the crested Kailasa mount, thy sons fled away in terror. Duryodhana, however, excited with wrath, urged the Magadha division consisting of 10,000 elephants of great activity. Accompanied by that elephant division and placing the ruler of Magadha before him, King Duryodhana advanced towards Bhimasena. Beholding that elephant division advancing towards him, Vrkodara, mace in hand, jumped down from his car, uttering a loud roar like that of a lion. And armed with that mighty mace which was endued with great weight and strength of adamant, he rushed towards that elephant division, like the destroyer himself with wide open mouth. And the mighty armed Bhimasena, endued with great strength, slaying elephants with his mace, wandered over the field, like the slayer of Vritra among the Danava host. And with the loud shouts of the roaring Bhima, shouts that made the mind and the heart to tremble with fear, the elephants, crouching close, lost all power of motion. Then the sons of Draupadi, and that mighty car warrior, the son of Subhadra, and Nakula and Sadeva, and Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race, protecting Bhima's rear, rushed behind him, checking all by scattering their arrowy showers like the very clouds pouring rain on the mountain breast. And those Pandava warriors struck off the heads of their foes battling from the backs of elephants, with well-tempered and keen-edged shafts of diverse forms. And the heads of elephant riders, and arms decked with ornaments, and hands with iron hooks in grasp, falling fast, resembled a stony shower. And the headless trunk of elephant riders on the necks of the beasts they rode looked like headless trees on mountain summits. And we beheld mighty elephants felled and falling, slain by Drishtadyumna, the high-souled son of Prashada. Then the ruler of the Magadhas, in that battle, urged his elephant resembling Airavata himself, towards the car of Subhadra's son. Beholding that mighty elephant advancing towards him, that slayer of hostile heroes, the brave son of Subhadra, slew it with a single shaft. And when the ruler of the Magadhas was thus deprived of his elephant, that conqueror of hostile cities viz., the son of Krishna, then struck off that king's head with a broad-headed shaft with silver wings. And Bhimasena, the son of Pandu, having penetrated that elephant division, began to wander over the field, crushing those beasts around him like Indra himself crushing the mountains. And we beheld elephants slain in that battle by Bhimasena, each with only one stroke of his mace, like hills riven by thunder. And many elephants, huge as hills, were slain there, having their tusks broken, or temples, or bones, or backs, or frontal lobes. And others, O king, deprived of life, lay there with foaming mouths. And many mighty elephants, with frontal globes completely smashed, vomited large quantities of blood. And some, from fear, laid themselves down on the ground like so many hillocks. And smeared with the fat and blood of elephants, and almost bathed in their marrow, Bhima wandered over the field like the destroyer himself, club in hand. And Vrkodara, whirling that mace of his which was wet with the blood of elephants, became terrible and awful to behold, like the wielder of Pinaka armed with Pinaka. And those huge tuskers, while thus crushed by the angry Bhima, suddenly fled away, afflicted, crushing thy own ranks. And these mighty bowmen and car warriors, headed by Subhadra's son, all the while, protected that battling hero whirling his gory mace wet with the blood of elephants, like the celestials protecting the wielder of the thunderbolt. Of terrible soul, Bhimasena then looked like the destroyer himself. Indeed, O Bharata, putting forth his strength on all sides, mace and arms, we beheld Bhimasena then to resemble Sankara himself dancing at the end of the Yuga, and his fierce, heavy, and sounding mace to resemble the club of Yama and possessed of the sound of Indra's bolt. And that gory mace of his, smeared with marrow and hair, resembled, also, the angry Rudra's Pinaka while he is engaged in destroying all creatures. As a herdsman chastises his herd of cattle with a goad, so did Bhima smite that elephant division with that mace of his. And while thus slaughtered by Bhima with his mace and with shafts, by those that protected his rear, the elephants ran on all sides, crushing the cars of thy own army. Then driving away those elephants from the field like a mighty wind driving away masses of clouds, Bhima stood there like wielder of the trident on a crematorium. Footnotes 159:1 Salya is called Ardayani after the name of his father. 161:1 These were kshuras, arrows with heads like razors, kshurapras, arrows with horseshoe heads, balas, broad-headed arrows, and angelikas, arrows with crescent-shaped heads. 161:2 i.e., the universal destroyer armed with his bow. 161:3 Gori mace wet with NC, the original is pleonastic. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 63. Sanjaya said, when that elephant division was exterminated, thy son Duryodhana urged his entire army, commanding the warriors to slay Bhimasena. Then the entire army, at the command of thy son, rushed towards Bhimasena, who was uttering fierce shouts. That vast and unlimited host, difficult of being borne by the very gods, and capable of being crossed like the surging sea on the day of full moon or new moon, abounding with cars, elephants, and steeds, resounding with the blare of conches and the beat of drums, numbering untold foot soldiers and car warriors, and shrouded by the dust, raised, that very sea of hostile troops incapable of being agitated, thus coming towards him. Bhimasena checked in battle, O king, like the bank resisting the ocean. That feat, O king, which we beheld, of Bhimasena the high-souled son of Pandu, was exceedingly wonderful and superhuman. With his mace, he fearlessly checked all those kings angrily rushing towards him, with their steeds and cars and elephants. Checking that vast force with mace, that foremost of mighty men, Bhima, stood in that fierce melee, immovable as the mountain Meru. And in that dreadful, fierce, and terrific encounter his brother and sons and Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race, and the sons of Draupadi and Abhimanyu, and the unvanquished second in these mighty warriors, did not abandon him from fear. Taking up his massive and weighty mace made of Sika iron, he rushed towards the warriors of thy army like the destroyer himself, armed with his club. And pressing crowds of cars and crowds of horsemen down into the earth, Bhima wandered over the field like the fire at the end of the Yuga. And Pandu's son of infinite prowess, crushing crowds of cars with the impetus of his thighs and slaying thy warriors in battle, wandered like the destroyer himself at the end of the Yuga. And he began to grind thy troops with the greatest ease like an elephant crushing a forest of reeds. And dragging car warriors down from their cars, and warriors fighting from the backs of heroes, and foot soldiers as they stood on the ground, and the army of thy son, the mighty armed Bhimasena slew them all with his mace like the wind crushing trees by its force. And that mace of his, slaying elephants and steeds, became smeared with fat, marrow, flesh, and blood, and looked exceedingly terrible. And with the bodies of slain men and cavalry lying scattered about, the field of battle wore the appearance of the abode of Yama. And the terrible and slaughtering mace of Bhimasena, resembling the fierce bludgeon of death and endued with the effulgence of Indra's bolt, looked like Pinaka of the angry Rudra while destroying living creatures. Indeed, that mace of the high-souled son of Kunti, who was slaying all around, looked fiercely resplendent like the bludgeon of the destroyer himself at the time of the universal dissolution. And beholding him thus routing that large army repeatedly and advancing like death's self, all the warriors became cheerless. Whithersoever the son of Pandu, raising his mace, cast his eyes, and consequence of his look alone, O Bharata, all the troops there seemed to melt away. beholding Vrkoter of terrible deeds, thus routing the army and unvanquished by even so large a force and devouring the hostile division like the destroyer himself with wide open mouth, Bhimacena speedily came towards him, on his car of solar effulgence and rattle loud as that of the clouds, shrouding the welkin, with his arrowy showers like a vapory canopy charged with rain. Then the mighty armed Bhimacena, beholding Bhishma thus advancing like the destroyer himself with wide open mouth, rushed towards him, excited with wrath. At that moment, that foremost hero of Seni's race, viz., Satyaki of sure aim, fell upon the grandsire, slaying his enemies along the way with his firm bow and causing thy son's army to tremble. And all the combatants who belonged to thy army were then, O Bharata, unable to impede the progress of that hero thus advancing with his steeds of silvery hue and scattering his sharp shafts furnished with handsome wings. At that time the Rakshasa Alamvasha only succeeded in piercing him with 10 shafts. But piercing Alamvasha in return with 4 shafts, the grandson of Seni proceeded on his car. Beholding that hero of Vrishni's race thus advancing and rolling, as it were, through the very midst of his enemies, and checking, as he proceeded, the foremost of Kuru warriors, and repeatedly uttering loud shouts in that battle, thy warriors then, like masses of clouds pouring rain in torrents on the mountain breast, showered their arrowy downpours on him. They were, however, incapable of impeding the progress of that hero who looked like the noonday sun in his glory. And there was none who was not then cheerless, save Somadatta's son, O king, and Purusharthas, the son of Somadatta, O Bharata, beholding the car warriors of his own side driven away, rushed against Satyaki from desire of battle, taking up his bow of fierce impetus. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 64. Sanjaya said, Then, O king, Purusharthas, excited with great wrath, pierced Satyaki with 9 arrows like the conductor of an elephant piercing an elephant with the iron hook. Satyaki also, of immeasurable soul, in the very sight of all the troops, pierced the Kaurava warrior with 9 shafts. Then King Duryodhana, accompanied by his uterine brothers, surrounded Somadatta's son, thus striving in battle. Similarly, the Pandavas also, of great energy, quickly surrounding Satyaki in that battle, took up their positions around him. And Bhimacena, excited with wrath, and with mace upraised, O Bharata, encountered all thy sons headed by Duryodhana. With many thousands of cars, and excited with wrath and vindictiveness, thy son Nandaka pierced Bhimacena of great might with keen-edged and sharp-pointed shafts, whetted on stone and winged with the feathers of the kanka bird. Then Duryodhana, O king, in that great battle, excited with wrath, struck Bhimacena in the breast with 9 shafts. Then the mighty armed Bhima of great strength, mounted on his own excellent car and addressing his charioteer, Vyasa, said, These heroic and mighty sons of Dhritarashtra, all great car warriors, are exceedingly angry with me and desirous of slaying me in battle. I will slay all these today in thy sight, without doubt. Therefore, O charioteer, guide my steed in battle with care. Having said this, O monarch, Pritha's son pierced thy son with sharp-pointed arrows decked with gold. And he pierced Nandaka in return with 3 arrows between his 2 breasts. Then Duryodhana, having pierced the mighty Bhima with 6 arrows, pierced Vyasa in return with 3 other sharp arrows. And Duryodhana, O king, as if smiling the while, with 3 other sharp arrows cut off at the grasp the resplendent bow of Bhima in that battle. Bhima then, that bull among men, beholding his charioteer Vyasa afflicted, in that conflict, with sharp shafts by thy son armed with the bow, and unable to bear it, drew another excellent bow, excited with wrath, for the destruction of thy son, O monarch. And excited with great wrath, he also took up an arrow with horseshoe head and furnished with excellent wings. And with that arrow, Bhima cut off the excellent bow of the king. Then thy son, excited to the highest pitch of fury, leaving that broken bow aside, speedily took up another that was tougher. And aiming a terrible shaft blazing as death's rod, the Kuru king, excited with rage, struck Bhimsena between his two breasts. Deeply pierced therewith, and greatly pained, he sat down on the terrace of his car. And while seated on the terrace of his car, he swooned away. Beholding Bhima thus unmanned, the illustrious and mighty car warriors of the Pandava army, headed by Abhimanyu, could not bear it. And those warriors then, with great steadiness, showered on thy son's head a thick downpour of fierce shafts. Then the mighty Bhimsena, regaining consciousness, pierced Duryodhana at first with those shafts and then with 5. And that mighty bowman the son of Pandu then pierced Salya with 25 shafts furnished with golden wings. And pierced therewith, Salya was borne away from the battle. Then thy 14 sons, viz., Senapati, Sashina, Jalasandha, Sulochana, Ugra, Bhaimaratha, Bhima, Viravahu, Ealupa, Dharmaka, Dushpradarsha, Vivitsu, Vikata, and Sama, then encountered Bhimsena in battle. United together they rushed against Bhimsena, and with eyes red in wrath, showering countless arrows, they pierced him deeply. Then the heroic and mighty Bhimsena of strong arms, beholding thy sons, licking the corners of his mouth like a wolf in the midst of smaller creatures, fell upon them with the impetuosity of Garuda. And the son of Pandu then cut off the head of Senapati with a shaft having a horseshoe head. And with delighted soul and laughing the while, that mighty armed warrior, piercing Jalasandha with 3 arrows, dispatched him to Yama's abode. And next, smiting Sashina, he sent him to the presence of Death's self. And with a single broad-headed shaft he felled on the ground the head, handsome as the moon, of Ugra, decked with turban and adorned with earrings. And in that battle, Pandu's son Bhima, with 70 shafts, dispatched Viravahu to the other world with his steeds and standard and charioteer. And smiling the while, O king, Bhimsena quickly dispatched both the brothers Bhima and Bhaimaratha also to Yama's abode. And then in that great battle in the very sight of all the troops, with an arrow of horseshoe head Bhima dispatched Sulochana also to death's domain. Then the rest of thy sons that were there, O king, beholding the prowess of Bhimsena, and while thus being struck by that illustrious warrior, all fled from battle from fear of Bhima. Then Santanu's son, addressing all the mighty car warriors of his army, said, that fierce bowman, Bhima, excited with wrath in battle, is slaying the mighty sons of Dhritarashtra and other heroic car warriors united together, whatever their knowledge of weapons, and whatever their bravery. Therefore, seize ye all that son of Pandu. Thus addressed, all the troops of the Dhritarashtra army, excited with rage, rushed towards Bhimsena endued with great might, and Bhagadatta, O king, on his elephant of rent temples, suddenly rushed thither where Bhimsena was stationed. And thither to the combat, he shrouded Bhima with his shafts whetted on stone so as to make him completely invisible, like the clouds covering the sun. Those mighty car warriors, however, of the Pandava army, relying on the prowess of their own arms, could not bear that shrouding of Bhima with the arrowy showers of Bhagadatta. They, therefore, surrounding Bhagadatta on all sides, poured on him their arrowy downpours. And they pierced his elephant also with showers of shafts. And struck by all those mighty car warriors with showers of fierce shafts of diverse kinds, that elephant, O king, of the ruler of the Praggyatishas, with blood trickling down his body, became beautiful to behold on the field of battle like a mass of clouds tinged with the rays of the sun. And that elephant with temporal juice trickling down, urged by Bhagadatta, like the destroyer, ran with double his former speed, shaking the very earth with his tread. Then all those mighty car warriors, beholding that terrible mien of the animal, and regarding it irresistible, became cheerless. Then King Bhagadata, that tiger among men, excited with rage, struck Bhimasena between his two breasts with a straight shaft. Deeply pierced by the king with that shaft, that great bowman and mighty car warrior, with limbs deprived of sensation in consequence of a swoon, sat down on his car, holding his flagstaff. And beholding those mighty car warriors terrified and Bhimasena in a swoon, Bhagadata of great prowess uttered a loud roar. Then, O king, that terrible Rakshasa Gatotkacha, beholding Bhima in that state, became excited with rage and there and then disappeared from the view. And creating a terrible illusion enhancing the fears of the timid, he reappeared in a moment assuming a fierce form. Himself riding on an Airavata created by his powers of illusion, the other dick elephants, viz., Anjana, Vamana, and Mahapadma of blazing glory, followed him. And those three mighty elephants, ridden by Rakshasas, were of huge form, with juice profusely trickling down in 3 lines, and endued with great speed and prowess. Then Gatotkacha urged his own elephant to battle, desirous, O chastiser of foes, of slaying Bhagadata with his elephant. And those other elephants, excited with fury and each endued with 4 tusks, urged by Rakshasas of great strength, fell from all sides upon Bhagadata's elephant and afflicted him with their tusks. And the elephant of Bhagadata, thus afflicted by those elephants, already, struck with arrows and feeling great pain, uttered loud cries that resembled the thunder of Indra. And hearing those terrible and loud cries of that roaring elephant, Bhishma, addressing Drona, Suddhodana, and all the kings, said, "The mighty bowman Bhagadata is battling with the wicked-souled son of Hidimva, and hath fallen into great distress. That Rakshasa is of huge form, and the king also is very wrathful. Engaged in battle, they would certainly prove each other's death." Loud shouts were also heard of the rejoicing Pandavas, and the cries of agony of King Bhagadata's terrified elephant. "Blessed be ye, let us all go there for rescuing the king, for, if left unprotected, in battle, he will soon give up his life. Ye warriors of great energy, do, as I bid, even now. Ye sinless ones, make no delay." The combat deepens and becometh fierce, making the hair to stand on end. That commander of a division is highborn, endued with great bravery, and devoted to us. Ye warriors of unfading glory, it is meet that his rescue should be effected by us. Hearing these words of Bhishma, all the kings of the Kuru army, headed by Bharadvaja's son, desirous of rescuing Bhagadata, proceeded with great speed to where the ruler of the Pragyatishas was. And beholding the enemy advancing, the Panchalas with the Pandavas, headed by Yudhishthira, pursued them behind. Then that prince of Rakshasas, endued with great prowess, beholding that division of the enemy advance, uttered a fierce roar, deep as that of thunder. Hearing that roar of his, and beholding those battling elephants, Santanu's son Bhishma once again addressed Bharadvaja's son and said, "I do not like to fight, today, with the wicked-souled son of Hidimva. Endued with great might and energy, he is at present well supported. He is incapable of being vanquished now by the wielder of the thunderbolt himself. Of sureness of aim, he is a great smiter. As regards ourselves, our animals are tired, today. We have also been greatly mangled by Panchalas and the Pandavas. I do not like fresh encounter with the victorious Pandavas. Let the withdrawal of our army, therefore, be proclaimed today. Tomorrow we will fight with the foe." Hearing these words of the grandsire, the Kauravas, afflicted with the fear of Gatotkacha, and availing of the advent of night as a pretext, gladly did what the grandsire said. And after the Kauravas had withdrawn, the Pandavas, crowned with victory, uttered leonine roars, mingling them with the blare of conches and the notes of pipes. Thus did the battle take place that day, O Bharata, between the Kurus and the Pandavas headed by Gatotkacha. And the Kauravas also, vanquished by the Pandavas and overcome with shame, retired to their own tents when night came. And those mighty Kar warriors, the sons of Pandu, their bodies mingled with shafts and themselves filled with the result of the battle, proceeded, O king, towards their encampment, with Bhimasena and Gatotkacha, O monarch, at their head. And filled with great joy, O king, they worshipped those heroes. And they uttered diverse kinds of shouts which were mingled with the notes of trumpets. And those high-souled warriors shouted, making the very earth tremble therewith, and grinding as it were, O sire, the hearts of thy sons. And it was thus that those chastisers of foes, when night came, proceeded towards their tents. And King Duryodhana, cheerless at the death of his brothers, passed some time in thoughtfulness, overcome with grief and tears. Then, making all the arrangements for his camp according to the rules of military science, he began to pass the hours in meditation, scorched with grief and afflicted with sorrow on account of his slain brothers. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 65. Dhritarashtra said, hearing of those feats of the sons of Pandu which are incapable of being achieved by the gods themselves, my heart, O Sanjaya, is filled with fear and wonder. Hearing also of the humiliation of my sons in every way, great hath been my anxiety as to the consequence that will ensue. The words uttered by Vidura will, no doubt, consume my heart. Everything that hath happened seemeth to be due to destiny, O Sanjaya. The combatants of the Pandava army are encountering and smiting those best of warriors, having Bhishma for their head, those heroes conversant with every weapon. What ascetic penances have been performed by the high-souled and mighty sons of Pandu, what boon hath they obtained, O son, or what science is known to them, in consequence of which, like the stars in the firmament, they are undergoing no diminution. I cannot bear it that my army should be repeatedly slaughtered by the Pandavas. The divine chastisement, highly severe, both fallen on me alone. Tell me everything truly, O Sanjaya, about that for which the sons of Pandu have become unslayable and mind-slayable. I do not see the other shore of this sea of distress. I am like a man desirous of crossing the vastly deep ocean with my two arms alone. I certainly think that a great calamity hath overtaken my sons. Without doubt, Bhima will slay all my sons. I do not see that hero who is able to protect my sons in battle. The death of my sons in this battle, O Sanjaya, is certain. It behoveth thee, therefore, O Sutta, to tell me, who asketh thee, everything about the true cause of all these. Beholding his own troops retreating from battle, what did Duryodhana do? And what old Bhishma and Drona, and Kripa, and Suvala's son, and Jayadratha, and that mighty bowman, viz., Drona's son and Vikarna of great strength do? When also, O thou of great wisdom, my sons turned back from the fight, what, O Sanjaya, became the resolve of those high-souled warriors? Sanjaya said, listen, O king, with attention, and having listened, let it go to thy heart. Nothing, in this, is the result of incantation, nothing the result of illusion of any king. Nor have the sons of Pandu created any new terrors. They are endued with might, and they are fighting by fair means in this battle. Desirous of high fame, the sons of Pritha always do every act, including even the support of their lives, agreeably to the way of morality. Endued with every kind of prosperity, and possessed of great strength, they never desist from battle, keeping their eyes on righteousness. And victory is there where righteousness is. It is for this, O king, that the sons of Pritha are unslayable in battle and always victorious. Thy sons are of wicked souls and are addicted to sinfulness. They are cruel and wedded to mean acts. It is for this that they are being weakened in battle. Thy sons, O king, like despicable men, did many cruel and deceitful acts to the sons of Pandu. Disregarding, however, all those offenses of thy sons, the sons of Pandu always concealed those acts, O elder brother of Pandu. Thy sons also, O king, on numerous occasions humiliated the Pandavas. Let them now reap the terrible fruit, like poison, of that persistent course of sinfulness. That fruit should be enjoyed by thee also, O king, with thy sons and kinsmen, since thou, O king, could not be awakened even though counseled by thy well-wishers. Repeatedly forbidden by Vidura, by Bhishma, by the high-souled Drona, and by myself also thou didst not understand, rejecting our words intended for thy good and worthy of thy acceptance, like a sick man rejecting the medicine prescribed. Accepting the views of thy sons, thou hadst regarded the Pandavas as already vanquished. Listen again, O king, to what thou hast asked me, viz., the true cause, O chief of the Bharatas, of the victory of the Pandavas. I will tell thee what I have heard, O chastiser of foes. Duryodhana had asked the grandsire this very question. Beholding his brothers, all mighty Kar warriors, vanquished in battle, thy son Duryodhana, O Kaurava, with heart confounded with grief, repairing with humility during the night to the grandsire possessed of great wisdom, asked him this question. Listen to me, O monarch, about it all. Duryodhana said, Drona and thou, and Salya, and Kripa, and Drona's son, and Kritavarman the son of Hridika, and Sudakshina the ruler of the Kambojas, and Burishravas, and Vikarna, and Bhagadatta of exceeding prowess, are all regarded as mighty Kar warriors. All of these, again, are highborn, and prepared to throw away their lives in battle. It is my opinion that these are a match for even the three worlds, united together. Even all the warriors of the Pandava army, united together, cannot bear your prowess. A doubt has arisen in my mind. Explain it to me who inquireth of thee. Who it is, relying on whom the Pandavas are vanquishing us repeatedly. Bhishma said, Listen, O king, to the words that I will speak unto thee, O thou of Kuru's race. Frequently wert thou addressed by me to the same effect, but thou didst not do what I said. Let peace be made with the Pandavas, O best of the Bharatas. I regard this to be beneficial both to the world and thee, O Lord. Enjoy this earth, O king, with thy brothers and be happy, gratifying all thy well-wishers and delighting thy kinsfolk. Although I cried myself hoarse before this, thou didst not yet listen to me, O sire. Thou hadst always disregarded the sons of Pandu. The effect of all that hath now overtaken thee. Listen also, O king, from me as I speak of it, O Lord, to the reason why the Pandavas, whose achievements tire them not, are unslayable. There is not, was not, will not be, the being in all the worlds who would or will be able to vanquish the sons of Pandu, who are all protected by the wielder of Saranga. Listen truly, O thou that art conversant with morality, to that ancient history which was recited to me by sages of souls under control. In days of yore, all the celestials and the rishis, united together, waited reverentially on the grandsire upon the mountains of Gandhamadana. And the Lord of all creatures, seated at his case in their midst, beheld an excellent car stationed in the firmament, blazing with effulgence. Having ascertained everything about it, by meditation, joining his hands with restrained heart, Brahman, with delighted soul, made his salutations to the highest divine being. And the rishis and the celestials, beholding in the firmament the form thus displayed, all stood up with joined hands, their eyes fixed on that wonder of wonders. Worshipping him duly, Brahma, the foremost of all conversant with Brahman, the creator of the universe, acquainted with the highest morality, uttered these high words, Thou art the glory of the universe for thy form. Thou art the Lord of the universe. O thou whose protection extendeth through the whole universe, O thou that hath the universe for thy work, O thou that hath thy soul under control, thou art the supreme master of the universe. Thou art Vasudeva. Therefore, I seek refuge in thee that art the soul of yoga and the highest divinity. Victory to thee that art the supreme God of the universe. Victory to thee that art ever employed in the good of the worlds. Victory to thee that art the Lord of Yoga. Thee that art all-powerful. Victory to thee that art prior and subsequent to Yoga. Having the lotus springing from thy navel, and having large expansive eyes, victory to thee that art Lord of lords of the universe. O Lord of the past, the present, and the future, victory to thee that art the embodiment of gentleness. Thee that art the Son of sons. O thou that art the receptacle of untold attributes, victory to thee that art the refuge of all things. Thou art Narayana, thou art incapable of being understood, victory to thee that art the wielder of the bow called Saranga. Victory to thee that art endued with every attribute, O thou that hast the universe for thy form, O thou that art ever hail. O Lord of the universe, O thou of mighty arms, victory to thee that art always ready for benefiting the worlds. O great snake, O huge boar, O first cause, O thou of tawny locks, victory to thee that art almighty. O thou of yellow robes, O Lord of the cardinal and the subsidiary points of the compass, O thou that hast the universe for thy abode, O thou that art infinite, O thou that hast no decay, O thou that art the manifest, O thou that art the unmanifest, O thou that art the immeasurable space, O thou that hast all thy senses under control, O thou that always achievest what is good, O thou that art immeasurable, O thou that alone knowest thy own nature, victory to thee that art deep, O thou that art the giver of all wishes, O thou that art without end, O thou that art known as Brahma, O thou that art eternal, O thou that art the creator of all creatures, O thou that art ever successful, O thou whose acts always display wisdom, O thou that art conversant with morality, O thou that givest victory, O thou of mysterious self, O thou that art the soul of all yoga, O thou that art the cause of everything that hath sprung into existence, O thou that art the knowledge of the selves of all beings. O Lord of the worlds, victory to thee that art the creator of all beings. O thou that hath thyself for thy origin, O thou that art highly blessed, O thou that art the destroyer of everything, O thou that art the inspirer of all mental thoughts, victory to thee that art dear to all conversant with Brahma. O thou that art busy in creation and destruction, O controller of all wishes, O supreme Lord, O thou that art the cause of Amrita, O thou that art all-existent, O thou that art the first that appears at the end of the Yuga, O thou that art the giver of victory, O divine Lord of the Lord of all creatures, O thou that hast the lotus springing from thy navel, O thou of mighty strength, O thou that art sprung from thyself, O thou that art the great elements in their primeval state, O thou that art the soul of all, religious, rites, victory to thee that givest all. The goddess Earth represents thy 2 feet, the cardinal and the subsidiary directions thy arms, and the heavens thy head. I am thy form, the celestials constitute thy limbs, and the sun, the moon are thy 2 eyes. Ascetic austerities and truth born of morality and religious rites constitute thy strength. Fire is thy energy, the wind is thy breath, and the waters have sprung from thy sweat. The twins Ashwins constitute thy ears, and the goddess Sarasvati is thy tongue. The Vedas are thy knowledge, and upon thee resteth this universe. O Lord of Yoga and Yogins, we do not know thy extent, thy measure, thy energy, thy prowess, thy might, thy origin. O God, O Vishnu, filled with devotion in thee, and depending upon thee with vows and observances, we ever worship thee as the highest Lord, the God of gods. The Rishis, the gods, Gandharvas, the Yakshas, the Rakshasas, the Panagas, the Pisachas, human beings, beasts, birds, reptiles, all these were created by me on earth through thy grace. O thou having the lotus springing from thy navel, O thou of large expansive eyes, O Krishna, O dispeller of all woe, thou art the refuge of all creatures, and thou art their guide. Thou hast the universe for thy mouth. Through thy grace, O Lord of the gods are ever happy. Through thy grace the earth hath always been freed from terrors. Therefore, O thou of large eyes, take birth in the race of Yadu. For the sake of establishing righteousness, for slaying the sons of Dithi, and for upholding the universe, do what I have said, O Lord. O Vasudeva, that which is thy supreme mystery, that, O Lord, hath been sung by me through thy grace. Having created the divine Sankarsana out of thy own self by thyself, thou didst then, O Krishna, create thyself as Pradyumna born of thyself. From Pradyumna thou didst then create Anirudh, who is known as the eternal Vishnu. And it was Anirudh who created me as Brahma, the upholder of the universe. Created out of Vasudeva's essence I have, therefore, been created by thee. Dividing thyself into portions, take birth, O Lord, among human beings. And slaughtering the Asuras there for happiness of all the worlds, and establishing righteousness, and winning renown, thou wilt again truly attain to yoga. The regenerate rishis on earth and the gods, O thou of infinite prowess, devoted to thee, sing of thy wondrous self under those names that belong to thee. O thou of excellent arms, all classes of creatures rest on thee, having taken refuge in thee, thou giver of boons. The regenerate ones sing thee as the world's bridge, having no beginning, middle, and end, and as possessed of unlimited yoga. Footnotes 168:1 The Bengal reading Parantapa is a mistake for Kathanchana. 168:2 Kimpaka is a species of cucurbitaceous plant. To avoid periphrasis I render it poison. 169:1 Aklishtakarman literally means one who is not tired with what he does, hence, one who easily achieves the highest feats. When applied to Krishna or any divine personage, it means one who does everything by a fiat of his will, without being dependent on means like ordinary persons. It may also mean one of pure or white deeds. 171:1 literally be a perpetuator, son, of Yadu's race. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 66. Bhishma said, Then that illustrious deity, the Lord of the worlds, replied unto Brahma in a soft deep voice, saying, Through yoga, O sire, all that is wished by thee is known to me. It will be even as thou wishest, and saying this, he disappeared then and there. Then the gods, rishis, and Gandharvas, filled with great wonder and curiosity, all asked the grandsire, saying, Who is that one, O Lord, that was worshipped by thy illustrious self with such humility and praised in such high words? We desire to hear. Thus addressed, the illustrious grandsire replied unto all the gods, the regenerate rishis, and the Gandharvas, and sweet words, saying, He who is called Tat, he who is supreme, he who is existent at present and who will be for all time, he who is the highest self, he who is the soul of beings, and who is the great Lord, I was talking even with his ever-cheerful self, ye bulls among gods. The Lord of the universe was solicited by me, for the good of the universe, to take his birth among mankind in the family of Vasudeva. I said unto him, For the slaughter of the Asuras take thy birth in the world of men, those Daityas and Rakshasas, of fierce form and great strength, that were slain in battle, have been born among men. Indeed, the illustrious and mighty Lord, taking birth in the human womb, will live on the earth, accompanied by Nara. Those ancient and best of rishis, viz., Nara and Narayana, are incapable of defeat in battle by even all the celestials united together. Of immeasurable effulgence, those rishis, viz., Nara and Narayana, when born together in the world of men, will not be known, as such, by fools. He, from whose self, I, Brahman, the Lord of the whole universe, have sprung, that Vasudeva, that supreme God of all the worlds, is worthy of your adoration. Endued with great energy, and bearing the conch, the discus, and the mace, he should never be disregarded as a man, ye best of deities. He is the supreme mystery, the supreme refuge, the supreme Brahma, and the supreme glory. He is without decay, unmanifest, and eternal. He it is who hath been sung as Purusha, though none can comprehend him. The divine artificer hath sung of him as the supreme energy, the supreme felicity, and the supreme truth. Therefore, the Lord Vasudeva of immeasurable prowess should never be disregarded as a man by all the Asuras and the gods with Indra at their head. That person of foolish understanding is called a wretch, who, from disregard, speaketh of Hrishikesa as only a man. People speak of him as one laboring under darkness who disregardeth Vasudeva, that yogin of illustrious soul, for his entering into a human form. People speak of him as one laboring under darkness who knoweth not that divine personage, that soul of the mobile and the immobile creation, that one bearing the auspicious wheel on his breast, that one of dazzling effulgence, that one from whose navel hath sprung the primeval lotus. He who disregardeth that wearer of the diadem and the Kaustuva gem, that dispeller of fears of his friends, that high-souled one, sinketh in thick darkness. Having known all these truths duly, that Lord of the worlds, viz., Vasudeva, should be adored by every one, ye best of gods. Bhishma continued, having said these words unto those gods and rishis in days of yore, the illustrious grandsire, dismissing them all, repaired to his own abode. And the gods and the Gandharvas, and the Munis and the Apsaras also, having listened to those words spoken by Brahman, were filled with delight and repaired to heaven. Even this was heard by me, O sire, from rishis of cultured soul talking in their assembly, of Vasudeva, that ancient one. And O thou that art well versed in scriptures, I heard this from Rama, the son of Jamadagni, and Markandeya of great wisdom, and Vyasa and Narada also. Having learnt all this and heard of the illustrious Vasudeva as the eternal Lord, the supreme God of all the worlds, and the great Master, from whom hath sprung Brahman himself, the Father of the universe, why should not that Vasudeva be adored and worshipped by men? Forbidden wert thou before, O sire, by sages of cultured souls, who said unto thee, never go to war with that Vasudeva armed with bow, as also with the Pandavas. This, from folly, thou couldst not apprehend. I regard thee therefore as a wicked Rakshasa. Thou art, besides, enveloped in darkness. It is for this that thou hatest Govinda and Dhananjaya the son of Pandu, for who else among men would hate the divine Nara and Narayana? It is for this, O king, that I say unto thee that this one is eternal and unfading, pervading the whole universe, unchanging, the ruler, creator and upholder of all, and the truly existent. He it is who upholdeth the three worlds. He is the supreme Lord of all mobile and immobile creatures, and he is the great Master, he is warrior, he is victory, he is victor, and he is the Lord of all nature. O king, he is full of goodness and divested of all the qualities of darkness and passion. There, where Krishna is, there righteousness is, and there is victory where righteousness is. It is by the yoga of his supreme excellence, and the yoga of his self, that the sons of Pandu, O king, are supported. Victory, therefore, will surely be theirs. He it is that always imparteth to the Pandavas and understanding endued with righteousness and strength in battle, and he it is that always protecteth them from danger. He is the eternal God, pervading all beings, and ever blessed. He, of whom thou hadst asked me, is known by the name of Vasudeva. He it is whom Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaishyas and Sudras, having distinctive features of their own, humbly serve and worship with restrained hearts and performing their own duties. He it is who, towards the close of the Dwapara Yuga and the beginning of the Kali Yuga, is sung of with Sankarsana, by believers with devotion. It is that Vasudeva that createth, Yuga after Yuga, the worlds of the gods and the mortals, all cities girt by the sea, and the region of human habitation. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 67. Duryodhana said, "In all the worlds Vasudeva is spoken of as the Supreme Being. I desire, O grandsire, to know his origin and glory." Bhishma said, "Vasudeva is the Supreme Being. He is the God of all gods. None superior to him of eyes like lotus petals is to be seen, O bull of Bharata's race." Markandeya speaketh of Govinda as the most wonderful and the most high, as the all-being, as the all-soul, as the highest soul, and as the supreme male being. Water, air, and fire, these three were created by him. That divine master and lord of all the worlds created this earth. That supreme being of illustrious soul laid himself down on the waters. And that divine being made up of all kinds of energy slept thereon in yoga. From his mouth he created fire, and from his breath, the wind. Of unfading glory, he created from his mouth speech and the Vedas. It was thus that he created first the worlds and also the gods, along with the diverse classes of rishis. And he created decay and death also of all creatures, as well as birth and growth. He is righteousness and of righteous soul. He is the giver of boons and the giver of all our wishes. He is the actor and action, and he is himself the divine master. He first made the past, the present, and the future. He is the creator of the universe. He is of illustrious soul. He is the master possessed of unfading glory. He created Sankarsana, the firstborn of all creatures. He created the divine Sesha, who is known as Ananta, and who upholdeth all creatures and the earth with her mountains. Of supreme energy, he it is whom the regenerate ones know by yoga meditation. Sprung from the secretions of his ear, the great Asura known by the name of Madhu, fierce and of fierce deeds and entertaining a fierce intent and about to destroy Brahman, was slain by that supreme being. And O sire, in consequence of Madhu's slaughter, the gods, the Danavas, and human beings, and rishis, call Janardana the slayer of Madhu. He is the great boar. He is the great lion, and he is the three-stepped Lord. He is the mother and the father of all living creatures. There never was, nor will be, any superior to him of eyes like lotus petals. From his mouth he created the Brahmanas, and from his 2 arms the Kshatriyas, and from his thighs, O king, he created the Vaishyas, and from his feet he created the Sudras. One waiting dutifully on him, observant of vows with ascetic austerities on days of the full moon and the new moon, is sure to obtain the divine Kesva, that refuge of all embodied creatures, that essence of Brahma and of Yoga. Kesva is the higher energy, the grandsire of all the worlds. Him, O king, the sages call Rishikesa, the lord of the senses. Him also should all know as the preceptor, the father, and the master. Inexhaustible regions of blessedness are won by him with whom Krishna is gratified. He also who, in a place of fear, seeketh the protection of Kesva, and he who frequently readeth this description, becometh happy and endued with every prosperity. Those men who attain to Krishna are never beguiled. Janardana always saveth those that are sunk in great terrors. Knowing this truly, O Bharata, Yudhishthira, with his whole soul, O king, hath sought the shelter of the highly blessed Kesva, the lord of yoga, and the lord of the earth. Footnotes 174:1 The Bengal reading is Sa Vai Devis. The Bombay reading is per Vedivas. 174:2 The three-stepped Lord, Vishnu became Vamana or the dwarf for robbing the Azura valley of his dominions. Disguised in that shape, he asked of Valley 3 steps of land. Valley, smiling at the littleness of what was asked, gave it. But when the dwarf expanded his form and covered the heavens and the earth with only 2 steps of his, no space could be found for the 3rd step. Valley was forthwith seized and bound as a promise breaker and sent to reside in the nether regions. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 68. Bhishma said, "Hear from me, O king, this hymn that was uttered by Brahman himself." This hymn was in days of old communicated by regenerate rishis and the gods to men on earth. Narada described thee as the master and the lord of the god of gods and all the sathyas and the celestials, and as one acquainted with the nature of the creator of the worlds. Markandeya spoke of thee as the past, the present, and the future, and the sacrifice of sacrifices, and the austerity of austerities. The illustrious Bhrigu said of thee that thou art the god of the gods, that thine is the ancient form of Vishnu. Dvaipayana said of thee that thou art Vasudeva of the Vasus, the establisher of Sakra, and the god of gods and all creatures. In days of old, on the occasion of procreating creatures, the sages spoke of thee as Daksha, the father of creation. And Jairus said that thou art the creator of all beings. Devala said of thee that the unmanifest all is thy body, and the manifest is in thy mind, and that the gods are all the result of thy breath. With thy heads is pervaded the heavens, and thy 2 arms support the earth. In thy stomach are 3 worlds, and thou art the eternal being. Even thus do men exalted by asceticism know thee. Thou art the Sat of Sat, with rishis gratified with sight of self. With royal sages of liberal minds, never retreating from battle and having morality for their highest end, thou, O slayer of Madhu, art the sole refuse. Even thus is that illustrious and supreme being, viz., Hari, adored and worshipped by Sanatkumar and other ascetics endued with yoga. The truth about Kesva, O sire, is now narrated to thee, both in brief and detail. Turn thy heart and love to Kesva. Sanjaya continued, hearing this sacred story, thy son, O great king, began to regard highly both Kesva and these mighty car warriors, viz., the sons of Pandu. Then, O monarch, Bhishma the son of Santanu once more addressed thy son, saying, Thou hast now heard truly, O king, about the glory of the high-souled Kesva and of Nara about which thou hadst asked me. Thou hast also heard about the object for which both Nara and Narayana have taken their births among men. Thou hast also been told the reason why those heroes are invincible and have never been vanquished in battle, and why also, O king, the sons of Pandu are incapable of being slain in battle by anybody. Krishna beareth great love for the illustrious sons of Pandu. It is for this, O king of kings, that I say, let peace be made with the Pandavas. Restraining thy passions, enjoy thou the earth with thy mighty brothers around thee. By disregarding the divine Nara and Narayana, thou shalt certainly be destroyed. Having said these words, thy sire became silent, O monarch, and dismissing the king, entered his tent. And the king also came back to his own tent, having worshipped the illustrious grandsire. And then, O bull of Bharata's race, he laid himself down on his white bed for passing the night in sleep. Footnotes 175:1 Word of command 175:2 i.e., really existent among all things. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 69. Sanjaya said, after the night had passed away and the sun had risen, the 2 armies, O king, approached each other for battle. Beholding each other, each rushed in united ranks towards the other, excited with rage and desirous of vanquishing the other. And in consequence of thy evil policy, O king, the Pandavas and the Dhritarashtra's thus rushed, cased in mail and forming battle array, for striking each other. And the array that Bhishma protected from all sides, O king, was of the shape of a makara. And so the Pandavas also, O king, protected the array they had formed of their troops. Then thy sire Devavrata, O great king, that foremost of car warriors, proceeded in advance, supported by a large division of cars. And others, viz., car warriors, infantry, elephants, and cavalry, all followed him, each stationed in the place allotted. And beholding them prepared for battle, the illustrious sons of Pandu arrayed their troops in that invincible and prince of arrays called the Saina. And in the beak of that array shone Bhimasena of great strength. And in its 2 eyes were the invincible Sikandin and Drishtadyumna of Prashada's race. And in the head was the heroic Satyaki of prowess incapable of being baffled. And in its neck was Arjuna shaking his Gandiva. And in its left wing was the high-souled and blessed Drupada with his son, and supported by an Akshahini of all forces. And the king of the Kakayas, owning an Akshahini, formed the right wing of that array. And in its back were the sons of Draupadi, and Subhadra's son of great prowess. And in its tail was the heroic King Yudhishthira himself, of excellent prowess, supported by his twin brothers. Then in the battle that ensued, Bhima, penetrating the Makara array of the Kauravas through its mouth, and approaching Bhishma, covered him with his shafts. Then in that great battle, Bhishma, possessed of great prowess, shot his mighty weapons, confounding the combatants of the Pandavas disposed in battle array. And when the combatants of the Pandava army were thus confounded, Dhananjaya, speedily proceeding, pierced Bhishma at the van of battle with 1,000 arrows. And counteracting, in that conflict, the weapons shot by Bhishma, Arjuna stood ready for the combat, supported by his own division filled with cheerfulness. Then King Duryodhana, that foremost of mighty men, that great car warrior, beholding that terrible carnage of his troops and remembering the slaughter of his brothers on the previous day, came quickly towards Bharadvaja's son, and addressing him, said, O preceptor, O sinless one, thou art ever my well-wisher, relying on thee as also on the grandsire Bhishma, ourselves, hope to vanquish without doubt the very gods in battle, let alone the sons of Pandu that are destitute of energy and prowess. Blessed be thou, act in such a way that the Pandavas may be slain. Thus addressed in battle by thy son, Drona penetrated into the Pandava array in the very sight of Satyaki. Then, O Bharata, Satyaki checked the son of Bharadvaja, and thereupon ensued a battle that was fierce in its incidents and awful to behold. Then Bharadvaja's son, excited with rage and endued with great prowess, as if smiling the while, pierced the grandson of Seni with 10 shafts at his shoulder joint. And Bhimasena also, excited with rage, pierced Bharadvaja's son with many shafts, desirous of protecting Satyaki, O king, from Drona that foremost of all warriors. Then Drona and Bhishma and Salya also, O sire, excited with rage, covered Bhimasena in that battle with their shafts. Thereupon Abhimanyu, excited with wrath, and the sons of Draupadi, O sire, pierced with their sharp-pointed shafts all those warriors with upraised weapons. Then in that fierce battle, the great bowman Sikandin rushed against those 2 mighty warriors, viz., Bhishma and Drona, who, excited with rage, had, thus, fallen upon the Pandavas. Firmly grasping his bow, whose twang resembled the roar of the clouds, that hero, shrouding the very sun with his arrows, quickly covered his antagonists therewith. The grandsire of the Bharatas, however, getting Sikandin before him, avoided him, remembering the femininity of his sex. Then, O king, urged by thy son, Drona rushed to battle, desirous of protecting Bhishma in that stress. Sikandin, however, approaching Drona, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, avoided, from fear, that warrior resembling the blazing fire that appears at the end of the Yuga. Then, O king, thy son with a large force, desirous of winning great glory, proceeded to protect Bhishma. And the Pandavas also proceeded, O king, firmly setting their hearts upon victory, and the battle then that took place between the combatants of both armies desirous of victory and fame was fierce and highly wonderful, resembling that, in days of yore, between the gods and Danavas. Footnotes 176:1 A fabulous aquatic animal resembling an alligator. 176:2 Formed after the shape of the hawk. 177:1 The Bengal reading is Yudi Sandhya. The Bombay reading is Pratasamvarya. I adopt the latter. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 70. Sanjaya said, Then Bhishma the son of Santanu fought fiercely, desirous of protecting the sons from the fear of Bhimasena. And the battle that then took place between the kings of the Kaurava and the Pandava armies was awful in the extreme and destructive of great heroes. And in that general engagement, so fierce and terrible, tremendous was the din that arose, touching the very heavens. And in consequence of the shrieks of huge elephants and the neigh of steeds and the blare of conches and beat of drums, the uproar was deafening. Fighting for the sake of victory, the mighty combatants endued with great prowess roared at one another like bulls in a cow pen. And heads cut off in that battle with keen-edged shafts, incessantly falling, created, O bull of Bharata's race, the appearance of a stony shower in the welkin. Indeed, O bull of Bharata's race, innumerable were the heads lying on the field of battle, decked with earrings and turbans and resplendent with ornaments of gold. And the earth was covered with limbs cut off with broad-headed shafts, with heads decked with earrings, and with arms adorned with ornaments. And in a moment the whole field was strewn over with bodies cased in mail, with arms decked with ornaments, with faces beautiful as the moon and having eyes with reddish corners, and with every limb, O king, of elephants, steeds, and men. And the dust, raised by the warriors, looked like a thick cloud, and the bright implements of destruction, like flashes of lightning. And the noise made by the weapons resembled the roar of thunder. And that fierce and awful passage at arms, O Bharata, between the Kurus and the Pandavas caused a very river of blood to flow there. And in that terrible, fierce, and awful battle causing the hair stand on end, Kshatriya warriors incapable of defeat incessantly poured their arrowy showers. And the elephants of both thy army and the enemies, afflicted with those arrowy showers, shrieked aloud and ran hither and thither in fury. And in consequence of the twang of bows, endued with great energy, of fierce and heroic warriors excited with fury, and of flapping of their bowstrings against their leathern fences, nothing could be distinguished. And all over the field, which looked like a lake of blood, headless trunks stood up, and the kings bent upon slaying their foes, rushed to battle. And brave warriors of immeasurable energy, and possessed of arms resembling stout bludgeons, slew one another with arrows and darts and maces and scimitars. And elephants, pierced with arrows and deprived of riders to guide them with hooks, and steeds destitute of riders, wildly ran in all directions. And many warriors, O best of the Bharatas, belonging to both thy army and that of the foe, deeply pierced with shafts, jumped up and fell down. And in that encounter between Bhima and Bhishma, heaps of arms and heads, as also of bows and maces and spiked clubs and hands and thighs, of legs and ornaments and bracelets, were seen lying over the field. And here and there over the field, O king, were seen large bodies of unretreating elephants and steeds and cars. And the Kshatriya warriors, urged on by fate, slew one another with maces, swords, lances, and straight shafts. And others, endued with great heroism and accomplished in fight, encountered one another with their bare arms that resembled spiked clubs made of iron. And other heroic warriors of thy army, engaged with the combatants of the Pandava host, fought on slaying one another with clenched fists and knees, and slaps and blows, O king. And with the fallen and falling warriors and those weltering in agony on the ground, the field of battle everywhere became, O king, terrible to behold, and car warriors, deprived of the cars and grasping excellent swords, rushed at one another, desirous of slaughter. Then King Duryodhana, surrounded by a large division of Kalingas, and placing Bhishma ahead, rushed towards the Pandavas. And so the Pandava combatants also, supporting Vrkodara, and owning fleet animals, rushed, excited with rage, against Bhishma. Footnotes 178:1 literally, made a fierce battle. 179:1 The Bengal reading Gauranamabhijasa is what I adopt. The Bombay reading, Gauranamabhijasa, involves a useless hyperbole. Of course, Aditajasa qualifies Dhanusha in the next line. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 71. Sanjaya said, beholding his brothers and the other kings engaged in battle with Bhishma, Dhananjaya, with weapons upraised, rushed against the son of Ganga. Hearing the blare of Panchajanya and the twang of the bow Gandiva, and seeing also the standard of Pritha's son, a great fear entered our hearts. And the standard that we behold, O king, of the wielder of Gandiva bore the device of lion's tail and looked like a blazing mountain in the welkin. Beautiful and of celestial workmanship, it was variegated with diverse hues, and looking like a risen comet, it could not be obstructed by trees. And in that great battle, the warriors beheld Gandiva, the back of whose staff was decked with pure gold, and which looked beautiful like a flash of lightning in the midst of a mass of clouds in the firmament. And while slaying the combatants of thy army, the shouts we heard uttered by Arjuna seemed to resemble the loud roars of Indra himself, and the slaps also of his palms were frightfully loud. Like a roaring mass of clouds charged with lightning and aided by a raging tempest, Arjuna incessantly poured his arrowy showers on all sides, completely shrouding the 10 points of the compass. Dhananjaya, then possessed of terrible weapons, quickly proceeded towards the son of Ganga. Deprived of 4 senses in consequence of his weapons, we could not then distinguish the east from the west. And thy warriors, then, O bull of Bharata's race, their animals tired, steeds slain, and hearts depressed, thoroughly confounded and huddling close to one another, sought Bhishma's protection along with all thy sons. And in that battle Bhishma the son of Santanu became their protector. Struck with fear, car warriors jumping down from their cars, cavalry soldiers jumping down from the backs of their steeds, and the foot soldiers where they stood, all began to fall down on the earth. Hearing the twang of Gandiva that resembled the roar of the thunder, all thy warriors were struck with fear and seemed, O Bharata, to melt away. Then, O king, with many huge and fleet steeds of the Kamboja breed, and surrounded by many thousand of Gopas with a large Gopayana force and supported by the Madras, the Saviras, the Gandharas, and the Trigartas, and surrounded by all the principal Kalingas, the king of the Kalingas, and King Jayadratha accompanied by all the kings and supported by a large force of diverse races with Dusasana at their head, and 14,000 principal horsemen, urged by thy son, surrounded the son of Suvala, for supporting him. Then in that battle, all the Pandavas, united together, and riding on separate cars and animals, began, O bull of Bharata's race, to slaughter thy troops. And the dust raised by car warriors and steeds and foot soldiers, looking like a mass of clouds, made the field of battle exceedingly awful. And with a large force consisting of elephants, steeds, and cars, and armed with lances and bearded darts and broad-headed shafts, Bhishma engaged in battle with the diadem-decked Arjuna. And the king of Avanti engaged with the ruler of Kasi, and the ruler of the Sindhus engaged with Bhimasena. And King Yudhishthira with his sons and counselors engaged with Salya, the famous chief of the Madras. And Vikarna engaged with Sadeva, and Chitrasena with Sikandin. And the Matsyas, O king, engaged with Duryodhana, and Sakuni, and Drupada and Chekatana, and that mighty car warrior Satyaki engaged in battle with the high-souled Drona aided by his son. And Kripa and Kritavarman both rushed against Drishtadyumna. And thus, all over the field, rushing bodies of horses, of elephants and cars, engaged with one another in battle. And although there were no clouds in the sky, yet flashes of lightning were seen. And all the points of the compass were covered with dust. And, O king, fierce meteors were seen failing with thundering noise. And violent winds blew, and a shower of dust fell from above. And the sun, covered by the dust raised by the troops, disappeared in the firmament. And all the warriors, covered by that dust and battling with weapons, were deprived of their senses. And the sound made by weapons, all capable of penetrating through every armor and hurled from heroic arms, became a tremendous uproar. And, O bull of Bharata's race, weapons hurled from excellent arms and possessed of stellar brightness, illumined the whole welkin. And variegated shields made of bulls' hides and embossed with gold were strewn, O bull of Bharata's race, all over the field. And heads and limbs were seen falling on all sides, cut off with swords and scimitars possessed of solar effulgence. And great car warriors, the wheels, axles, and boxes of whose cars were broken, fell down on the ground, their steeds slain and their tall standards tumbling down. And many car warriors having been slain, their steeds, mangled with weapons, fell down as they ran dragging the cars, to which they were yoked. And, in many places over the field, excellent steeds, afflicted with arrows, with limbs mangled, and with their traces on, ran, dragging the car yokes after them. And many car warriors, with their charioteers and steeds, were seen, O king, to be crushed by single elephants endued with great strength. And in that battle, in the midst of large forces, many elephants, scenting the odor of the temporal juice of their compeers, began to snuff the breeze repeatedly. And the whole field was strewn with slain elephants, deprived of life by means of broad-headed shafts and falling down with the wooden edifices and the guides on their backs. And many elephants, in the midst of large forces crushed, with the standards and warriors on their backs, by huge compeers urged by their guides, fell down on the field. And many car shafts, O king, were seen to be broken in that battle by huge elephants using their trunks, each of which resembled the trunk of the prince of elephants, called Airavata. And many car warriors also, in that conflict, the jalas of whose cars had been broken, were like branches of trees dragged down by tuskers, seized by the hair of their heads, and, thrashed violently on the ground, were crushed into shapeless masses. And other huge elephants, dragging cars that were entangled with other cars, ran in all directions shrieking loudly. And those elephants, thus dragging those cars, looked like others of their species dragging lotus stalks growing in lakes. And thus was that vast field of battle strewn over with cavalry soldiers and foot soldiers and great car warriors and standards. Footnotes 180:1 Kandik Buddha's lit. Not knowing which point of the compass was which. 180:2 in the second line of 17, the Bombay text incorrectly reads Arjunam for Pandavas. 181:1 in the first line of 32, the Bengal reading is Mahabhujas. The correct reading seems to be, as in the Bombay text, Mahadvajas. 181:2. The last half of the second line of 35 in the Bengal text is vicious. I adopt the Bombay reading. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 72. Sanjaya said, Sikandin with Virata king of the Matsyas speedily approached Bhishma, that invincible and mighty bowman. And Dhananjaya encountered Drona and Kripa, and Vikarna, and many other kings, brave in battle, all mighty bowmen endued with great strength, as also that mighty bowman the ruler of the Sindhu, supported by his friends and kinsmen, and many kings of the west and the south also, O bull of Bharata's race. And Bhimasena proceeded against that mighty bowman, viz., thy vindictive son Duryodhana, and also against Dasa. And Sadeva proceeded against those invincible warriors, viz., Sakuni, and that mighty car warrior Uluka, those great bowmen, who were sire and son. And that mighty car warrior Yudhishthira, deceitfully treated by thy son, proceeded in that battle, O king, against the elephant division of the Kauravas. And that son of Pandu and Madri, viz., the heroic macula capable of wringing tears from the foe, engaged in battle with the excellent car warriors of the Trigardas. And those invincible warriors, viz., Satyaki and Chekatana, and the mighty son of Subhadra, proceeded against Salya and the Kaikyas. And Drishtaketu and the Rakshasa Gatotkacha, both invincible in battle, proceeded against the car division of thy sons. And that mighty car warrior Drishtadhyumna, that generalissimo, of the Pandava forces, of immeasurable soul, engaged in battle, O king, with Drona of fierce achievements. And it was thus that those heroic and mighty bowmen of thy army and the Pandavas, engaged in battle, began to strike one another. And when the sun had reached the meridian and the sky was brilliantly illumined by his rays, the Kauravas and the Pandavas began to slay one another. Then cars, furnished with standards from whose tops pennons were afloat, variegated with gold and covered with tiger skins, looked beautiful as they moved on the field of battle. And the shouts of warriors engaged in battle from desire of vanquishing one another became as loud as leonine roars. And that encounter which we beheld between the heroic Srinjayas and the Kurus was fierce in the extreme and highly wonderful. And in consequence of the arrows shot all around, we could not, O king, distinguish, O chastiser of foes, the firmament, the sun, and the cardinal and the subsidiary points of the compass. And the splendor, like that of the blue lotus, of darts with polished points, of bearded lances hurled at the foe, of well-tempered sabers and scimitars, of variegated coats of mail and of the ornaments on the persons of the warriors, illumined the welkin and the cardinal and the subsidiary points with its effulgence. And the field of battle in many places, O king, shone in consequence of the bodies of monarchs whose effulgence resembled that of the moon and the sun. And brave car warriors, tigers among men, shone in that battle, O king, like the planets in the firmament. And Bhishma, that foremost of car warriors, excited with rage, checked the mighty Bhimasena in the very sight of the troops. And the impetuous shafts shot by Bhishma, furnished with golden wings, and whetted on stone, and rubbed with oil pierced Bhima in that battle. Then Bhimasena, endued with great strength, hurled at him, O Bharata, a dart of fierce impetuosity that resembled a wrathful snake. But Bhishma in that combat cut off with straight shafts that dart with staff made of gold and difficult of being borne, as it coursed impetuously towards him. And with another broad-headed shaft, sharp and well-tempered, he cut off Bhimasena's bow, O Bharata, into two parts. Then, O king, in that battle, Satyaki, coming quickly towards Bhishma, pierced thy sire with innumerable keen-edged and sharp-pointed shafts of fierce impetuosity shot from his bowstring drawn to the ear. Then Bhishma, aiming an exceedingly fierce shaft, felled the charioteer of the Vrishni hero from his box in the car. And when the charioteer of Satyaki's car was thus slain, his steeds, O king, bolted away. Endued with the speed of the tempest or the mind, they ran wild over the field. Then cries were uttered by the whole army, which became a loud uproar. And exclamation of "Oh!" and "Alas!" arose from the high-souled warriors of the Pandava army. And those cries said, "Run, seize, check the horses, go in haste." And this uproar followed Yuyudhana's car. Meanwhile, Bhishma the son of Santanu began to slay the Pandava forces like Indra slaying the Danavas. But the Panchalas and the Samakas, though slain by Bhishma thus, forming it a laudable resolution, rushed towards Bhishma. And other warriors of the Pandava army, headed by Drishtadyumna, and desirous of slaughtering the ranks of thy son, rushed towards Santanu's son in that battle. And so also, O king, the warriors of thy army, headed by Bhishma and Drona, impetuously rushed towards their foes. And thereupon another battle took place. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 73. Sanjaya said, King Virata then pierced that mighty car warrior, viz., Bhishma, with 3 shafts. And that great car warrior pierced his antagonists' steeds also with 3 shafts furnished with golden wings. And that terrible bowman and mighty car warrior of firm hand, viz., Drona's son, pierced with 6 shafts the wielder of Gandiva between his 2 breasts. Thereupon that grinder of foes, viz., Falguni, that slayer of hostile heroes, cut off Aswathaman's bow and deeply pierced him in return with 5 shafts. Deprived of his senses by anger, and unable to bear the cutting off of his bow in that battle, Drona's son, taking up another bow that was tougher, pierced Falguni, O king, with 90 sharp shafts, and Vasudeva also with 70 fierce arrows. Then, with eyes red in wrath, Falguni, with Krishna, breathing long and hot breaths, reflected for a moment. Firmly grasping the bow with his left hand, that grinder of foes, viz., the wielder of Gandiva, excited with rage, fixed on his bowstring a number of fierce shafts, sharp and perfectly straight, and capable of taking the foe's life. And that foremost of mighty men speedily pierced Drona's son in that battle with those arrows. And those arrows, penetrating through his armor, drank his lifeblood. But though thus pierced by the wielder of Gandiva, Drona's son wavered not. Shooting in return similar arrows at Partha, he stayed unperturbed in that battle, desirous, O king, of protecting Bhishma of high vows. And that feat of his was applauded by the foremost warriors of the Kuru army, consisting, as it did, of his having encountered the 2 Krishnas united together. Indeed, Aswathaman daily battled fearlessly amid the forces, having obtained from Drona all weapons with the methods also of their withdrawal. This one is the son of my preceptor. He is again the dear son of Drona. He is especially a Brahmana, and, therefore, worthy of my regard. Thinking so, that scorcher of foes, the heroic Vibhatsu, that foremost of car warriors, showed mercy to the son of Bharadvaja. Avoiding the son of Drona, Kunti's son, endued with great prowess and having white steeds, yoked unto his car, began to fight, displaying great quickness of arms and causing a great carnage of thy troops. Duryodhana then pierced that great bowman Bhima with 10 shafts winged with vulturine feathers, adorned with gold, and whetted on stone. Thereupon Bhimasena, excited with wrath, took up a tough and well-adorned bow capable of taking the life of the foe, and also 10 sharp shafts. And steadily aiming those sharp-pointed shafts of fierce energy and impetuous velocity, and drawing the bowstring to his ear, he deeply pierced the king of the Kurus in his wide chest. Thereupon the gem hanging on his breast on threads of gold, surrounded by those shafts, looked beautiful like the sun in the firmament surrounded by the planets. Thy son, however, endued with great energy, thus struck by Bhimasena, could not bear it, coolly, like a snake unable to bear the sounds of a man's slap. Excited with wrath and desirous of protecting his army, he then pierced Bhima in return, O king, with many shafts whetted on stone and endued with golden wings. Thus struggling in battle and mangling each other fiercely, those two mighty sons of thine looked like a pair of celestials. That tiger among men and slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the son of Subhadra, pierced Chitrasena with many sharp shafts and Parumithra also with 7 shafts. And piercing Satyavrat too with 70 shafts, that hero resembling Indra himself in battle, began as it were to dance on the field, and caused us much pain. Chitrasena then pierced him in return with 10 shafts, and Satyavrat with 9, and Parumithra with 7. Then the son of Arjuna, thus pierced, while yet covered with blood, cut off the large and beautiful bow of Chitrasena that was capable of checking foes. And cutting through his coat of mail, he pierced his antagonist's breast with a shaft. Then the princes of thy army, all heroic and mighty car warriors, excited with wrath and united together in that conflict, pierced him with sharp arrows. And Abhimanyu, acquainted with the mightiest weapons, smote them all with keen shafts. Beholding that feat of his, thy sons then surrounded the son of Arjuna, who was consuming thy army in that conflict like a swelling fire of blazing flames consuming a heap of dry grass in summer. And the son of Subhadra, while smiting thy troops, thus seemed to glow in splendor. Seeing that conduct of his, thy grandson Lakshmana then, O monarch, quickly fell upon the son of Subhadra. Thereupon that mighty car warrior Abhimanyu, excited with wrath, pierced Lakshmana graced with auspicious marks, as also his charioteer, with 6 sharp arrows. But Lakshmana also, O king, pierced Subhadra's son with many keen shafts. And that feat, O king, seemed to be highly wonderful. Then that mighty car warrior, viz., Abhimanyu, slaying the 4 steeds as also the charioteer of Lakshmana with sharp shafts, rushed towards the latter. Thereupon Lakshmana, that slayer of hostile heroes, staying on that car of his whose steeds had been slain, and excited with wrath, hurled a dart towards the car of Subhadra's son. Abhimanyu, however, with his sharp arrows, cut off that irresistible dart of fierce mien, resembling a snake, and coming impetuously towards him. Then Kripa, taking Lakshmana up on his own car, bore him away from the conflict, in the very sight of all the troops. Then when that awful conflict became general, the combatants rushed against one another, desirous of taking another's life. And the mighty bowmen of thy army and the great car warriors of the Pandava host, prepared to lay down their lives in battle, slew one another. With hair disheveled, divested of their coats of mail, deprived of their cars, and their bows broken, the Srinjayas fought with the Kurus with their bare arms. Then the mighty-armed Bhishma, endued with great strength, and excited with wrath, slew with his celestial weapons the troops of the high-souled Pandavas. And the earth became covered with the fallen bodies of elephants deprived of their guides of men and steeds and car warriors and cavalry soldiers. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 74. Sanjaya said, Then, O king, the mighty-armed Satyaki invincible in battle, drawing in that conflict an excellent bow capable of bearing a great strange shot innumerable winged arrows resembling snakes of virulent poison, displaying his wonderful lightness of hand. And while slaying his foes in battle, so quickly did he draw the bow, take out his arrows, fix them on the bowstring, and letting them off throw them among the foe, that he then seemed to be a mass of clouds pouring a thick shower of rain. Beholding him then thus blazing up, like a swelling fire, King Duryodhana, O Bharata, dispatched 10,000 cars against him. But that great bowman, Satyaki, of prowess incapable of being baffled and possessed of great energy, slew with his celestial weapons all those mighty car warriors. Having achieved, bow in hand, that fierce feat, that hero then approached Purusharthas in battle. And Purusharthas also, that enhancer of the fame of the Kurus, beholding the Dhritarashtra ranks thus felled by Duryodhana, rushed in wrath against the latter. Drawing his great bow, which resembled that of Indra himself in hue, he shot thousands of shafts, O monarch, looking like snakes of virulent poison and possessed of the strength of the thunder, displaying his extreme lightness of hand. Thereupon the combatants that followed Satyaki, unable to bear those shafts of fatal touch, fled away, O king, in all directions, abandoning, O monarch, the invincible Satyaki in that conflict. Beholding this, the mighty sons of Duryodhana, all mighty car warriors of great renown, cased in excellent mail, bearing diverse arms, and possessing excellent standards, approaching that great bowman, viz., Purusharthas, in battle, wrathfully addressed that warrior bearing on his standard the device of a sacrificial stake, and said these words, Listen, O kinsman of the Kauravas, O thou that art possessed of great strength, come, fight in battle with us, i.e., with either all of us jointly or with each of us separately. Vanquishing us in battle thou mayst win great renown, or ourselves, vanquishing thee, will have great gratification. Thus addressed by them, that mighty hero endued with great strength and proud of his prowess, that foremost of men, beholding them before him, replied unto them, saying, Ye heroes, ye have said well. If such be now your wish, fight ye then all together with care. I shall slay all of you in battle. Thus addressed by him, those heroic and mighty bowmen endued with great activity covered that chastiser of foes with a thick shower of arrows. And it was towards the afternoon, O king, that dreadful battle took place between Purusharthas alone on one side and the many united together on the other. And those 10 heroes covered that single mighty car warrior with showers of arrows like the clouds showering rain on a mountain cliff in the season of rains. That mighty car warrior, however, cut off those clouds of shafts shot by them resembling the fatal darts of death or the very thunder and effulgence, before they could reach him. They then, surrounding that mighty armed warrior, endeavored to slay him. But the son of Somadatta, excited with rage, cut off their bows, O Bharata, and then their heads, with sharp shafts. Thus slain, they fell down, O monarch, like mighty trees felled by the thunder. Beholding then his mighty sons thus slain in battle, the Vrishni hero, Satyaki, O king, uttering a loud roar, rushed against Purusharthas. And those mighty warriors then each pressed his car against the other. And each of them in that combat slew the other's car steeds. And both deprived of their cars, those mighty warriors jumped down on the ground. And both taking up large scimitars and excellent shields encountered each other. And those tigers among men, stationed for the encounter, shone brightly. Then Bhimasena, O king, quickly coming up to Satyaki thus armed with an excellent scimitar, took him up on his own car. And thy son also, O monarch, speedily took up Purusharthas on his car, in that battle, at the very sight of all the bowmen. Meanwhile, during the continuance of that battle, the Pandavas, O bull of Bharata's race, excited with wrath, fought with that mighty car warrior Bhishma. And when the sun assumed a red hue, Dhananjaya, exerting himself actively, slew 25,000 great car warriors. These, urged on by Duryodhana for slaying Partha, were thus completely destroyed before they could even come up to him, like insects on a blazing fire. Then the Matsyas and the Kakayas, all accomplished in the science of arms, surrounded that mighty car warrior Partha as also his son, for supporting them. Just at that time the sun disappeared, and all the combatants seemed to be deprived of their senses. Then at twilight, O king, thy sire Devavrata, his animals having been tired, caused the troops to be withdrawn. And the troops of both the Pandavas and the Kurus, filled with fear and anxiety in course of that dreadful encounter, proceeded to their respective camps, the Pandavas with the Srinjayas and the Kauravas also rested for the night agreeably to the rules of military science. Footnotes 186:1 The pronoun sa in the first line of 8 refers to Yuyudhana. Burdwan Pundits erroneously take it as referring to Duryodhana, being misled by the words Kurunam Kurtavardhanas. 186:2 The Bombay reading Asanipurban, which I adopt, is better than the Bengal reading Asanaswanan, for in connection with Yamadanda, immediately preceding the latter would be incongruous, if not unmeaning. 186:3 An additional verse occurs here in connection with the slaughter of Satyaki's sons in the Bombay texts. The Bengal texts omit it. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 75. Sanjaya said, having rested for a while, O king, both the Kurus and the Pandavas, after the night had passed away, once more went out for battle. And then loud was the uproar, O king, that arose of mighty car warriors as they prepared for battle, and of tuskers as these were being equipped for the conflict, and of infantry as they put on their armor, and of steeds also, O Bharata. And the blare of conches and the beat of drums became deafening in all parts of the field. Then King Yudhishthira addressed Drishtadyumna and said, O mighty armed one, dispose the troops in the array called Makara that scorcheth the foe. Thus addressed by Pritha's son, that mighty car warrior Drishtadyumna, that foremost of combatants on cars, issued the order, O great king, to the car warriors, for forming the Makara array. Drupada and Dhananjaya the son of Pandu formed the head of that array, and Sadeva and that mighty car warrior Nakula formed its 2 eyes. And the mighty Bhimasena formed its beak. And Subhadra's son, and the sons of Draupadi, and the Rakshasa Gatakacha, and Satyaki, and King Yudhishthira the Just, were stationed in its neck. And King Virata, that commander of a large division, formed its back, supported by Drishtadyumna and a large force. And the 5 Kakaya brothers consisted its left wing, and that tiger among men, viz., Drishtaketu, and Chekatana of great prowess, stationed in the right wing, stood for protecting that array. And its 2 feet, O monarch, were constituted by that mighty car warrior, the blessed Kantaboja, and Satanika, supported by a large force. And that great bowman, the mighty Sikandin, surrounded by the Samakas, and Iravat, were stationed in the tail of that Makara array. And having, O Bharata, formed their great array, the Pandavas, O monarch, equipped in mail at dawn, again stood for battle. And with elephants and steeds and cars and infantry, and with standards upraised and umbrellas set up, and armed with bright, whetted weapons, they quickly proceeded against the Kauravas. Then thy sire Devavrata, beholding the Pandava army thus arrayed, disposed his army, O king, in counter-array after the form of a huge crane. And in its beak was Bharadvaja's son, Drona. And Aswathaman and Kripa, O monarch, formed its 2 eyes. And that foremost of all bowmen, viz., Kritavarman, united with the ruler of the Kambojas and with the Valhikas, was stationed, O king, in its head. And in its neck, O Bharata, were Surasena, and thy son Duryodhana, O king, surrounded by many kings. And the ruler of the Praggyatishas, united with the Madras, the Saviras, and the Kakayas, and surrounded by a large force, was stationed, O king, in its breasts. And Sushraman the king of Prasthala, accompanied by his own troops, stood, accoutred in mail, in the left wing. And the Tusharas, the Yavnas and the Sakas, along with the Chalikas, stood in the right wing, O Bharata, of that array. And Shrutish and Satitish and Somadatta's son, O sire, were stationed in the rear of that array, protecting one another. Then the Pandavas, O king, rushed against the Kauravas for battle. The sun, O Bharata, had risen when the battle commenced. And elephants proceeded against elephants. And horsemen rushed against horsemen, car warriors against car warriors, O king, and against elephants also, in that dreadful conflict. And carmen rushed against riders of elephants, and riders of elephants against horsemen. And car warriors engaged with foot soldiers, and cavalry with infantry. And all the warriors, O king, excited with wrath, rushed against one another in battle. And the Pandava army, protected by Bhimasena and Arjuna and the twins, looked beautiful like the night decorated with stars. And thy army also, with Bhishma and Kripa and Drona and Salya and Duryodhana and others, shone like the firmament spangled with the planets. And Bhimasena the son of Kunti, endued with great prowess, beholding Drona rushed against the division of Bharadvaja's son, borne by his steeds of great fleetness. Then Drona, excited with wrath in that conflict and endued with great energy, pierced Bhima with 9 shafts made wholly of iron, aiming his vital limbs. Deeply pierced by Bharadvaja's son in that conflict, Bhima dispatched Drona's charioteer to the region of Yama. Thereupon the son of Bharadvaja, endued with great prowess, himself restraining his steeds, began to consume the Pandava army like fire consuming a heap of cotton. And while thus slaughtered, O king, by Drona and Bhishma, the Srinjayas along with the Kakayas took to flight. And so thy troops also, mingled by Bhima and Arjuna, became deprived of their senses as they stood, like a beautiful female in her pride. And in that conflict destructive of heroes great was the distress, O Bharata, that befell both thy army and theirs. And we beheld the wonderful sight, O Bharata, of the troops fighting with one another regardless of their lives. And the Pandavas and the Kauravas, O king, in that conflict, fought with one another counteracting one another's weapons. Footnotes 189:1 Ekyangatas is lit. Intently. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 76. Dhritarashtra said, Our army is possessed of many excellencies, consisting of diverse forces, its efficiency is great. It is again arrayed according to the rules of science and, therefore, ought to be irresistible. It is attached to us exceedingly, and always devoted to us. It is submissive, and free from the faults of drunkenness and licentiousness. Its prowess had before been tested. The soldiers are neither very old nor very young. They are neither lean nor corpulent. Of active habits, of well-developed and strong frames, they are free from disease. They are cased in mail and well-equipped with arms. They are exercised in every kind of weapons. They are skilled in encounters with swords, with bare arms, and with maces. They are well exercised in lances, sabers, and darts, as also in iron clubs, short arrows, javelins, and mallets. They are devoted to all kinds of armed exercises, and are adepts in mounting upon and descending from the backs of elephants, and moving forward and stepping back, and smiting effectually, in marching and retreating. Many a time have they been tested in the management of elephants and steeds and cars. Having been examined duly, they have been entertained on pay, and not for the sake of lineage, nor from favor, nor from relationship, nor from strength of attachments, nor from connections of birth and blood. They are all respectable and honest, and their kinsmen have been well treated and gratified by us. We have done them many good offices. They are, besides, all renowned men and endued with great mental vigor. O son, they are again protected by many foremost of men endued with great activity, and of famous achievements, resembling the very regents of the world and renowned over the whole earth. Innumerable Kshatriyas, respected throughout the world, and who have of their own will sided us with their forces and followers, also protect them. Indeed, our army is like the vast ocean filled with the water of innumerable rivers running from all directions. It abounds with elephants, and with cars which, though destitute of wings, yet resemble the winged tenants of the air. Vast numbers of combatants constitute the waters of that ocean, and the steeds and other animals constitute its terrible waves. Innumerable swords and maces and darts and arrows and lances constitute the oars piled on that ocean. Abounding with standards and ornaments and adorned with cloth and laid with gold and gems, the rushing steeds and elephants constitute the winds agitating it into fury. Our host, therefore, really resembles the vast, shoreless ocean roaring in rage. And that host is protected by Drona and Bhishma and by Kritavarman and Kripa and Dasasana and others headed by Jayadratha. It is also protected by Bhagadatta and Vikarna by Drona's son and Suvala's son and Valhika and by many other mighty and high-souled heroes of the world. That our army should yet be slaughtered in battle is due only to predestined fate, O Sanjaya. Neither men nor highly blessed rishis of old ever beheld such preparations for battle on earth before. That so large an army, mustered according to science, and attached to us by wealth, should yet be slaughtered in battle, alas, what can it be but the result of destiny? O Sanjaya, all these seem to be unnatural. Indeed, Vidura had often said what was both beneficial and desirable. But my wicked son Duryodhana would not accept it. I believe that high-souled and well-knowing person had foreseen all that is now happening, and hence the counsel he gave. Or, O Sanjaya, all these, and all its details, had been prearranged by him, for that which is ordained by the Creator must happen as ordained and cannot be otherwise. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 77. Sanjaya said, Thou hast, O king, in consequence of thy own fault, been overtaken by this calamity. O bull of Bharata's race, the faults which thou, O monarch, hadst seen in that unrighteous course of conduct towards the Pandavas were not seen by Duryodhana. It was through thy fault, O king, that the match at dice had taken place. And it is through thy fault that this battle hath taken place with the Pandavas. Having committed a sin, do thou, therefore, reap the fruit of that sin of thine. One reapeth the fruit of acts perpetrated by one's own self. Do thou, therefore, O king, reap the fruit of thy own acts both here and hereafter. Therefore, O monarch, though overtaken by this calamity, be calm still, and listen, O sire, to the account of the battle as I recite it. The heroic Bhimasena, having with his sharp shafts broken thy mighty array, then came upon all the younger brothers of Duryodhana. The mighty Bhima, beholding Dasasana and Durvisa and Dasa and Durmada and Jayasena and Vikarna and Chitrasena and Sudarsana and Karakitra and Suvarman and Daskarna and Karna and many other mighty car warriors, excited with rage of the Dhritarashtra host near enough to himself, penetrated into thy mighty array that was protected by Bhishma in that battle. Then, beholding him in their midst, all those warriors said, Ye kings, let us take this one's life. Thereupon that son of Pritha was surrounded by those cousins of his who were firmly resolved to take his life. And Bhima then resembled Surya himself of fierce splendor, surrounded by the mighty planets of evil nature at the time of the universal destruction. And although the son of Pandu was there in the very midst of the Kaurava array, yet fear entered not his heart, as it did not that of Indra while surrounded by the Danavas in the fierce battle of old between the Celestials and the Asuras. Then thousands of car warriors armed with all weapons and fully prepared for battle overwhelmed his single self with terrible shafts. Thereupon the heroic Bhima, disregarding the sons of Dhritarashtra, slew in that conflict many foremost warriors of the Kaurava army, fighting from cars or upon the back of elephants and steeds. And ascertaining the purpose harbored by those cousins of his who were bent upon his destruction, the mighty Bhima set his heart upon slaying them all. Then leaving his car and taking up his mace, the son of Pandu began to smite that very sea of Dhritarashtra troops. Then when Bhimasena thus penetrated the Dhritarashtra host, Drishtadyumna the son of Prashada, forsaking Drona, with whom he had been engaged, quickly proceeded to the spot where Suvala's son was stationed. That bull among men, baffling countless warriors of thy army, came upon the empty car of Bhimasena in that battle. And beholding in that conflict Visoka, the charioteer of Bhimasena, Drishtadyumna, O king, became exceedingly cheerless and almost deprived of his senses. With voice choked in tears, and sighing as he spoke, he asked Visoka, in grief, saying, "Where is Bhima, who is dear to me as my life itself?" Visoka then, joining his hands, replied unto Drishtadyumna, saying, "The mighty son of Pandu, endued with great strength, ordering me to wait for him here, hath alone penetrated into the Dhritarashtra host that resembleth the very ocean. That tiger among men very cheerfully said unto me these words, Wait for me, O charioteer, restraining the steeds for a short space of time, that is, till I slay those that are bent upon my destruction. Beholding then the mighty Bhima rushing mace in hand, all our troops that supported him became filled with delight. Then in this fierce and terrible battle, O prince, thy friend, breaking the mighty array of the foe, hath penetrated into it." Hearing these words of Visoka, Prashada's son Drishtadyumna, endued with great strength, said unto the charioteer these words on the field of battle: "What need have I today of life itself, if forgetting my affection for the Pandavas, I forsake Bhima in battle? If I return today without Bhima, what will the Kshatriyas say of me? What will they say of me when they will learn that while I was on the field Bhima penetrated alone into the hostile array, making a single opening in it? The gods with Indra at their head visit him with evil, who, forsaking his comrades in battle, returneth home unhurt. The mighty Bhima again is my friend and kinsman. He is devoted to me, and I also am devoted to that slayer of foes. Therefore I will go thither, whither Bhima hath gone. Behold me slaying the foe like Vasvath slaying the Danavas." Having said this, the heroic Drishtadyumna, O Bharata, proceeded through the midst of the foe, along the tracks opened by Bhimasena and marked by elephants crushed with his mace. He then obtained sight of Bhimasena consuming the hostile ranks or felling Kshatriya warriors like the tempest devastating rows of trees. And car warriors and horsemen and foot soldiers and tuskers, while thus slaughtered by him, uttered loud cries of woe. And cries of ah and alas arose from thy troops, O sire, while they were slaughtered by the victorious Bhima, accomplished in all moods of warfare. Then the Kaurava warriors, all accomplished in arms, surrounding Vrikottara on all sides, fearlessly poured upon him their arrowy showers at the same time. Then the mighty son of Prashada, beholding that foremost of all wielders of weapons, that celebrated hero, viz., the son of Pandu, thus attacked on all sides by fierce ranks of foes in close array, mingled with shafts, treading the field on foot, and vomiting the poison of his wrath, mace in hand and looking like the destroyer himself at the hour of the universal dissolution, quickly approached him and comforted him by his presence. And taking him upon his car, and plucking the arrows off from all his limbs, and embracing him warmly, the high-souled son of Prashada comforted Bhimasena in the very midst of the foe. Then thy son, in that terrible conflict, quickly coming up to his brothers, said unto them, This son of Drupada of wicked soul is now united with Bhimasena. Let us all approach him together for slaying him. Let not the foe seek our ranks for battle. Hearing these words, the Dhritarashtras, thus urged on by the command of their eldest brother and unable to put up with the foe, quickly rushed, with upraised weapons, for slaying Drishtadyumna like fierce comets at the hour of the universal dissolution. taking up their beautiful bows, those heroes, making the very earth shiver with the twang of their bowstring and the rattle of their car wheels, showered shafts on Drupada's son, like the clouds covering the mountain breast with torrents of rain. But that hero conversant with all modes of warfare, though thus struck with sharp arrows in that battle, did not waver. On the other hand, that mighty car warrior, the youthful son of Drupada, beholding those heroic sons of thine staying before him in battle and exerting themselves to their utmost, being desirous of slaying them, applied that fierce weapon called Pramahana, and engaged with thy sons, O king, like Indra with the Danavas in battle. Then those heroic warriors were deprived of their senses, their minds and strength afflicted by the Pramahana weapon. And the Kauravas fled away in all directions, with their steeds and elephants and cars, beholding those sons of thine deprived of their senses in a swoon like those whose hours had come. And at that time Drona, the foremost of all wielders of weapons, approaching Drupada, pierced him with 3 fierce shafts. And that monarch then, O king, viz., Drupada, deeply pierced by Drona, left the battle, O Bharata, remembering his former hostility with Bharadvaja's son. Thereupon Drona, endued with great prowess, having thus vanquished Drupada, blew his conch. And hearing the blare of his conch, all the Samakas were struck with fear. Then Drona, possessed of great energy, that foremost of all wielders of weapons, heard of thy sons being deprived of their senses in battle with the Pramahana weapon. Then the son of Bharadvaja, desirous of rescuing the princes, speedily left that part of the field where he was and proceeded to the place where thy sons were. And that mighty bowman, viz., Bharadvaja's son of great prowess, there beheld Drishtadyumna and Bhima careering through the field in that dreadful conflict. And that mighty car warrior beheld thy sons deprived of their senses. Taking up then the weapon called Prajna, he neutralized the Pramahana weapon that Drishtadyumna had shot. Then thy sons, those mighty car warriors, when their senses returned, once more proceeded to battle with Bhima and Prashada's son. Then Yudhishthira, addressing his own troops, said, Let 12 brave car warriors, cased in mail and headed by Subhadra's son, follow, to the utmost of their might, the track of Bhima and Prashada's son in battle. Let intelligence be had of those 2 warriors. My heart is very uneasy. Thus ordered by the king, those heroes possessed of great prowess in battle and proud of their manliness, saying yes, all proceeded forward when the sun had reached the meridian. And those chastisers of foes then, viz., the Kaikyas and the sons of Draupadi, and Drishtaketu of great prowess, supported by a large force and with Abhimanyu at their head, and disposing themselves in the array called Suchamukha, penetrated into that car division of the Dhartarashtras in battle. And thy troops, O king, struck with the fear of Bhimasena and deprived of their senses by Drishtadyumna, were unable to resist the rush of those mighty bowmen headed by Abhimanyu. And they were quite helpless, like a lady in the streets. And those mighty bowmen with standards variegated with gold cutting through the Kaurava ranks, proceeded with great speed for rescuing Drishtadyumna and Vrikottara. And the latter, beholding those mighty bowmen headed by Abhimanyu, became filled with delight and continued to smite down thy ranks. And the heroic prince of Panchala, viz., the son of Prashada, seeing meanwhile his preceptor advancing towards him with great speed, no longer wished to compass the death of thy sons. Causing Vrikottara then to be taken up on the car of the king of the Kaikyas, he rushed in great wrath against Drona, accomplished in arrow and all weapons. And that slayer of foes, viz., the valiant son of Bharadvaja, excited with rage, cut off with a broad-headed shaft the bow of Prashada's son, who was rushing towards him with impetuosity. And remembering the bread he had eaten of his master, and desirous of doing good to Duryodhana, he also sped hundreds of shafts after Prashada's son. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the son of Prashada, taking up another bow, pierced Drona with 70 shafts whetted on stone and furnished with wings of gold. Then that grinder of foes, viz., Drona, once more cut off his bow, and dispatched his 4 steeds to Yama's abode with 4 excellent arrows, and also slew his charioteer, Bharata, with a broad-headed shaft. Then that mighty car warrior of strong arms, viz., Drishtadyumna, quickly descending from that car whose steeds had been slain, ascended the great car of Abhimanyu. Then Drona caused the Pandava army consisting of cars, elephants, and steeds to tremble in the very sight of Bhimasena and the intelligent son of Prashada. Beholding then that army thus broken by Drona of immeasurable energy, all those mighty car warriors were incapable of checking its flight. And that army, thus slaughtered by Drona with his sharp shafts, began to move in eddies there, like the agitated sea. And beholding the Pandava army in that condition, thy troops were filled with delight. And seeing the preceptor excited with rage and thus consuming the ranks of the foe, all thy warriors, O Bharata, set up loud shouts and uttered exclamations in praise of Drona. Footnotes 190:1 literally, hence his thoughts were so. 193:1 Suchamukha is literally needle-mouthed. It is a wedge-like column with the thin or pointed end turned towards the side of the enemy. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 78. Sanjaya said, then King Duryodhana, regaining his senses, once more began to resist Bhima with showers of arrows. And once more those mighty car warriors, viz., thy sons, united together, began to fight valiantly with Bhimasena. And Bhimasena, also of mighty arms during that battle, having got his car, ascended it and proceeded to the spot where thy sons were. And taking up a strong and very tough bow adorned with gold and capable of taking the lives of foes, he pierced thy sons in that conflict with his shafts. Then King Duryodhana struck the mighty Bhimasena at the very vitals with a long shaft of exceeding sharpness. Then that mighty bowman, pierced thus deeply by thy son, bow in hand, forcibly drawing his own with eyes red in wrath, struck Duryodhana in his 2 arms and the breast with 3 shafts. But struck thus, O king, he moved not, like a prince of mountains. Beholding then those 2 heroes excited with rage and smiting each other, the younger brothers of Duryodhana, all of whom were heroes prepared to lay down their lives, remembering their previously formed scheme of afflicting Vrikottara of terrible deeds, set about firmly resolved for smiting him down. And as they fell upon him in battle, Bhimasena of great strength rushed against them, O king, like an elephant rushing against an attacking compeer. Excited with fury and endued with great energy, that celebrated hero then, O king, afflicted thy son Chitrasena with a long arrow. And as regards thy other sons, that descended of Bharata smote them all in that battle, with diverse kinds of shafts furnished with wings of gold and endued with great impetus. Then King Yudhishthira the Just, disposing all his own divisions, properly dispatched 12 mighty car warriors, including Abhimanyu and others, to follow Bhimasena behind. Those, O king, all proceeded against those mighty car warriors, viz., thy sons. Beholding those heroes on their cars, resembling the sun himself or the fire in splendor, those great bowmen of blazing effulgence and superb beauty, looking resplendent in that dreadful conflict with ornaments of gold, thy mighty sons abandoned Bhima, with whom they had been fighting. The sons of Kunti, however, could not bear the sight of their abandoning the conflict alive. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 79. Sanjaya said, then Abhimanyu, accompanied by Bhimasena pursuing thy sons, afflicted them all. Then the mighty car warriors of thy army, including Duryodhana and others, beholding Abhimanyu and Bhimasena united with Prashada's son in the midst of the Kauravas troops, took up their bows, and borne by their fleet steeds rushed to the spot where those warriors were. And on that afternoon, O king, a dreadful conflict took place between the mighty combatants of thy army and those of the foe, O Bharata. And Abhimanyu, having, in that fierce battle, slain the steeds of Vikarna, pierced the latter with 25 small arrows. Then that mighty car warrior, Vikarna, abandoning that car whose steeds had been slain, mounted on the resplendent car, O king, of Chitrasena. Then thus stationed on the same car, viz., those two brothers of Kuru's race, the son of Arjuna covered, O Bharata, with showers of arrows. Then Dujaya and Vikarna pierced Abhimanyu with 5 shafts made wholly of iron. Abhimanyu, however, shook not in the least, but stood firm like the mountain Meru. Dasasana in that battle, O sire, fought with the 5 Kakaya brothers. All these, O great king, seemed exceedingly wonderful. The sons of Draupadi, excited with rage, resisted Duryodhana in that battle. And each of them, O king, pierced thy son with 3 shafts. Thy son also, invincible in battle, pierced each of the sons of Draupadi, O monarch, with sharp shafts. And pierced by them, in return, and bathed in blood, he shone like a hill with rillets of water mixed with red chalk, gliding down its breast. And the mighty Bhishma also, in that battle, O king, afflicted the Pandava army like a herdsman belaboring his herd. Then, O monarch, the twang of Gandiva was heard, of Partha, who was engaged in slaughtering the foe on the right of the army. And in that part of the field headless trunks stood up by thousands, amongst the troops, O Bharata, of both the Kauravas and the Pandavas. And the field of battle resembled an ocean whose water was blood, and whose eddies were the shafts shot by the combatants. And the elephants constituted the islands of that ocean, and the steeds its waves. And cars constituted the boats by which brave men crossed it. And many brave combatants, with arms cut off, divested of armor, and hideously mutilated, were seen lying there in hundreds and thousands. And with the bodies of infuriate elephants deprived of life and bathed in blood, the field of battle, O Bharata, looked as if strewn with hills. And the wonderful sight we saw there, O Bharata, was that neither in their army nor in thine was a single person that was unwilling to fight. And thus, O monarch, did those brave warriors, of both thy army and the Pandavas, fight, seeking glory and desirous of victory. Mahabharata, Book 6, Section 80. Sanjaya said, Then when the sun assumed a red hue, King Duryodhana, desirous of battle, rushed towards Bhima from desire of slaying him. Beholding that heroic warrior cherishing deep animosity, thus, coming towards him, Bhimasena, excited with great wrath, said these words, That hour hath come which I have desired for so many years. I will slay thee today if thou dost not abandon the battle. Slaying thee I shall today dispel the sorrows of Kunti as also of Draupadi and the woes that were ours during our exile in the woods. Filled with pride, thou hadst formerly humiliated the sons of Pandu. Behold, O son of Gandhari, the dire fruit of that sinful behavior. Following the counsels of Karna as also of Suvala's son, and recking the Pandavas little, thou hadst formerly behaved towards them as thou hadst hinted. Thou hadst also disregarded Krishna, who begged thee for peace. With a joyous heart didst thou dispatch Aluka to us with thy messages. For all these, I shall slay thee today with all thy kinsmen, and thus avenge all those offenses of thine of former days. Having said these words, Bhima bending his bow and stretching it repeatedly, and taking up a number of terrible shafts whose effulgence resembled that of the lightning itself, and filled with wrath, quickly sped 36 of them at Duryodhana. And those shafts resembled the flames of a blazing fire, and coursed straight with the force of the thunderbolt. And then he pierced Duryodhana's bow with 2 shafts, and his charioteer with 2. And with 4 shafts he dispatched Duryodhana's 4 steeds to the regions of Yama. And that grinder of foes then, with 2 shafts shot with great force, cut off in that battle the king's umbrella from his excellent car. And with 3 other shafts he cut off his handsome and blazing standard. And having cut it off, he uttered a loud shout in the very sight of thy son. And that beautiful standard of the latter, decked with diverse gems, suddenly fell down on the earth from his car like a flash of lightning from the clouds. And all the kings beheld that beautiful standard of the Kuru king, bearing the device of an elephant, decked with gems, and blazing like the sun, fell down cut off by Bhimasena. And that mighty car warrior, viz., Bhima, then pierced Duryodhana in that battle, smiling the while, with 10 shafts like a guide piercing a mighty elephant with the hook. Then that foremost of car warriors, viz., the mighty king of the Sindhus, supported by many brave warriors, placed himself on the flank of Duryodhana. And then that great car warrior, viz., Kripa, O king, caused the vindictive Duryodhana, that son of Kuru's race, of immeasurable energy, to mount on his own car. Then King Duryodhana, deeply pierced by Bhimasena and feeling great pain, sat down on the terrace of that car. Then Jayadratha, desirous of slaying Bhima, surrounded him on all sides with several thousands of cars. Then, O king, Drishtaketu and Abhimanyu of great energy, and the Kakayas, and the sons of Draupadi, all encountered thy sons. And the high-souled Abhimanyu smote them all, piercing each with 5 straight shafts, resembling the bolts of heaven or death's selves, shot from his excellent bow. Thereupon, all of them, unable to bear it, coolly showered on that foremost of car warriors, viz., the son of Subhadra, a perfect downpour of sharp shafts like rain-charged clouds pouring rain on the breast of the mountains of Meru. But Abhimanyu, that invisible warrior accomplished in arms, thus afflicted by them in battle, caused all thy sons, O king, to tremble like the wielder of the thunderbolt, causing the mighty Asuras to tremble in the battle between the celestials and the latter. Then that foremost of car warriors, O Bharata, shot 14 broad-headed shafts, fierce and looking like snakes of virulent poison, at Vikarna. Endued with great prowess, and as if dancing in that battle, he felled with those shafts the standard of Vikarna from his car, and slew also his charioteer and steeds. Then that mighty car warrior, the son of Subhadra, again sped at Vikarna many other arrows that were well-tempered, straight-going, and capable of penetrating every armor. And those arrows furnished with feathers of the Kanka bird, coming at Vikarna and passing through his body, entered the earth like hissing snakes. And those arrows, with wings and points decked with gold, bathed in Vikarna's blood, seemed to vomit blood on the earth. Beholding Vikarna thus pierced, his other uterine brothers rushed, in that battle, against those car warriors headed by Subhadra's son. And when these invincible warriors upon their own cars came upon those combatants of the Pandava army, resplendent like so many suns and staying on their cars, both began to pierce one another. And Dharmaka, having pierced Shritakarman with 5 shafts, cut off the latter's standard with a single shaft, and then pierced his charioteer with 7. And advancing closer, he slew with 6 shafts his foe's steeds, fleet as the wind, encased in golden armor, and then felled his charioteer. Shritakarman, however, staying on that car of his, the steeds of which had been slain, hurled in great wrath a dart blazing like a fierce meteor. That dart, blazing with effulgence, passing through the renowned Dharmaka's hard coat of mail, penetrated into the earth. Meanwhile the mighty Sudasoma, beholding Shritakarman deprived of his car, caused him to mount upon his own car in the very sight of all the troops. The heroic Shrutakirti rushed against thy son Jayatsena in that battle, desirous, O king, of slaying that renowned warrior. Then thy son Jayatsena, O king, with a sharp arrow having a horseshoe head, smiling the while, cut off the bow of the high-souled Shrutakirti as the latter came along, stretching it in his hands. Then Satanika, beholding his uterine brother's bow cut off, endued as he was with great valor, quickly came at that spot, repeatedly roaring like a lion. And Satanika, drawing his bow in that battle with great force, speedily pierced Jayatsena with 10 shafts, and uttered a loud shout like an infuriate elephant. And with another arrow of sharp point and capable of penetrating every armor, Satanika deeply pierced Jayatsena in the chest. Just at that time, Dashkarna, who was near his brother Jayatsena, infuriate with anger, cut off Satanika's bow and arrow. Then the mighty Satanika, taking up another excellent bow capable of bearing a great strain, aimed many sharp shafts. And addressing Dashkarna in the presence of his brother Jayatsena, saying, Wait, he sped at him those sharp and blazing shafts resembling so many snakes. And then he speedily cut off Dashkarna's bow with 1 arrow, and slew his charioteer, O sire, with 2, and then pierced Dashkarna himself with 7 arrows. And that spotless warrior then with 12 sharp shafts slew all the steeds of Dashkarna that were fleet as the mind and of variegated hue. And then with another broad-headed arrow, well aimed and capable of coursing swiftly, Satanika, excited with great wrath, deeply pierced Dashkarna in the chest. And thereupon the latter fell down on the earth like a tree struck with lightning. Beholding Dashkarna slain, 5 mighty Kar warriors, O king, surrounded Satanika on all sides, from desire of slaying him. And they struck the renowned Satanika with showers of arrows. Then the 5 Kakaya brothers, excited with wrath, approached Satanika for rescuing him. Beholding the latter coming upon them, thy sons, those mighty Kar warriors, rushed towards them like elephants rushing against mighty elephants. These amongst thy sons, viz. Kama, Dharmaka and Dujaya, and the youthful Dharmarshana and Satranjaya and Satrusha, all renowned warriors, excited with rage, proceeded, O king, against the 5 Kakaya brothers. On their cars that resembled fortified towns, unto which were yoked steeds decked with ornaments, and which were graced with beautiful standards of variegated hue, those heroes wielding excellent bows and cased in beautiful coats of mail and owning excellent standards, entered the hostile army like lions entering one forest from another. Smiting one another, fierce and terrific was the battle that ensued between them and the foe, in which cars and elephants got entangled with one another. Cherishing feelings of hostility towards one another, the terrible battle in which they took part lasted for a short space of time about sunset, increasing the population of Yama's kingdom. And Kar warriors and horsemen by thousands were strewn over the field. And Bhishma the son of Santanu, excited with wrath, began to slaughter the troops of the high-souled Pandavas with his straight shafts. And with his arrows he began to dispatch the combatants of the Panchalas to the domains of Yama. And the grandsire, having thus broken the ranks of the Pandavas, at last withdrew his troops and retired, O king, to his encampment. And King Yudhishthira also, beholding both Drishtadyumna and Vrkodara, smelt their heads, and filled with joy, retired to his tents. Present you by HinduMonastery.com